All right. Man, for a second there, I thought I lost you. 1, 2, 3. All right, here we go. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. Woo! Yeah, uh-huh. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. All right, everybody, you know what time it is. It's Pharaoh Friday. Is it Friday already? Can you believe it's Friday already? Is it Friday already? Damn, it doesn't seem possible, does it? It doesn't seem possible. How could it be Friday already? It doesn't seem like it could be. Man, what is this world we're living in? Is this life for real? Is this real life?
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Let's get some coffee. Noose.
Every headline, every story.
Netanyahu
Gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay in tune as the day greets new bloom.
Good morning headlines.
With Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
I got that.
Hot coffee in your cup.
I got that.
Fill you right up.
Come on, this.
On the go.
Let's go.
Show you
You need to know. Yes.
good morning.
Let's do this thing. Information for you, darling. Oh, this is a call-in show. This is a call-in show, everybody. It's a call-in show.
Morning show you need to know. Join us on this daily ride.
With your morning.
Side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe.
Yes. Join us on this daily ride. Good morning headline. I like this song. I don't know why you guys are always telling me how much you hate this song. I love this song. All right, we did it. Yeah. That happened. It happened, and everyone was happy. I know. It was wonderful. It's a beautiful day. It's Friday. It's Pharaoh Friday. I hope you're all having a beautiful morning. Man, I spent all day at the car dealership, and they didn't even do everything I wanted them to do. That's capitalism for ya. You buy the car. You do everything you're supposed to do. You take it in for service. They don't even do all the shit you want them to do. Has anyone else heard about the internet safety bill facing the House? Yes. Internet safety. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think about it? You're going to call in today, Smoking Blondie. Oh, you smoke show. The smoke show, Smoking Blondie coming in hot. What in the cultural appropriation is that intro? What do you mean cultural appropriation? Why is it cultural appropriation? I don't know what you're talking about. The intro, cultural appropriation. Sure. I think it's a marriage of everything. It's everything coming together. It's a symbiosis. It's an amalgamation. It's a confluence, an effluence, perhaps. It might be an effluence. Alabama, I hope it's only to protect children. You think Alabama's going to protect the children? Alabama, they don't do it. Thoughts on Judaism? Thoughts about Judaism. I like it when they light the candles. That's pretty cool. Do you like the candle? I like the candle stuff. I love the candle. I love the dreidels. I love dreidels, man. I really do. I used to play dreidel when I was a kid. I love doing that. Doing the dreidel. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you out of clay. And when I'm good and ready, I'll dreidel, I will play. I'll form you out of something and make you spin around. I don't know how the song actually goes. I know that's the melody. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you out of clay. I don't remember the song, but I grew up around lots of Jewish people. My next door neighbor was an Israeli family, and the kid was the same age as me. So I used to go and do the Sabbath every Friday. It was Shabbat. I used to do the Shabbat every Friday. Eat the matzah ball soup. Loved it, man. I love the food. Love it. But they were more like I don't know. They were pretty cool. I liked them. I had a good time. I don't know what do you want me that's a big topic. Like when you say, what are your thoughts on Judaism? It's like, where do you want me to start? Where would you like me to start on that one? What are your thoughts on the animal kingdom? What are your thoughts on space? I don't know. It's big. It's old. Lots of empty parts in between. I don't know. Like, ask me something more specific then. What are your thoughts on women? I like them. I like the sound of their laughter. I like the way they look. I like all the joy they bring on my life. And I'm also grateful for all of the horrors and indignities I've suffered at their hands. I know it might sound funny and it might sound like I'm making a joke, but how would I know? How would I learn to value myself without being constantly degraded and belittled by women? Like that adversity, that constant struggle in my life, the constant struggle I've had because of women, it's forged me. It's forged me in the crucible. And I'm thankful for you, ladies. I know that might sound like a backhanded compliment, but it's the way I've come to terms with all of the horrors I have experienced at the hands of the fairer sex. You're welcome. Thank you. It's the only way to come to terms with it. Also, I mean, think about how much rejection and I mean, what could be more of a learning experience for men other than facing rejection and ridicule and laughing in your faces, and you still get up in the morning and you still get out there and you still go talk to these ladies and you see if one will like you today. And then they ridicule you and they tear you down. They tell you ain't shit. And you get up in the morning and you're like, I'm going to try again. It's character building. Women have built my character and I'm thankful for you. and when one actually does like you and one that you likes you, because that's the other trick, right? You might have lots of women that like you and you just don't like them. So you got to find one that likes you back. Man, it's like you won the lottery. It's like you have gotten the boulder up to the top of the hill, and you know what you done did? You let the boulder fall back down the hill. We must imagine a happy Sisyphus. I am a happy Sisyphus. Women are the boulder. Or are women the mountain? Maybe women are the mountain. The boulder is just adversity. I don't know. You get the metaphor, I think. I think you push the boulder up the hill, crying, sweating, breaking your back. Your bones are crushing underneath the weight of the boulder. And you get up to the hill and you're like, I did it. And then the boulder goes back down the hill. Gotta do it again. Gotta do it one more time. Gotta do it. Many modern American women are insufferable and entitled and deluded. Well, that's just American people. I don't think that has anything to do with women. That's just Americans. Check it out. Many modern Americans are insufferable, entitled, and delusional. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with gender, my friend. Thank you for that though. I am a hoe or something. Hey, I'm not judging you. I ain't judging you. Yes. Yes, it's very hard work. You just got to keep going though. You got to keep going. Yes. Friends are much better than money. I think community is much more important than money. Community is much more important. Absolutely. I used to think Americans are smart until MAGA shows the world otherwise. Family Chan, listen, hold on a second. Hold it right there 1 minute, one cotton picking minute. First of all, most of America has never voted, period. Most of Americans never voted for Donald Trump. A small percentage of Americans voted for Donald Trump. Think about it. They always talk about 70 million people voted for Donald Trump. All right, but there's like 380 million of us or something. How many Americans are there right now? How many Americans are there? Yeah, 350 million. So there's 350 million Americans and 70 million voted for him in the last election. Most Americans have never voted for Donald Trump. So please don't put us all in the same basket. We've got a stupid system out here called the Electoral College, and it's not all of us, okay? And I'm not saying we aren't stupid, because we do a lot of stupid stuff, but no more stupid than any other country. It's just that we got a fucked up system, and we got this famous dude who was playing a rich guy on TV, and there's a lot of people in every country that think that what's on TV is real, and that's what happened. So now we got this guy that got this Nazi in charge who just Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, Donald Trump made The Apprentice. Just different ways of becoming famous and entering the public zeitgeist. Yeah, that's all. Just remember, don't blame all of us. It's not all of us. There's lots of us that are not totally involved. There's lots of people in America that don't worship the state at all. So, today is Freaky Friday. It's Feral Friday. We're going to have a good time. My sleep schedule is destroyed. I was arguing with Maggie for 2 hours last night. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, I went to the dealership and got my car because I'm moving and I want to make sure the car works, right? And there's like this little gasket on top of the moonroof that I went through a car wash like years ago, and the little lip on top of the sunroof, it just popped out, and the car doesn't leak, but the sunroof won't open or shut anymore. So I was like, well, I got to go get an oil change. I'll take it to the dealership this time. I normally don't do that, and I'll get the transmission looked at, and I'll get the sunroof replaced, right? Or fixed. I didn't think I'd have to fucking replace it. And then they're like, oh, we're going to replace this. What do you mean you got to replace it? This is a little blip. You just pop it, blip. It went blip, just bloop. Oh, you got to bloop. It blipped and you got to bloop. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? Just use your tool, stick your tool in there and glue it back, man. What the fuck are you talking about? No, we got to get the whole moonroof assembly. It's only going to take us an hour. And so we'll only charge you $190 to do it, but it's going to cost $1,000 to replace the assembly. I was like, and I tipped over. I grabbed the Honda dealership guy's face. I said, I ain't going to jail for you or anybody. That's what I told him. And then I flipped over the whole counter. I'm like, sir, tears in his eyes, big, strong man. He was like, sir, you can't do that in here. Sir, I know you're upset. I was like, man, guess I gotta have to sell some Melania coin. Yeah, duct tape. I gotta do everything with duct tape. I thought, well, because I'm traveling, I'm done drive a long distance. I just want to get the car nice. I gotta drive 14 hours in a car. I want to make sure the car is. I just want to make sure the car is okay. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure the brakes are okay. Make sure everything is copacetic on the automobile before I take this automobile across the country. You know what I'm saying? So now next Thursday, they want me to take this car back in and get the moonroof replaced. And I am like, $1,000, man. I ain't got $1,000. Supposed to buy some Melania coin with that $1,000. By the way, Skyjack Morgan is the name of the game on Cash App and Venmo. If you'd like to send me any money so I can get my a sunroof repaired, so when I travel across America, I don't have any leaks, because that's the other thing. I'm traveling during monsoon season, and so the chances of me getting stuck in a rainstorm kind of high. So I'm hoping that I can fix this thing, and so I don't get rain on the inside of my car, Yeah, because of I hate those drive-through car washes. I hate them. I did it one time. It cost me $1,000. God damn it. All right. Well, look. My name is Skyjack Morgan. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. If you do any super chats, I'd highly appreciate it. It will help me buy coffee and moonroofs. Coffee and moonroofs. That's what we're raising money for today. I have no sponsors. I'm powered by coffee. Oh, you know what I did yesterday? I put an offer on a house yesterday. I put an offer on that house that we looked at yesterday. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, yesterday I looked at a house online. I reacted to my man Eli's video of my new house. I put an offer in. They said they're gonna get back to me by tonight at 8 p.m. That's how long the offer's good for. They said they might have another cash buyer coming in hot, but they might not be as fast as I am. I'm fast. Plus, I'm lucky. I'm a lucky guy. I got luck on my side. I lead a charmed life, like Macbeth. Okay, or like Macduff. I don't know. Macbeth said he has a charmed life, but he dies in the end. But Macduff, I'm like Macduff. I played Macduff when I was in Macbeth. I played Macduff. I was from my mother. Macduff was from his mother, untimely ripped. Yes. Anyway, I'm trying out. Good luck. Thank you. I need that congratulations and the good luck. Thank you. So I put in the offer. That's happening, hopefully. And then what I did, because I had to sit in the dealership for 5 hours, I think. I brought my book and I read a little bit, but man, it was hard because people were like, this fucking World Cup was on in the lounge. And it was like, it's hard to read. Sometimes I can zone out everything and read a book, but when for some reason sports, it's like, it's like that type of energy. I can't sit there and read a book. You know what I mean? So I'm like looking at the neighborhood I want to move to, and I'm looking up the coffee roasters, and there's not one but two coffee roasters, which is so cool because I do not have a coffee roaster in this little town I live in. I mean, even if I did, I don't have any money to buy, but I'll have more money on the other side. So I'm hoping I could buy decent coffee when I'm there. That'd be so good. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You'll hear me talking about the local coffee roasters that I love locally roast. So fresh. Like right now I'm drinking Pike's Place coffee and it's not fresh. It's okay. Like Starbucks, they're pretty good quality control and shit. But like, I normally never buy Starbucks. It was just in a jam. I had to get some beans, and it was the closest thing. I hate myself for using Starbucks, but there I was, and we had to make a deal. And Pike's Place isn't so bad, but like, I don't want to have Pike's Place. You know what I'm talking about? I don't want Pike's Place. All right, let's go.
Who is a bad guy? This is not.
Wait, why isn't that? Can you hear that? I can't hear that.
For me, I'm not
I don't hear that
interested
sound.
in this. Okay,
Weird. Let's see if the next one.
Oh, things got a little ugly today on The View.
I'm having
When
sound
Alina...
issues. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be having sound issues? Let's see if I have sound issues when I reload
things
this
got a little ugly today on The View.
I'm having sound issues. You're not able to hear that. Can you hear that? I don't think you can hear. How corrupt is Trump? Don't it depend on what we mean by is? Yes, it depends on what is. You should have just bought a cafe, Sky. I owned a cafe a long time ago. Should I just buy a cafe? That's a good idea. Yeah. At least we could do is BDS Starbucks. I don't know what BDS is, but I like it. I like where you're coming from on that one. I like that. Hold on 1 second for me. I don't know why I can't hear this shit.
Netanyahu is a bad guy.
Oh, that's annoying. Why can't I hear this? Why can't I hear the internet right now? That's messed up. We're going to figure that out right this second, though. Cool. YouTube is not working. That's not good. Why would that be a thing? I don't understand this. Hold on 1 second for me. I'm having technical difficulties. One moment. What is happening here? Okay, I'm getting audio, but it's not from YouTube. What the fuck? What the hell is going on here? What the hell? I've reloaded. What could it possibly be? I can hear everything but YouTube. What the hell? Why would that happen? 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 No. Restart. You can hear it. You can hear it. Fuck. All right. I'm restarting. I'll be right back. Yeah, it was just restarted. It worked just fine. It worked just fine when I restarted it. Okay, Pickles banned you too. Sorry about that, everybody. We are back in action. Everything is good. We are in business. Thank you for the small interruption. It's how I feel grateful for my life is that I'm all.
Netanyahu is a bad guy. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this. Okay, I know. I know. Sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good.
I love you guys. I like it when women do that. They go, I love you guys, but I hope you all die. Bless your heart. I love it when they do that. I love you guys, but no. Zionist podcaster Jillian Michaels went on this podcast. Jillian Michaels, it's so funny because her whole thing was that she's a tough lady. She'll call you fat. She'll say, get your fucking fat butt up. She'll say mean things and like, get up and get to work. And like, you better learn how to exercise. She was like the tough love. And now she's positioned herself as the Zionist snowflake, which I think is great. I think it's great. Isn't it cute? Like, you go from badass mean bitch to Zionist snowflake. I think it's cute.
Precious Israel. Like the country committed a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Zero. I think you guys agree. Fundamentally disagree with you about.
Watch Zionist podcaster Jillian Michaels lose her mind on air after failing to stop young Americans from criticizing her.
Young Americans? Are these young Americans? I guess they're young Americans. Is that what a young American looks like? This AI voiceover sucks, but I do like the Jillian Michaels crash out. I'm really enjoying this.
Beloved Israel.
Wait, proof. No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you to cover this shit, I'm gonna rip you apart.
I'm gonna rip you apart if you cover this shit. If you cover the genocide, I'm gonna rip you apart. Ugh, that's not a good. Don't rip me apart, Jillian.
I'm gonna rip you apart.
It turns out, by her own admission in the studio and later in a furious tweet, Jillian Michaels had been pressuring her co-hosts to keep Israel off the show. When they refused to bow to her demands, she snapped and completely lost her mind.
I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes, and lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu.
No, Charlie Kirk. You're not allowed to talk about we are Charlie Kirk. Yes, it is the fitness woman. She used to be a fitness woman, and she used to yell at fat people, or the thick community. She used to yell at the thick community, screaming and yelling about them. How you just got to get up and get out there. You got to get stronger. You got to go out and get your fat butt up. That type of shit. You know, she was tough love. But now she's very upset that she's being. Now she's transitioned. She's trans.
Just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy.
This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay, I know. I'm sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Like the country committed a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Zero. I think you guys agree. Fundamentally disagree with you about.
She ran away. I don't know, man. I feel like if you're going to have strong opinions about this, then you should be able to face the music. I think you should be able to. I'd be happy to have conversations with anybody about these things. So, I fundamentally disagree with you.
I'm sorry. Cool. So can we continue the conversation?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
Like, what are these ladies like? I mean, seriously, what are they supposed to do?
Right.
All right.
Wow. Okay, guys. So
I'm sorry. It's a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of a foreign country as we want. We have the right to be as critical of our own country as we want. And we are Americans.
And we get in less trouble for being critical of America than if we were to be
100%
Israel.
That's the thing. That's crazy. We get in less trouble criticizing our own country as we do with criticizing Israel. Like, that's crazy. I think she's totally right about that. You get in more trouble criticizing Israel than you do criticizing the United States of America. Huh? What's that all about? The walk-off, is it trending? And maybe that's it. Everyone's Donald Trump now. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do this. I'm out of here. I'm not going to talk to any of you. Thank you. Have a nice time. Like what he did on Face the Nation. Thank you. Or was it Face the Nation? No, it was Meet the Press. Have a nice time. What did she just ask? What's your evidence of that? All you have to do is look. Everyone's Donald Trump now.
Just like shocked. Yeah, that's when things start to get a little bit weird.
If you have an emotional breakdown every time someone criticizes a foreign country, I really think you should do some self-examination.
I think
if you have an emotional breakdown every time someone criticizes a foreign country, I mean, seriously, you should do some introspection. I think that's true. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I think that's, yeah. If you have a mental breakdown every time someone criticizes Israel, you might be the problem.
there's something wrong right now in American culture where there's literally just one country and one government that is just above any and all criticism or backlash. You know, that is right. Charlie did say that.
I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government about backlash than actual Israelis do.
Oh, Charlie, the gift that keeps giving. His head kind of looks like, I don't know. He's dead. I don't want to make fun of his head, but his head has always been weird, right? He's always had a weird head. He's always kind of a weird, whatever. Poor Charlie. Charlie, what are we going to do without you?
And that's really, really weird.
We should be able to have these conversations because it's taxpayer-funded operations. We are sending so many weapons there. We are taking a beating. We are on the international stage for this country.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about it.
No, it is our right. Hey, I'm not asking permission. It is our right as Americans to talk about anything we see fit. I'm not going to let a foreign country or American supporters of a foreign country to censor me or censor anyone.
Fuck yeah. I'm not going to let you or anybody tell me what I can and can't say. That's the American way. That's what Americans are supposed to sound like. That's to me what America is supposed to be about. I'm not going to let you tell me fucking anything. You know why? Because I'll throw all this tea in the goddamn harbor. I don't give a shit. You don't get to tell me fucking anything. I'm going to do whatever I want. How about that? Do whatever I want to do. Butthead or Beavis. Kind of like a Butthead or Beavis. Yeah, kind of like something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Some kind of weird head thing going on. A potato face too small for his head type shit. Yeah, I think he should have done something with his hair different. But hey, it's too late. It's too late, Charlie. Oh, it's too late, Charlie. I'm sorry, Charlie Kirk. It's too late to do anything about that. No, we can't style Charlie Kirk now. There's no putting that toothpaste back in the tube. You know what I mean?
Ooh, things got a little.
Oh. This lady, man, I'm gonna watch a lot more of her. This Trish Reagan, I get updates about her all the time, saying that you guys love her. It says that my viewers love Trish Reagan, she's super conservative, so I'm gonna keep watching her because I love conservative content.
A little ugly today on The View when Alina Habba showed up and she told the ladies, yeah, she thinks Comey deserved that indictment.
Comey deserved that indictment. She's got so much Botox in her face, she really can't even move her lips. She deserved that indictment. Like I can't even relax my forehead enough to make it look like I don't have I have Botox. Like, whew, she really had the Botox in her face. I don't move my face at all because I have no Botox. What? Look at her. I think it's.
Things got a little ugly today on The View when Alina Habba showed up and she told the ladies, yeah, she thinks Comey deserved that indictment.
Do you think Comey?
That is a skin. That's like, she looks like Megan. She looks like that little robot that kills people called Megan. Remember Megan, the one that does the dance? And she had it's just a little kid in a plastic mask. But man, that little fucking Megan doll was scary. I never saw the second one. The first one, though, was pretty good.
This post rises to the level of a criminal threat against the life of the president and supports an indictment.
I do. I'll explain why. After Comey's post.
She doesn't look alive until she blinks. She's like a Scooby-Doo. It's like when Scooby-Doo walks in like the room full of mannequins and then one of them blinks like Robbie! Zoinks! Like Scoob! I think that mannequin just like Scoob! I think that mannequin just like blinked. Right? Robin?
And this is where I go back to Saturday's events. The responsibility of certain individuals like us. We all have a very big voice. He is a former FBI director. He knows what 8647 meant. There's no question about it. He actually went on TV
What
later.
do you think 86 means?
To kill the president.
People still say this with a fucking face. Like, people still say that it means to kill the president. This just goes to show that these people are so fucking out of touch. 86. I worked in the industry for 28 fucking years in food and beverage. We said 86 all the time. Sometimes we 86 people. Sometimes we 86 drinks. Sometimes we 86 food. Sometimes we 86 one ingredient. 86 onions. So anything with onions, we cannot make. Since all the staff has been trained on what's in all the food, then you know that if we've 86 onions, all of these menu items are off. 86 it. Second wasn't as good. What wasn't good? Second. What is second? She does a bit. I don't know. She looks like what? Like a mannequin? 8647. It means to kill the president. It means to kill the president. It means to kill the president.
Get rid of the president. That's what it means. By the way, his words, not mine. If you look at his late night show.
But the dictionary disagrees with you.
Yeah, get rid of the president. Like, get rid of him, not like get rid of him. It's kind of like when Vince Vega and Jules are talking about Marcellus Wallace's wife, Mia Wallace, and he's like, "Hey, Marcellus Wallace wants me to take care of Mia," and Jules is like, "Take care of her? Nah, man, just like take care of her, like take her to dinner, you know, take care of her while he's out of town. That's all, man. Not take care of her." Yeah, I'm sure if Comey said we should take care of Donald Trump, they'd be like, he's threatening to kill the president. Take care of the president? Hey, I really want you to take good care of Donald Trump.
What is the FBI director?
They use it in restaurants. Do they mean to kill any people?
Let me just tell you what happened after James Comey's post. A gentleman posted that about me. He posted on Twitter, 86 Haba.
Well, you should get the fuck out. You were illegally hired. You should be nowhere near. You were illegally hired, and then you were fired because of it.
He was also charged. He was charged in Florida, and he was held accountable because you cannot do it. Now, this is an FBI director. We have responsibilities. You guys have responsibilities not to call the president certain things or say things that could incite violence. I most certainly think after Saturday, I have a completely new perspective on how important our voices are and how we use them.
They don't like hearing that.
Rob, you're blind is running for Congress in Pennsylvania.
How they like hearing that? How they like hearing that? I'm Trish Reagan, and I'm ready to deliver the news. How did you like hearing that? I am human. I am capable of all human function. I am serviceable in all human delights. What is that lady, man? Trish Reagan, dude.
Obviously, the Commie Caucus is growing. In Michigan, they're about to elect the first Muslim to the Senate. Name's Abdul. He says when Republicans go low, you choke them out.
Yeah, Trish Reagan does. Hold on, let's back this up. I want to see Trish Reagan again. Hold on a second. Yeah, I want to see it. Let's do it. Like, this lady is fucking.
We'll choke just about anyone.
Hold on, let's go back.
Ooh, things got a little ugly today.
This fucking lady. Things got really ugly. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Hey, cuff.
On The View when Alina
I don't move my face.
Haba showed up and she told the ladies, yeah, she thinks Comey deserved that.
I deserve that. I deserve that.
That indictment.
Do you think Comey's post rises to the level of a criminal threat?
Dude, she creeps me out, man. Sure, okay. Yeah, she's totally, you can only dream about having the views she has. I don't want the views she has. That means more people like you, Jerry Garcia. I don't want people like you, Jerry Garcia, brainwashed MAGA cucks. Sorry, I'd prefer fewer MAGA simps, actually. I would prefer fewer. I mean, because I know that you guys, there's no getting to you. There's no getting to you. You guys are brainwashed, completely brainwashed, not open to anything else, completely bought and sold hook, line, and sinker. And people like Trish Reagan are capitalizing off of you. They are just con men fleecing you. That's all they're doing. They're not offering any value. They're just like, how did they like hearing that? I am human woman. I am human woman. She reminds me like a dude wears my car. No, we're 6 hot chicks. We are not aliens. We are 6 hot chicks. I don't move my face. I have so much botulism injected in my face, I cannot move it anymore. I will not drink from straws because I have to make my lips, it makes my lips wrinkle. No, I cannot do it. Fucking weird, man. Okay, whatever. You guys are really into her. That's cool.
Rob, you're blind is running for Congress in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Hello, fellow kids. Yes. Like Steve Buscemi, except it's like this. Hello, fellow kids. I am human person. I will not move. I am unable to move face. Something has happened to me.
Obviously, the Commie Caucus is growing. In Michigan, they're about to elect the first Muslim to the Senate. Name's Abdul. He says when Republicans go low, you choke them out.
Whoa.
Abdul choke just about anyone, including Schumer.
Why he's? I think that Jesse Waters got a little turned on right there. They choke him out.
The Michigan Muslim told the New York Times, quote, Schumer doesn't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate. The Muslim commie says he's putting a target on anyone who takes money from Jewish donors. It's a pretty long list. You know who just endorsed him? La Conquistadora, the Explorer, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
La Conquistadora, La Explorer. Is that racialist? Is it not a bit racialist? Is Jesse Waters being racialist? It seems like a bit, he's being a bit racialist, isn't he? The Conquistadora Explorer, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez.
She wants Chuck's job, but there's someone else coming for the throne. Pocahontas. If AOC slays Schumer, she doesn't automatically become Senate leader. There's seniority. Liz Warren, next on the totem pole. Say it with me. Senate Majority Leader Liz Warren. Oh, dear God. So it's going to be a bloodbath. It's one thing for the Democrats to kick out Bob.
Okay, here's the thing. It's sunset, and there are still no people back there. They've made all these assholes go to the state fair thing, and there's nobody there. They keep trying to tell me there's people there. Who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? Who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? Trust me, there's lots of people at the fair.
Be Kennedy or Tulsi Gabbard, but if Schumer's head rolls, wow. The Democrats already lost Rogan. They lost Elon Musk. That was a big one. A lot of the Silicon Valley money men who fueled the rise of Barack Hussein Obama, Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala, even they're like, I'm not wasting any more money. Here's the CEO of Palantir. Watch.
We have left and right, far left, far right, gone completely nuts. You would think that the greatest problem in the world, if you were on the far left, is somehow it's like if things work, it's evil and bad. By the way, I've been wholesale kicked out of my own party because I warned that this was going to happen on the left, and it is happening.
Oh, no. You got kicked out of your own party? Oh, no. Welcome to the Democrats. Welcome to the Republicans.
So far, only the Raging Cajuns has the cojones to speak the truth. But now on Morning Joe, 5-alarm fire. Here's Donnie Deutsch.
Well, Democrats are going off the rails. They're not even focused. What matters to people is affordability. And Democrats right now are focused on two things. They're focused on anti-Semitism and socialism. And the Republicans are going to tar them with this. This is the problem. Even though they are a small sector of the party, this is right now, every Republican strategist is salivating on what these people have said in the past. And they're going to wallpaper it with it. And the Democrats are going down a bad path. They're electing these Democratic socialists. It's a disaster, no matter what you think of it.
Democrats got...
Methink the ladies doth protest too much. They're so upset about these social democrats. My goodness. They're so upset about these democratic socialists. What are they so upset about?
Wiped out last election for open borders, crime, and trans, and calling Trump a Nazi. And now they're running on abolish ICE.
He is a Nazi. He says he's a Nazi. He says he's a fascist. It's okay to call me a fascist. It's okay. Call me a fascist. I don't mind. I don't mind if you call me a fascist. It's okay.
The border, police, and they're running nipple Nazi. Democrats spent billions of dollars denying they were radical. And now they're like, YOLO, I'm a commie. And the front runners, Newsom and Mamala.
YOLO, I'm a commie. YOLO, I'm a commie.
We're watching them kamikaze. Both are commie curious. Kamala's on the phone with Mondani and the Palestinians.
I have to admit, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Mamala, Newsom and Mamala, we're watching them kamikaze. They're commies, watching them kamikaze. Like Newsom and Mommy, super commie, watching them kamikaze. He's got some flow. Waters, he's a big hip hop fan, believe it or not. He loves rap. It's a thing. I'm serious. He does. He likes rap. That's not a joke.
Newsom's texting with Mondani like he's the Muslim Messiah. He's not. If Mondani's making anybody faint, it's because it's 100 degrees and he won't let you crank the AC.
To every business owner.
He's on the 100 degrees. He won't crank the AC. His name's Mamdani, and he ain't a commie. He's kamikaze with the mommy and Lami and Kami and Rami. You could tell he writes these things as raps, right? He's a slam poet.
Please set your thermostats to 78 degrees to alleviate the stress on our power grid.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
I mean, that makes sense though, right? Like if you're in New York City and the AC, it's getting a little taxed because we just haven't converted to, solar panels, and there's just not enough power to go around. So please put your AC at 80 degrees so that we don't kill people in our hospitals, please. He's not saying you have to. Mamdani is asking politely to do your civic duty. A lot of people won't. Some people will. Hopefully enough people will turn their AC to 80, throw on a tank top, and they'll be okay. And then we won't kill so many people in the hospitals. That makes perfect sense to me. Where I live, it's gray. Like, I'm having a great summer. I don't know. This is weird. It's weirdly cold here. I don't know, man. It's like the rest of the country's on fire and we're whistling Dixie. But over here, don't worry. Usually California is the one on fire and everyone else is just like, I don't care about all of California. You should. Too bad you're on fire, bro. Fuck you. Well, in California right now, we're like, too bad it's hot, bro. Too bad it's hot where you're at, bro. I heard you guys can't like turn the AC on your hospitals or something, dude. Dude, what are you doing, man? How come you guys are so hot out there? Come to California. Just take the 5 freeway all the way to the south and we'll have a good time. Eat some Cali burritos, brah. Cali burritos are the best burritos, brah. For some reason, we're having a great time in California. It's fucking beautiful here right now. I don't know. I know it's, and it sucks because I'm moving this month. I'm leaving California, and every day I'm like, fuck. This weather's so nice right now. It's every day is better than the last. Of course, we're having the best weather we've had in years, but whatever. Good time. Gutfeld is a Coke whiskey loser. Oh no, not Coke whiskey. Coke whiskey loser. I don't drink my whiskey with Coke. I like my whiskey straight with a water back, but thank you. Sometimes I put a beer behind it too. Sometimes I got 3 glasses going. I got my whiskey, my water, and my my beer. Whiskey, water, beer. Whiskey, water, beer. That's my best combo, man. I love that. I love having 3 glasses. Whiskey, little water, little beer, little whiskey, little water, little beer. I like it. Thank you for asking, Jerry Garcia. Thank you. I'm leaving California because he destroyed it. I ran out of women, Jerry Garcia. Just ran out of women. I got all the women in California. I've already gone through them all. So now I got to leave, man. That's what happened to Jerry. Thank you. They're all from California. Yes. Don't forget my crack. It goes wherever I go, Jerry. So don't you worry. It'll be all right. It goes wherever I go. Don't worry. Stop calling everything you don't like communist. Stop chugging Fox bullshit and look up the goddamn definition of communism. They don't know how to read, honey. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to read, Daniel Price. They can't do it, sonny boy.
Crowd going nuts. All right. Look at that.
Look at that.
Good evening.
Look at that. The model of the little arch is so funny to me. Oh, I love watching these Fox News guys sweat their balls off at this Look at how many people are there. They're broadcasting all of Fox News from there right now, so you get to see it all day long. And every hour, there's nobody there. There's like 100 people there.
Everyone from the Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C. It is hot, sweating like Don Lemon at a penis factory. So we don't have an audience, so thanks for that. Let's get right to the mono.
Oh, my God. Don Lemon at a penis factory? What does that even supposed to mean? I don't know. Does Gutfeld know that penises don't come from factory? What are you talking about, buddy boy? How come Californians try so hard to be cool or relevant? They don't. They just make like a predominant amount of the culture on planet Earth. So it's just kind of like happens, most like a large chunk. I don't know if most, but a large chunk of the world culture comes from California. A large chunk of the world's food comes from California. So it's just kind of how it works out. Most of the number one place for manufacturing jobs in America, and also one of the biggest places in the world, is California. So we make a huge chunk of the shit, we grow a huge chunk of the food, and we produce a huge chunk of the culture. It's just gonna happen. There's 60 million of us, for God's there's like I don't know, I looked it up a couple days ago, 50 million of us now. There's a penis factory. Yeah, that's where Greg Gutfeld comes from. He came from the penis factory. Yes. It's really kind of funny. It's ironic that with this guy's condescending retardation. Yeah, how am I being condescending? I'm stating facts. It's the 4th richest country in the world, and it happens to exist in the biggest country in the world. It's got more people than Canada. Like California's a force. Like, I don't know why you guys are such like little bitches about it. Don't be such a snowflake. You should be thankful that California exists. America would be in the gutter if California didn't exist. America would have no military if California didn't exist. 39 million. All right, 39 million. 39 million people. It's a lot of people. It's the biggest state, most populous state. Most manufacturing jobs, biggest agricultural output, biggest cultural output. That's how it works out, man.
So when we think of America around July 4th, what words come up? Patriotism, liberty, freedom, alcohol,
Alcohol, bottle rocks, patriotism, and freedom. July 4th. July 4th. What words come to mind? I guess like barbecue or something. I always work July 4th. And this year I'm not, but I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to any parties. I don't really like going to, I get invited and I don't really want to make people feel uncomfortable. And I don't like going to those things. It's always just a bunch of dead animals and drunk assholes. And I don't know. I never have a good time. So I don't usually go. I don't enjoy the fireworks. So it's just not really my thing, 4th of July. But I do like the red, white, and blue and stuff. I like that shit. It's in my blood. I don't know. I like the whole I don't know. I like all that shit with the red, white, and blue little flags. I like all that shit.
rockets. An eye patch you have to wear for the entire senior year of high school. But there's one word we never mention, but should. Trust. America is held together by trust. We trust our neighbors. We trust law enforcement. We trust the restaurant we eat at.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Mike, I'm so sick of idiots like you. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Oh, my God, you're so stupid. Oh, my God, you're so stupid. Yeah, California takes $50 billion, which is still a small fraction of what they pay. Yes, California takes the most, but it gives far more. It's just so dumb. It's like, it's funny. When I worked at Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola was the largest advertiser in America, and they sold the most drinks. They were the largest advertiser, paid more in advertisements than any other company in America. When I don't think that's still true, but it used to be. And they pay a lot in, they get a lot out. So you could say they are selling more drinks than Pepsi. But here's what's messed up. They were neck and neck on who was making more money. And you could say, well, Coca-Cola's everywhere. They're a bigger company. Yeah, but they're paying so much for that market share. They're putting so much in, and they're not able to take much out. You see? Because in order to keep an account like Disneyland, like when I worked at Disneyland, Coca-Cola pays Disneyland to sell Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola makes zero money on the Coca-Cola that's being sold at Disneyland, because the only thing they really want is that everyone who goes to Disneyland gets Coca-Cola and doesn't get Pepsi. So they're paying just to occupy space, you see. And the reason why I bring that up is California spends more money being a member of the United States than it gets out of being the United States. And you might say, well, they get $50 billion a year. You could say something like that. But the problem is they're paying far more than that into the system. You see? That's it. Smarty pants.
Well, except Arby's. When they say we have the meat, I'd like some specifics. We trust our roads, our bridges, and even highway rest stops.
$280 billion. What is it with you guys? You know why California is in debt? Because we buy schools in Missouri, and we pay for the interstate highway system, and we pay for the fucking president's new wardrobe, and we pay for the military. You would have no military if it weren't. Here, look. What is the GDP of California? $4.25 trillion. $4.25 trillion. $4.25 trillion is the GDP of California. Go back to sleep, little honey pie. Also, which is it? Do they take an extra $50 billion? Are they 50? Do they take an extra, or is it $50 billion in the whole? They can't both be accurate. So also, where do you get these numbers? It doesn't even matter. The point is, California does take more than any other state. Of course they do. They're the biggest one. They take more in the form of dairy subsidies, in road work, because they've got huge interstate highways. Like the Highway 5 is one of the longest highways in America, and a huge portion of it is in California, and that is funded by the federal government. Interstate 5, the 5 freeway. I think the 405 as well. I can't remember. But these huge roads, the 15 goes through California, the 10 might not be an interstate, but the 15 is, and it goes from California to the east. And that's paid for by the federal government. Even just the roads, the federal government has to pay a lot to keep them up in California if they want to have them there. But California pays for the whole Highway 15. You see? And it's like, we have so many people giving money to the federal government. All of our businesses give money to the federal government, and we don't get that money back. We get some back. And you might look at it like, well, you get more than anybody else. Yeah. But we pay way more than that. We're in debt. Only 25% comes back. So if you give $1 to the federal government and you only get a quarter back, you'll be in debt like this. And that's what California's situation is. You pay 75% in, you get 25% back. You are going to be in debt. If I gave you $1 and you gave me 25 cents back, and I just did that over and over and over again, year in, year out, day by day, I would be in debt.
Provide us with refreshments and toilets with phone numbers of interesting singles. We trust those evil capitalist companies. When we order something from Amazon or Walmart, you don't think, I'll hit send and hope it gets there. No, you hit the button and in 24 hours, they're on your...
Oh my God. I really just wanted to enjoy Gutfeld, but you guys get so butthurt about California. It's crazy. Should I just make a show about California? You guys are so fucking tied up. You guys get your panties are all bunched up, man. Did your maxi pads come loose? Are they loose? You got to get the one with the wings. You got to get the one with the wings that tie onto your panties. I love California. I like every state though. I love every state. Even Mississippi. I love every state, even Mississippi. Mississippi a little less than the others, but I love every state. I've been to almost every state. I've been all over America. I love this country and I love the people living in it. I am leaving California, but I've left California before. Don't you realize? I was born here, but I lived in Germany, England, Japan, Virginia, Nevada. I lived in Northern California for a while. I lived in Taiwan. I think I covered it up. I think I got it all. I've lived all over the world is my point. And I've been back in California for 8 years, but 2 years were pretty fucked up because of COVID. And, it's time for me to move along. I am a rambling man. A rolling stone gathers no moss. Yeah. Thanks.
Front porch is your $7 55-gallon drum of malted milk balls. When your kids go to school, you trust they'll be safe. When you go to work, you trust your employer that the bathrooms are clean, your computer works, and no one eats your yogurt. And you hope that the leather mask hanging above Bill Hemmer's desk is just...
I went to UC Berkeley, and it's not North Cal, but it's still Northern California. If you talk to people in Southern California, they call it Northern California. If you talk to people up in Humboldt County, they're like, no, that's Central California, but it's not. It's Northern California, NorCal. It's San Francisco Bay. I lived there for 3 years. Loved it. Everybody likes California. Only a fool, only a bigot would be like, I don't like it. You know what other country, you know what people in California say about the rest of this country? Nothing. I don't care. Everyone's got their, I just hate him. I hate him so much. It's so stupid. Can you imagine someone in California spending any shred of time thinking about Nebraska or Oklahoma? You think someone in California said, I hate Oklahoma. I just don't like it. No, they're not at all. They don't even think about it. It's not even on their mind even a little bit.
For decoration. Thank you. When there's a calamity or disaster, you trust that the fire department and first responders are coming. And you know they'll get there faster if you tell them you're Greg Gutfeld. It's what makes us different than most other countries, where low trust rules the day. Good luck buying a vacation home in Chihuahua, Mexico. There's an 80% chance you'll be gunned down at the closing.
I've spent some time in Chihuahua, and Chihuahua is beautiful, actually. It's a beautiful city in a beautiful state. Unfortunately, the city of Chihuahua, although gorgeous, it's amazing. The city of Chihuahua is amazing. The state of Chihuahua gets a bad reputation because inside of the state of Chihuahua, which is a big state, is Juarez. And Juarez is a very high crime place. So when someone says Chihuahua, Mexico, you got to ask if they're talking about the city Chihuahua, which is a very beautiful and very safe place. I've been there many times. It's fucking amazing. But Juarez, I've been to Juarez, and I did not feel safe there. You don't want to be in Juarez, homie. Don't go to Juarez. Stay away from border towns in general. They're not safe places. And I've been all over the fucking world, and you don't want to be anywhere near a border. They're not safe. Borders are technologies of violence. It's a technology used by states to exert supremacy by threat of violence. That's what a border is. They are violent places.
So I bring up trust because no one else does, and because we're chipping away at it every day. After the last 10 years, what have you lost trust in? A lot of stuff. The media, not that we had much trust in it to begin with, but after the Biden cover-up, they're as corrupt as a beauty pageant judged by Stevie Wonder. No wonder I finished second. Do you trust elections?
I love Greg Gutfeld with no laugh track, with no studio audience. Like, he doesn't even have anyone able to laugh for him. It's even better. It's not as different. It's not very different. Like, he doesn't get laughs when he has a studio audience.
No. Can you prove fraud? Well, I'm pretty sure they made all the ways to prove fraud illegal. Do you trust government programs?
So there's a problem with the southern border. Yeah, it exists. That's a problem. Yeah, it's a stupid thing that it exists. Of course, there's a problem at the southern border. There's a problem at every border. Every border I've ever been to, there's a problem. I don't know how many borders you've been to, but I've crossed lots of borders, and they're all fucked. They're all fucked in different ways. Even silly borders like the one between Germany and Switzerland, where you got to stop and get out, and there's the Swiss guys there, and they're all acting like tough guys, and you're like, you're fucking Switzerland, bro. And then you've got to get out and make sure it sucks. And there's two signs. There's two signs, one in two different languages, and they're gonna like shake you down for money right when you get there. So everyone's carrying cash. So you've got to change your German marks or euros. Now euros. The first time I was in Switzerland, they still had the German mark, the Deutschmark, and you had to change your money to Swiss francs. It was annoying. Yeah, sucks.
Hell no. You've seen what Doge and
what borders? Yeah, no borders. Well, you're in the Netherlands, but it's funny, when I lived in Germany, I used to go to Holland all the time, went to go to Amsterdam, and at the border of Germany, they still brought the dogs and the guns on the train to look for drugs. They still brought the dogs and the guns on the trains to look for drugs. So it's like, it's just a threat of violence. Borders suck. There's guns and dogs and mean men with uniforms looking to do the most amount of harm they can to you on a whim of somebody who's not even there, on the whim of some person like a president or dictator or prime minister who's not even in the room. He's not even there. And these men with mean faces are here to fuck you up based on the whims of somebody who ain't even there, about a line drawn by people who died long ago.
Surely revealed. It wouldn't be so bad if the money they took from us actually did the thing they said, but it doesn't. It's like a prostitute taking your money and then...
Not anymore. I mean, the last time I was in... I mean, that's fair. The last time I was in Germany was 2013, 2014. So it's been a long time since I crossed that border. I did cross that border last time I was there, though.
Saying she just wants to talk. And they blame you for asking questions. So trust is thin, except for in each other. We still believe in fighting for this country and against the corrupting forces that create suspicion. If someone breaks the law, we punish them. But even that's changed. We have sentences for heinous criminals reduced, like prices on Walmart underwear on Black Friday. We have felons.
This guy is just dying. He can't deliver a line. Poor. I mean, I've seen Greg Gutfeld die every day since I've been doing the show. because I love watching Greg Gutfeld, but he's dying extra hard on this one. I do love the like, we don't even punish criminals anymore. Well, that's not supposed to be what we're doing with the criminal justice system. We're not supposed to just be punishing them. We're supposed to be trying to protect the people, the general public, and rehabilitate those who are caught doing bad things so that we can get them to be productive members of society. What about murderers? Dude, most people in jail are not there for murder. Most of them are there for some bullshit. Most people are in jail for just some bullshit. Sometimes, a lot of times, just they got caught up in somebody else's bullshit. It's not even their bullshit. They didn't even do anything. They just were there. They were there when some other buddy was doing bullshit, and now they're in fucking jail. Like, that's most people in jail are just caught up in some bullshit.
Released from jail because they couldn't afford bail. We have illegals protected in cities regardless of a criminal past. You send your kids to school for an education, and instead they're being indoctrinated, vaccinated, and manipulated.
Sayard, back when I moved to Germany in 1999, and weed in Hanover, which was like a big drug city, nobody gave a shit, man. We were smoking weed in the fucking bars. Nobody cared at all. Nobody cared at all. We were smoking weed in the park. Cops came up and like, "Are you selling weed?" And be like, "No." All right, have a good day. They wouldn't do shit. Smoke weed, blow it in the fucking cop's face. All right, cool. Not selling, right? No, man. I'm just sitting here smoking weed in the park. It's a nice day. All right. That's how it was in Hanover. Not everywhere in Germany is Hanover, but Frankfurt and Hanover, like the two big travel hubs, you could just smoke weed pretty much wherever you wanted. Not everywhere, but no one gave you much stress. But heroin and some of those other harder drugs, like even coke wasn't that big of a problem there, but heroin, oh my God, if you got caught with that shit, they were really cracking down on that when I was there. And LSD, oddly. But yeah. But ecstasy, coke, and marijuana, like the soft drugs, like ecstasy, coke, and marijuana, nobody gave a shit.
You give money to charities and it doesn't go where you think. They say it's to fight racism, but it ends up creating it since they couldn't find any. That's how the SPLC ended up paying the KKK's Wi-Fi bill. We have politicians who claim that investigating corruption is bigoted. California, they're trying to stop reporters from looking into wide-scale corruption. It's like when the government pays farmers not to plant crops, or when Fox pays me to stay home so I don't make the rest of the hosts look bad.
Wait, you don't want the government paying farmers? Awesome. I like that idea. I'm on the same page, Greg. Greg, you know what college Greg went to? Does everybody know what university Greg went to?
We have a rising socialist tide, a tide so red it's like the Democrats ran with scissors. And their target aren't the truly corrupt, because it's very hard to put handcuffs on yourself. No, they go after the people who play by the rules. And all of this erodes trust. See, the new breed of leftists realize that to undermine America, you have to turn our country from a high-trust society to one that's always looking over its shoulder. When you walk down a street...
That's true. I want to look over my shoulder all the time. I think you should always be looking over your shoulder. Do not trust the government. They'll come into your house and take everything you have.
Is the guy coming toward you fresh off his shift at Applebee's or fresh out of prison detox? Or are they shooting yet another season of Walking Dead? So how do we rebuild and protect trust? Well, we continue to share a sense of love for this country and embrace a social contract which states that we all want the best. But more importantly, we agree that it's un-American to pull a fast one over each other. We do each other right. We watch each other's backs instead of looking over our shoulders. And who knows, maybe others will see how we cultivate our own peace of mind and then want what we have. And rather than take it, create some of their own.
Period.
I kind of like this format way better. I want to just I think they should just do this from now on. Just film Gutfeld in a park. Man, Kat Timpf's got her legs out. Hello, Kat. And this other dude's got no legs. I don't know if you noticed, but the guy on the right's got no legs. I have no legs.
Let's welcome tonight's guest. In this heat, he's got sunblock on his arms and WD-40 on his legs. Co-host of the Big Weekend Show.
Oh, shit. WD-40 on his legs. Oh, no. You're not okay to laugh about that. It's not okay to laugh about the homeboy's got no legs. He's got WD-40 on his legs. Oh, shit. For anyone not in America, WD-40 is like an industrial cleaner and lubricant.
Johnny Joey Jones. You can't put this man in a box because he already lives in one. Comedian and host of the Loftus Party Podcast, Michael Loftus. And she once ate her body weight in shrimp, which was one shrimp. New York Times bestselling author and Fox News contributor Kat Timpf. And finally, the Washington Monument still has height marks from when he was a kid. Former NWA World Champion and host of the Planetary Podcast, Tyrus. All right. So here we are.
I'm loving this format so much. I think they should just do the Gutfeld show all the time like this. Just in a park with nobody there. Just no applause track. Just this. I love it. I love it so much.
Joey?
Here we are.
Here we are. It's boiling out here. I'm sweating like an arsonist.
It's so hot, my feet are sweating.
I know, and that's hard to believe. What do you think?
He's so hot, his feet are sweating. He has no feet. These jokes keep coming. The no legs jokes keep coming.
If you were trying to figure out what socialism wanted, because they have goals, but they don't have systems. They confuse both of them.
Yeah.
Are they trying to get us to turn on each other so we don't trust ourselves?
I guess at the leadership level, at these people that are trying to get socialists in office and things like that, I think people who are buying into socialism, they're afraid.
You know what's funny about WD-40? So technically, WD-40 is an industrial cleaner, but it leaves behind an oily residue. So it works as well as a lubricant. So it's a great thing. Also, it smells great. Don't you love the smell of WD-40? I recently sprayed my garage door, those little brackets that, I don't know, the wheel bracket, the track, I guess. It's just a track. The track on which the garage door rolls. I sprayed all that. And so it was a lot of WD-40. I was like, still smells so good. Don't spray it in a well-ventilated area. No, the garage door was open when I did it, and then I closed it, and then I sprayed it again, and then WD-40.
Trying to trade opportunity for security.
Don't get it in your eyes.
Security, and it just doesn't work because security is a limitation of its own.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of people are just worried, they're scared, and it seems like something that they can buy into. Like, well, get a roof over my head and 3 meals a day, and I don't have to worry so much instead of going to rob a convenience store, which is how you used to get that type of security. They're like, I'll just vote for Zoran because you don't get to go to jail for just robbing a convenience store anymore.
No.
Really? You don't?
You get to go home instead. So, Loftus, do
Really?
you trust the vagrants at the shelter, or if you noticed a violent or a sinister shift in your bedmates?
No, they're still the most trustworthy people that I know. We all get together. We have a big bonfire. Even tonight, we're going to have a bonfire. It is hot. I'm still back on your Don Lemon joke of how bad you're sweating because I'm sweating like Nancy Pelosi at a liquor store. Oh, it all looks so delicious. Yeah. What do we want tonight, Mr. Claw?
Yeah, and a nice.
I'm sweating like Donald Trump at a preschool. I'm sweating like JD Vance on a couch. I'm sweating like Margot Rubio at the gay bar. I'm sweating like Jesse Waters on Grindr. I'm sweating like what the fuck? These are boring, stupid jokes. They're dumb jokes. Like sweating like a whore in church sweating like Donald Trump at a preschool.
Paper towel here to wipe the sweat out of my eyes.
You want the one that's been sitting under my thigh?
Yes. I'm going to sell this on eBay. Yeah, I had it right here, and then it disappears.
To get what you're saying about trust is like, we need to throw so many people in jail. It's really that easy. Like, if you break the law, you should go to jail. If you broke into the country illegally, you go home. And then we'll see what happens. America's supposed to be a melting pot, but nothing has time to melt.
Yeah.
It's America, the fruit salad. So let's just stop all the freaking illegal immigrants, put the bad guys in jail, and let this bitch melt for a little bit.
That's a great point. And you would probably have applause here if there was an audience.
Thank you.
Kat. Joe,
Probably get an applause.
I thought you couldn't
No
remember
applause.
my name. I was about ready to be really concerned.
You know, we talk about sanctuary cities, but the country was a sanctuary of laws. So, like during COVID or whenever, you could walk down the street and not worry about anything until you couldn't. All these changes made you suspicious of everything.
Well, I think that if you want to spin it as a good thing, that not trusting the institutions could be good as long as we're not trusting them together,
Yes.
right? Because there's so many people in the institutions that profit either financially or in terms of power when they divide people. And when you're little, you're not like that. As soon as your parents are like, I don't want you hanging out with that kid, all you want to do is hang out with that kid, right? So starting to make our own.
Okay, so I keep on seeing this shit, and it really kind of bothers me. So I just go ahead. Here we go. Here we are. In California, the figure represents 15.8% of all tax revenue comes from California. 15.8%, let's call it 16% of all federal taxes come from California. California pays $805 billion in federal taxes every year. You understand? You see these numbers, smarty pants? You see this? California residents and businesses paid $805.65 billion, representing 16% of all federal taxes. Could California withhold federal taxes? Let's look at this, Look at this. California It could be another front in the escalating battle between Trump administration and the Golden State. How odd that California's biggest sources of revenue are personal income tax, corporation tax, and sales tax, the last of which goes to local and state governments. The state does not handle other excise taxes, such as those from airports, transportation, and more, that the federal government receives. Oh, they even make money off our fucking airports. I forgot. And our ports. I forgot about those. California provided $83 billion into the federal government. California provided about $83 billion more to the federal government than it received. Nearly 3 times as much as the next state, New Jersey, which provided $29 billion more than it received. Donor state, New Jersey, donor state. California, donor state. What do you know? California got $50 billion and gave them $150 billion nearly. Jesus Christ. I'm so sick of just idiots constantly. Idiots about this California thing. Like, where do you get your stupid, like, Google it, you stupid fucks.
Own mind. So you even remember him
Brad,
saying that.
don't hang around with Brad. He's a bad kid.
And you're like, I want Brad to come over now. Why is he so bad? What's he doing? So I think if we could just use the distrust of institutions to start more trusting each other and not letting them turn us against each other, then that could be a good thing.
You're absolutely right. Don't let them tear us apart. Let them bring us together, like Brad did. Tyrus, what are your thoughts? How's your little fan?
They don't work.
They don't know.
This does nothing.
There's nothing.
It does nothing.
Yeah.
It's a comfort.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an illusion.
It's an emotional support fan. Yeah.
When I'm hot, I don't trust anyone. When I'm hot, I don't trust anyone. And the last thing I want when I'm hot is everyone to come together.
Yeah.
I want everyone to spread out.
Spread out. Get some room.
You know, we need some room. And I think that's your monologue. It hits home to, like, those are the things that we do trust in. But the thing with trust is earned. And when you break.
And Donald Trump earned your trust. That's why I am investing in Melania coin. Please send money to Cash App, Skyjack Morgan, or Venmo, Skyjack Morgan. And or you right here on YouTube, super chats work great. I will buy more Melania coin. Buying Melania coin because Donald Trump has earned my trust. I trust him with everything. He said that Melania coin is the most important tool for the future prosperity of America. Thank you.
Trust. You have to earn that trust back. You have to own what you did to betray us. And I don't think until we get ownership of the betrayal of trust in this country, you don't trust the media because they won't tell the story straight. Whenever there's an issue, it depends on what team you're on. No one polices their own side. So it's very hard for the American people when everyone in your own home is not being straight with you. Trust is a four-letter word now, and not the good kind, because somebody has to take those steps to get trust back. And that starts with, we're seeing all this fraud. It's so blatantly ridiculous that they don't even hide it. It's in broad daylight, but yet we don't see anyone brought to justice because everyone wants to cut fraud, but not on their own team and not on their own budget. So
he's sweating through it. Look, he's got sweat under his tits too. He's wearing a hoodie. And he's got so much sweat under his tits.
It's a sad monologue in the sense that if this was cooler, I probably would have some positive things to say.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
I want to say 2 things. One, I want to beat all the people on X who are going to say, Tyrus, trust is 5 letters.
Yeah,
trust is 5 letters.
That was the point.
Yes, I know, but I'm just repeating it. But the other thing too is, you know what you're seeing? One of the things that we're seeing, people moving out of areas because of low trust.
Exactly.
I mean, they don't say that, but it's like, why are people leaving the cities? Because they don't feel safe.
And they don't trust the system anymore. The system is literally telling them that if you're successful, you pay your taxes, you don't break the law, you're still the problem.
The reason why people are leaving is because everything's more expensive now. I was doing just fine. And then with Donald fucking Trump in office, everything costs more money. My coffee costs more money. My gas costs more money. The tariffs have raised my price of beer. The tariffs have raised, everything costs more money. And it's not California that's the problem. Everything was expensive here, sure. But I was doing okay. I was making it. I was doing all right. I wasn't rich. I was struggling. But now it's too much. And I could literally sell everything here and be rich in one of these poor states. So that's what I'm going to do. Like, that's it. California taxes you out your ass. California does not tax me out my ass. No, it does not. No, it does not. California does not tax me out of my ass. Like my property tax is kind of high. That's true. But it's not that high because my mortgage is pretty good. I got an old mortgage. The mortgage, once you get used to it, your mortgage, my taxes aren't that high, actually. The people moving in, it's going to be really hard for them because they're going to have to pay higher taxes because my property is more valuable now than it was. My mortgage is a lot lower than theirs. I owe way less than they will. My debt is far smaller than their debt. So they will have to service that debt and also pay taxes on that. So it's going to be harder for them because the property values are so high in California. So yeah, you get taxed out of your ass, but that's because your investments are worth more money. So, it's a give and take. There's no doubt about that. It's not easy. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's easy in California. It costs more money to live here. Now it costs way more money. It didn't, and now it does. Beer costs about $10 a six pack for a craft beer, like an IPA, and now it's like $13 or more. And a beer at a bar used to cost $6, $7, $8. Now it's like $11 or $12. It's too much. It's just too much. Coffee, my coffee went up 50%. 50%. And that's all because of Donald Trump. All those things are because of Donald Trump. And it's bullshit economic policies. So you could say, okay, well, already I was struggling to live in California, and you'd be right. But I wasn't always struggling when I had a very high paying job and everything. I was doing fine. California is not that hard. It's hard to be like a YouTube creator here and have a nice life and live in a nice place and everything. It's hard. It's fucking hard. If it were easy, everyone would be in the movies.
No, see, the person that has the most to lose is the one that's going to lose it. I mean, you see it all the time. People that have nothing to lose are going to keep committing crimes. There's nothing to take away from them, and they're not going to take their time away. They're not going to put them in jail. If you abide by the rules, that's how you built your life. Then you've got something to lose.
But you will.
Yeah, but California always costs too much. And also, by the way, it doesn't matter where you are. If you're near the coast, shit costs more. I was in Florida for like a huge portion of 2024, and it was rough. It was expensive in parts. With the closer you are to the beach, the more expensive it is. The closer you are to the coast, the more shit costs. The houses, the beer, everything. But you can do it. You could do it. But then once these tariffs started, once Donald Trump started really changing everything costs more money. Now the gas, like yesterday, I filled up my car with gas and I was like, holy shit. And I talked to the guy at the because I always go there. He knows who I am. And he's like, how you doing? I said, fuck, man, I just filled up the car with gas. It's still so high. He's like, oh, it's only 570 or 565 or whatever it was. I'm like, yeah, but it used to be under 5. I don't like the war in Iraq. The war in Iran is over. And so it's not 650 anymore, but it's still 565. That's too expensive. And that's not California's fault. It was already expensive because of California. Now it's more expensive because of Donald Trump.
We'll be seeing in the near future, because we've let in so many people from low trust societies into a high trust society, a clash between the two. And you either become one of these virtue signaling white liberal females.
Suicidal empathy.
Yeah, or you move to Texas or Tennessee.
Or Florida.
Yeah, or Florida.
Oh, the bullet train in California is so cool, man. I've been there. I've been to the structures. It's fucking so cool. It's like these high up bullet train that's going to shoot up. It's so cool, man. It's going to be awesome. These projects cost a lot of money. It sucks because there's so many people trying to steal. And then also it doesn't really, the money from the federal government that was supposed to help, the president changes and now they don't want to pay for it. So now California has to pay for it. But California is like, wait a second, you told us you would pay for it. And so there's always these problems when you build big projects like that. But hey, California also has the Golden Gate Bridge that they built during the Great Depression. I think that's pretty cool. And the Bay Bridge is finished. The new Bay Bridge is unbelievable. It's so cool. It's totally different than the Bay Bridge that I grew up because when I was in college, it was a different bridge. The Bay Bridge was a totally different bridge. It's crazy. They built a whole new bridge. Beautiful. And they'll finish this bullet train. It'll be awesome. It's taking longer than it should because of stupid reasons.
Anywhere where you're not, Loftus.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
Thanks for asking about that train, dude. That bullet train is gonna be so fucking cool, man. It makes me want to stay in California just to see it get done. It's gonna be so cool, like going out to Bakersfield, I think, and then you're in Fresno. So dope. How cool would that be? The fact that America can't build things quickly sucks, but When it's done, it'll be rad. I wish they were doing it out a bullet train to Las Vegas. I think that would be cool. They've been talking about that forever, doing like a monorail from Victorville to Las Vegas. So cool. They never get it. They always say they're building one. They never do it.
White House press secretary.
I don't know, but it's funny. I go to Mississippi and they don't even have roads. Like you can't even drive in Mississippi. I was in Jackson, Mississippi, and you can't even drive in that town. The capital, it's embarrassing. Like it's just completely the roads are just completely unserviceable. They'd have to redo all the streets completely. They're irreparable at this point. I've been to places all over America where I'm like, man, this place is just completely run down. There's nothing here anymore. Nobody wants to. There's no businesses left anymore. I've been all over Oklahoma and even Tulsa, this gorgeous city. Tulsa's such a cool city. Nothing's there, man. Just empty places. It's sad. So I think it's cool that California is still trying to build cool shit because most of America's just given up. Most of America's just given up on everything. Where else are they trying to build a bullet train in America? Is anybody else trying to build a bullet train in America right now? I don't think so. I don't think anyone's even trying.
Caroline Leavitt joins us now. The commie revolution, Caroline. Did you ever see this coming?
That was quite the monologue. Never would I imagine I'd be watching videos like that. Candidates running for the modern day Democrat Party. This is not your granddaddy's Democrat Party. This is not the Democrat Party of JFK. This is a full-blown communist revolution that is taking over Capitol Hill right here in Washington, D.C., just a few steps away from where we are sitting right now. The inmates are running the asylum. These are crazy people who are advocating against what I call the 3 Ps: prison, police, and private property. They don't want any of those things, and those are the ideals that
Prison, police, and private property. Yeah, sounds good. Let's get rid of all those things. Guess you forgot that it was you traitors who were caught funding every white supremacist badge and badge group in America. Well, you guys fund the cops. I guess the trade. Are you talking about MAGA? Yeah, MAGA funds every white supremacist and badge group in America. That's true. Yeah, exactly right. MAGA does fund all that. You're right. And they are traitors.
Founded this great country 250 years ago. But as President Trump says, communism is easy to sell. You just promise people free stuff. Until a few years, you're living in squalor with no free home, no free food. You're just sitting there with a whole bunch of communists looking around and saying, what the heck happened to our failed state?
And the president said he'd be a great communist. He'd give everything away for free.
Sale to make.
But he said communism, this new strain, it's the biggest threat the country in 250 years has ever faced. I mean, that's a powerful statement.
And he's 100% right about that. Because if you look at these candidates, they are becoming mainstream in the modern day Democrat.
Talk about tone down the rhetoric, huh? So you're saying that Zoran Mamdani is the greatest threat to America that this country has faced in the last 250 years. So if Zoran Mamdani gets killed, that's directly Donald Trump's fault, right? Because he's saying stuff like that, right? We can all agree. The greatest. Hold on. Let me go ahead and. I can't believe people still believe shit like this. I can't believe people believe this. Hold on. Let's do a quick poll. Is communism the greatest threat to America in the last 250 years? Man, I can't wait to see what you guys have to say about that.
Party. You mentioned Chuck Schumer is worried about his leadership position. He should be, because if he was in a primary in New York State against Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is a socialist and probably commie-curious, as you pointed out, he would get wiped out. And he's the leader of the Democrat Party. Hakeem Jeffries is afraid of these candidates running because they are going to take over the Democrat Party. So
let's take it over. I love it. Take it over. What are you so worked up about, little baby doll? What are you so worked up about, little baby?
The way that we stop this communist revolution in its tracks is for great Americans across the country who love America, who are celebrating her in 250 years of our great nation this week, to vote against this communist revolution, vote against the Democrats.
I didn't know that about Erica Kirk. She has ties to high-ranking military commander who is a Satanist. I mean, I know she has weird ties to all sorts of fucking organizations, and she knew Trump before she knew Kirk and all this. I mean, it's so creepy. Everything about Erica Kirk is creepy. Everything you learn about her is creepy. That woman, her like... Like who sits there and does that?
There's only one choice. It's President Trump, it's the Republican Party, and it's common sense. That's what this is about. Communism versus common sense.
That's a good way to frame it. If it doesn't go that way, if these commies get in, they're going to be a powerful little caucus. They're going to here to blow things up. They're not here to negotiate Pentagon funding. They want zero Pentagon funding. They're in here to destroy the country. How would the president negotiate with people like that?
I'm not sure you can, and I think that's why the president is being so bold and warning the American public against this communist takeover of the...
Democrats are the reason Republicans win. Both are stupid, but the left is on a whole other level, and they hate this country, and some openly admit it. Oh, silly, silly, silly boy. T.A. Grimm. Silly, silly boy. I thought you were interesting for a second. Democrats are the reason Republicans. Yeah, liberals are the reason why fascists win. Yeah, Republicans are gone, by the way. There's no such thing as a Republican anymore. You have MAGA. You have the Nazi Party. You have the National Socialists, and you have the Democratic Socialists. Those are your choices in America now. That ship has sailed. This whole like, oh, the Democrats, Republican. Listen, they're saying it too. Those days are over. Fox is saying it. CNN saying it. The whole thing about Republicans and Democrats, they agree on the same problems, but they disagree on how to handle those problems. They disagree on the tax situation, and they disagree on it. No, those days are gone. Those days are gone. Republicans were eaten by the melanoma MAGA, the Nazi Party. That ship has sailed. All the Republicans that you have left are gone. They're gone. Tom Tillis is gone. Rand Paul, he's on his way out too. Just wait. He's a libertarian. He's almost gone. These guys won't last long. Mitch McConnell, they just found him unconscious. Mitt Romney, gone. McCain, dead. These guys, they're gone, man. Paul Ryan, like all the old school Republican, the real Republicans, they're all gone. Now all you have is Nazis and Democrats, which are basically just fucking Weimar Republican liberals. They're just Weimar Republic liberals who will not stand in the way. They've not done anything to stand in the way of the Nazi rise. They've done nothing. They've done nothing. Losers. You're right, though. Nazis can't exist without liberals. Liberals make Nazis possible. Well, let's hear them out. Let's be real tolerant. That's what happened to Weimar Republic. Let's be real tolerant. Let's listen to them. Let's listen to these Nazis. Let's see what they've got to say. And then guess what? The Social Democrats, with all 92 of them, were the only party who voted against enabling Hitler. The only party were the Social Democrats. And Nazis hate Social Democrats. And now what do you have? You have all the Nazis on TV talking about how much they hate Social Democrats. And then you have the liberals also talking about how much they hate Social Democrats. By 2028, there will be, you'll still call them Republicans and Democrats, but there's no fucking Republican, there's no Democrat anymore. Those are all gone. The Democrats are on their way out. It's just Social Democrats now. Republicans are gone. It's just Nazi MAGA now.
Democrats, and as Ronald
National Socialists, Social Democrats. That's who's running this country now.
Reagan perfectly stated, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. If these communists are given a chance at power here in Washington, D.C., if they retake the majority in Washington away from the Republicans, we will be heading down a communist takeover. Ask the people of Cuba how that worked out for them.
The people of Cuba. Cuba is occupied by America in Guantanamo Bay and has an active blockade against them. That's why they're not happy. Not because communism failed them, but because American foreign policy impoverished them, intentionally killing their children, starving them out. That's what we did. America, we did that. We blockade anybody who tries to have any kind of autonomy and live outside of our control. We fuck with, we starve, we strangle, and then we blame their Venezuela. Look how they did it. Well, yeah, because we blockaded them. We strangled them. We starved them. Why? Because they didn't want to sell us oil at our price. They wanted the oil belonging to the people, not to corporations. Iran, they wanted the oil belonging to the people, not to the corporations. They want to do it their way. What do? Starved them, strangled them, and eventually killed their leaders. Bombed their schools filled with children. That's how we do it. Shaky Knob says, God, I wish there really were communists trying to take over the country if only this one MAGA delusion was real. Well, you're in luck, because like a social democracy, if taken to its logical ends, it ends up with communism. But it's like fucking 100 years from now. Like the idea that we're going to have a communist revolution because social democrats are in charge is a bit ridiculous, right? But theoretically, it is revolutionary to say, hey, maybe we should care about our neighbors more than Israel. Revolution. That's a revolution right there. Hey, maybe we should have health care and stop paying for Israel's health care. What do you say? Hey, maybe we should have health care and not pay for Iraq's health care. What do you say? Like, that's revolutionary. Bernie Sanders said that $50 billion is all it would cost to have every man, woman, and child with healthcare, full healthcare, single payer healthcare in America. I think it's bullshit. But I think it's bullshit because in Israel, they pay like $65 billion for everyone to have childcare, healthcare, mental health care. It's a lot. And I think that what Bernie is like suggesting is that we could have what we have now for $50 billion for everybody instead of $3 trillion, and most people and many people aren't covered. Like, I think it's like 10 million people don't have coverage. It's bad. So we could literally have everyone cared for way less money. But even if we said it was 400, let's quadruple it, and we'll say it was $200 billion for healthcare for every American. That's still less money than we give to Israel. That's still a fraction of the money we give to the Pentagon. It's a fraction of the money that we give to corporations every year. We can insure we can have healthcare, not just insurance. We can have everyone has the right to go to a doctor when they're feeling squirrely. Maybe when they start feeling like they want to shoot up a school, they can go see a doctor. And maybe we'll have fewer school shootings. Maybe when they're feeling like they want to kill their parents, they can check into a facility and be like, I'm freaking out, bro. Hey, we'll get you a doctor, get you a doctor. All these crazy things that we have, we could get you a doctor. We'll figure it out. That would cost. Bernie Sanders says $50 billion. I think it's bullshit. Call it fucking $400 billion. Even if you take $200 billion and you pay for everyone in America to have health care, it would still be a fraction of what we pay, a fraction of what we pay for healthcare right now, a fraction of what we pay for the military.
I'm here right now.
Some of these kids, and I call them kids because they're in their 20s, and they've never had real jobs, and they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive when you don't have a real job.
Right.
Things are expensive when you don't have a real job. If you work 40 hours a week at anything, is that a real job?
Do you think that's getting traction? Complaining?
Unfortunately, I do, because this generation, my generation, I hate to say it, Gen Z and those younger than me have been raised with just silver spoons in their mouth, just getting everything handed to them. That's not the values this country was built on. It was built on meritocracy and hard work, pulling up your sleeves, pulling yourself up.
That's a myth. It is not built on meritocracy. Rich people get richer, the poor get poorer.
From your bootstraps and achieving the American dream.
Bootstraps. Just pick yourself up your bootstraps. If you're poor, then just stop being poor.
And we need to protect it with all we got.
Is it laziness?
A little bit.
Is it because the professor said the country's corrupt, it's evil, and we just need to shake them down and hand money out?
It's laziness and it's the liberal indoctrination. You bring up a great point about our education system. However, I will say a silver lining, so many parents that I talk to across the country are homeschooling, are turning to private education, are turning towards Christian schools across the country because they don't want their children being taught these communist and liberal ideas slammed down their throats. That's why President Trump in the White House has advocated so strongly for school choice across the country. We want kids to be taught to love our country. They should. It is the greatest country in the history of the world.
All right. I say, if they misbehave, just make all these young kids join the army, right? Shape them up. I almost had to.
Send them to Cuba. Send them to Iran. They'll want to come back real quick.
That's a good point. They can say hi to the gay Ayatollah. Thank you so much and welcome back, Caroline.
The gay Ayatollah. You see, see how he says the gay Ayatollah every day? Every day he says that shit. So if somebody killed him, do you think he'd have it coming? If an Iranian super soldier came and killed Jesse Waters, did he have it coming? Just curious. I'm not saying he did, but would he? Every single day he gets up and calls their religious leader gay. That would piss people off eventually, wouldn't it? I don't know. I thought we were supposed to be toning down the rhetoric.
Now with Reaction, Fox News contributor, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. Okay, we have followed together a lot of elections, a lot of them. I was the MC the night you became Speaker. Republicans out of power for 40 years. Never can I think of in the last 150 years have we ever had a midterm this unpredictable with uncharted waters, because there's never been one major.
That's Newt Gingrich. Remember when he cheated on his wife when she had cancer?
Party that's gone this radical. How do you analyze this?
No, I think you are exactly correct. I've been doing a lot of thinking about it. I have to tell you, none of the recent post-World War II patterns fit here.
Remember when he was Speaker of the House?
Straightforward. You have a very strong president doing very bold things. If they work, and you begin to see gasoline come down, you the economy.
The party of hope and change is now the party of socialism and suffering. Wait, do you guys miss Barack Obama? Maybe you guys should stop talking shit on Barack Obama so much. Now they love him, huh? They love him now that the Social Democrats are coming for him. Now they're so afraid. They're loving Barack Obama. They miss him now. All you maggers miss him, huh? You miss him? You miss him, maggers?
If it works, then you go into an election where the choice is going to be between a common sense, productive Republican Party and a Democratic Party, which is increasingly crazy. It's a combination of big government socialism and very weird social values. And I think people don't realize that when you start pulling together all the pieces of the modern Democratic Party, it's literally verges on being crazy. Because
Hassan Piker!
We do a project.
Hassan Piker has a lot of childish shit in his room. I can't even tell what all that stuff is. I don't even understand what's happening with Hassan Piker. He's got a GameCube back there. A lot of shit back there. There's too much going on back there. He's got a Labubu.
Sean, called America's New Majority Project, where we've done polling since 2018, originally created by Bernie Marcus. And we're looking for 75, 80, 85% issues. What we're finding is the Mandamis of the world, the AOCs of the world, they're down at 10 or 15%, but they're in extremely Democratic districts. Or they're up against really weak opponents.
DSA is corrupt. I don't know. We're going to get to the point. Like, I don't know if you heard, but Donald Trump made like $2 billion last year. You're saying the DSA is corrupt? Please call in. Tell me how tell me about your evidence about how the DSA is corrupt, please. I'd love to hear it. This is a call-in show. Please call in.
Fact is, when we get to, I'll give you an example. I sent out today on X and on social media. Does Mandami think that Madison Square Garden should be at 78 degrees during the wedding this weekend? Now, I guarantee you, think about it. You think Taylor's going to want to stand there sweating?
No, nor should she.
She's a billionaire. Don't worry. She won't be sweating. Taylor Swift won't be sweating, okay? Swifties will not sweat. Don't worry. He's asking everyone to do their part and not overload the grid. You understand? Don't worry about Madison Garden, honey.
But here's the big lesson. Socialism takes power from you. They take care of the powerful. They take care of the guys with connections.
So just like National Socialism has taken power from you, given power to the powerful, like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, the guy over with the Zucker tits guy, the Jeffrey Bees nuts. Those guys take your money and power. So what do you mean the socialists are the problem? Oh, you mean the National Socialists? You mean the Nazi Party, MAGA? MAGA is taking money and power from the people and giving it to the rich in order to pretend like they are going to achieve some great Volksbedarfnis, not like ein Volks. They need to have. I'm sorry, I'm thinking in German because I'm talking about Nazis again. They need to narrowly define who they're benefiting in order to be good for the folk, good for the public. But the public they narrowly define as the white Christian national, right? So people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent and Peter Thiel and Zuckerberg and Bezos, these guys, they'll give them power and try to forge relationships between them and the federal government in order to benefit a very small slice of America. And everyone else is either, at the end, is either in the street, in a camp, or dead. That's how Nazis work. And that's what he's describing. Mom Donnie hasn't taken any power from anybody. He's filling fucking potholes, giving people childcare.
And they rip off the rest of us. So Mandami's saying their policies block them from creating enough electricity to have normal American level air conditioning where you get to pick what you're willing to have in your house. So instead, they're going to try to impose across all of New York City a 78-degree uniform temperature.
They can't impose that, you dumb motherfucker. Do you think that what the fuck are you even saying? You think they're going to send soldiers in to change? Mark Best, I don't recognize your name. Go ahead and put your just your age in the private chat, please, so I know that you're not a child.
Sure. Unless you're powerful, you're famous, and then of course there's an exception.
Well, it's like Jimmy Carter saying, put on a sweater and lower your heat to like 65 degrees in the middle of winter. Americans didn't quite like that style. So let me give you an example. So
wear a sweater in the winter. That is rough. That is rough. Mark, have you put a age? Just, I see you over there, Mark, but I don't see. Just tell me how old you are, man. Mark Best in the house.
Well, go ahead. What?
I just have to say this. Remember the setting. You have Carter in a sweater in front of a fireplace, and we learned later they had air conditioning on. I mean, you cannot get more phony.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Wear a sweater when it's cold. I never turn on the AC. I don't know why people are always obsessed. Like when I lived in Las Vegas, I turned it on sometimes. That's true. Yeah. Number one in his category. Skyjack is fair across the board. Number one in his category. I try to be firm but fair. Oh, Mark, where'd you go? Mark, what happened to you, Mark? Mark, what happened? Mark left me.
But there's something we have to talk about first, mostly because, and Chris sort of alluded
We had a caller, but he wouldn't tell me how old he was. What happened, Mark?
to this, as did I, of just how embarrassing it is for Donald Trump. And I don't know if you've been following how things are going at Trump's great American state fair that is happening here in Washington, D.C., but we definitely have been. This was the scene on Tuesday when there were...
Oh, your age is 36. Well, come on back, Michael. Click on the thing. Come on back. That's all right. Sorry, man. That's fine. I just don't want to. Sometimes I get like little kids. I don't want to talk to little kids, you know what I mean?
Actually, more people in the band
Come on back.
on stage than there were in the crowd watching them. That's not the ratio you obviously want. But things
That is sad when that happens. That's a lot of people on the stage too, man. When I was in the band, we only had when we had the most people, we only had 4 of us.
really didn't get much better from there. All week, there were very sparse crowds at this event, thanks in part to the absolutely bizarre entertainment choices that Trump...
I'm sorry. Do you guys not see that that's like a Stonehenge thing? This mini mock-up of his arc of Trump, the Trump arc. It looks so bad too. It just looks like just European wannabe shit, man. It's just it's just disgusting. Let's put an arch with eagles on it and an angel.
Booked for the affair. Like, say, this is one of my favorites because it's so strange. This moment, when the guy who used to co-host Ted Cruz's podcast seemed to defend the Salem witch trials in an apparent debate with someone who I'm guessing is about 10 years old.
This is so crazy. This guy's talking to a child. Have you heard about this? This guy's talking to a child at the Great American State Fair.
But the one area where the Salem witch trials went a little far is, I would say, they weren't organized enough. So you had these like random judges, kind of burning these ladies. I don't know if
First of all, the Salem witch trials didn't burn even one lady. They hanged them. There were no burning. People did not burn witches in America. That never happened. That never happened. They burned witches in Europe. And so people like to tell the stories about how we burned witches here. We did not burn witches here. We hanged them. We just hanged them from ropes.
they were guilty or not. But I think if it were more formalized, built up a little bit more.
All right, Mark Best, here we go. What's the deal and how you feeling? Mark Best, welcome to the show.
I'm good. I actually am a co-contributor on another political channel.
Awesome.
So just tuning in, I always like to just look at the landscape and just see, who's reporting what they're reporting and, how they cover the news. And you do a great job.
Hey, man, appreciate that. What's your channel? I'd love to promote it.
It's called, I'm a co-contributor for a channel called V Media, VMEEDIA, and I'll do the same on mine. So
Rad.
The channel, normally the lives are around 2:30 a.m. because the main my main partner, he's in Denmark, Copenhagen. So
rad.
Yeah, so he has a broad audience when it comes to having the European side and also the American side, but he's also able to discuss a lot of progressive policies, and we talk about, obviously, very similar here, and I'm in New York, so I'm in the epitome of the DSA movement.
I can kind of hear it. I can kind of hear that you're from New York. I could hear it a little bit. I was like, this motherfucker from the East Coast for sure. I'm from New York. Hey, what's happening? I'm gonna see it. I got a gun. Let's go to a Broadway show. Yeah, that's awesome. That because I do a show with a European on Sunday. I do a show with my man over in Holland. He's in Amsterdam. We do a show called Ethical Underground. Yeah, we get into politics, but we always like try to address like an ethical. It's more heady. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's less reaction-y. It's more like heady, talking about like deep issues and shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that.
On my channel, we try to just kind of educate the voter, right? Because a lot of the American base just isn't they aren't educated on political science, civics, things of that nature. You know, right now my main talking points personally are uncapping the House, right, and term limits on the Supreme Court, because we won't. I think that's the most effective way that we can see change with the two-party system.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to keep the two-party system, I like that. I have a similar point of view. I think we should term limits on everybody. I don't know why we don't have term limits on the House and the Senate too, and Supreme Court, SCOTUS, the whole fucking lot of them should have term limits. The abolition of the Electoral College and a proportional Senate. I think it's bonkers that New York has the same amount of senators as North Dakota. Like, that just does not make sense.
Thank you.
Makes no sense to me at all. So if the idea is that Congress, both houses, are supposed to represent the people, they're not representing the people. They're representing parties and state. Yeah. It's democracy filtered through the oligarch, and I don't like it.
There you go. And it also takes off this like superstar status that a lot of these reps have, you know. They're not fully representative of their district, right? A lot of them just spend time in DC and stop representing their district, right? And so that's where the disconnect is happening here in America within the parties, both Democrat and Republican, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, a larger, you know, an uncapped House, you know, technically the data shows we're supposed to have around 700 reps. You know, 700 reps, right? And there's no reason why we have the House just held hostage by a lot of these smaller states just due to the rep count.
That's exactly right. Totally agree. I mean, I think that the same thing could be solved by, instead of, yeah, I mean, it's basically skinning a cat two different ways. Like if you wanted to uncap the House and allow them to overcome the filibuster more easily or something, I don't know. You still got to get past the Senate. And if you have this, but I think if a proportional Senate is a better way of going about it than uncapping, although you could do both. I mean, I'd be fine with both. You know, but if you said that we should have 700 something people in the House, well, why don't we just add 200 seats in the Senate? We'll just add 200 seats in the Senate, and then we can have proportional democracy like what we claim to be. But I don't know. It kills me. So are you in New York? Are you in the city? Where are you in New York?
I'm in Brooklyn.
All right, cool.
I'm based in Brooklyn.
And in Brooklyn, I'm really liking what I'm seeing there with the DSA. And
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, when you said both Republicans and Democrats are disappointments, I think that's an understatement, right? I mean, we need new right now. I don't know how long you were watching. I think Republicans have been eaten by the National Socialists, and the born enemies, like the natural enemy of the National Socialists, are the Democratic Socialists. The Social Democrats are the only ones that stood up to the Nazis during the Weimar Republic. And I'm into it, man. I hope that movement spreads from New York. A lot of times things do.
You're right. And I do agree that the movement is more natural than anything. When you look at how a lot of these campaigns were ran, they were ran off of small individual donations, right? In contrast to even, you know, the Democratic opponent that they're, being primaried against, they have upwards of millions placed behind them just in ads and visibility, where the DSA movement is really held on by its rhetoric, policies, and just the connection to the working class individual. And I think that's where the appeal to the DSA just wins overall, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think also age is a big part of it too. I mean, I
is.
love the fact that Kiros is 29 and she's unseating a woman who's been in office for a year longer than Kiros has been alive. Like 30 years as a congressperson is too fucking long. And it's
insane.
It's insane. The talk about that's just career politician. And she's a Democrat. I have no party affiliation because I just
agree.
I mean, I might end up with a party affiliation if the DSA keeps going because I like a lot of what they're saying. I love what's her name? Liza Avila. What's her name? Eliza Avila. I was just talking about her.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank as well.
I was talking about her all day yesterday. I think she's so cool. Avila Chevalier. Daria Lisa Avila. Yeah. I think she's so cool. She's born in 1994. And she said some shit that she deleted in her 20s. I don't care. Like, I probably said a bunch of shit in my 20s when Twitter was new. I probably said a bunch of shit I should probably delete. You know what I mean? I'm okay with people talking shit in their 20s. So I'm all right with that. And it's crazy that they used to be like, because Republicans used to do this all the time. I remember in Virginia, the governor had written all this shit about how women shouldn't have the right to work. And he was 30 and he was writing it as part of his dissertation at university. And we were supposed to forget it because he was just a young man, 30. Right? But I'm supposed to
true.
Yeah, if it's Republican, 30 is a long time ago. And I'm supposed to forget about Brett Kavanaugh assaulting women in his 30 or late 20s, early 30s. I'm supposed to forget about all that. But Daria Lisa Chevalier, she wrote some tweets in her 20s that I'm supposed to be all up in arms about. I just don't care at all.
This current admin has done a good job in misinformation, disinformation. And, my slogan with this current MAGA movement is redirect, lie, and just pretty much filibuster, right? Like they do, Trump himself isn't a genius, but the individuals around him, they have really systemically chipped at American infrastructure when it comes to politics, right? And it's upsetting, but it's scary, right? It's scary what they have been able to do, the way he's been able, especially with these more recent Supreme Court justice rulings, have been able to consolidate, executive powers. It's scary.
Yeah, it's always going to be easier to burn down a school than it is to get education. To get educated. To educate yourself is hard. You don't have to be a genius to burn down a school. You don't have to be a genius to tear down America. You just need power and charisma. And that's what Donald Trump had. He had popularity, power, charisma. I mean, Adolf Hitler was not the most brilliant man. Neither was Mussolini. Mussolini was kind of an idiot, but he knew how to capture. He was popular. He was famous. He was a good speaker. You could get pretty far as a con man.
You can.
I think everyone on earth has been conned by another human at some level, even if it's like a petty con, like the guy at the subway station late at night asking for $5 so he can get a I just need $5 so I can get home, man, please. Like everywhere you go is the same. Like everyone has fallen for some kind of con, right? And it's not that guy is super smart. If he were smart, he wouldn't be out conning. He'd have a job. If he were smart, he'd have a good paying job. He'd be doing something with his time. Instead, he's midnight at the subway station looking for fucking $5. So I think Donald Trump doesn't have to be smart. He just has to be clever. He's just
what he's done is because I have a very close friend of mine who ironically was an illegal immigrant. He got his status, and he was a campaign manager for the Democratic Party, right? He was extremely effective. out here in New York, and then they moved him to Philly for their primaries because he was just so effective.
Nice.
And now, unfortunately, now he is a lobbyist for DoorDash, making $500,000 a year.
That's how it works, though, man. I mean, I ran a campaign for state legislature in I was a campaign manager in Virginia, and then when we lost because we were in Virginia, we thought we did better than any Democrat before, though. So like we were very proud of that. and I really learned how the Democratic Party works, and I was pretty disillusioned by the whole thing. But you start looking at, well, what can I do with my degree? What can I do with my I took my LSATs. Maybe I should think again about going back to law school. I was this close to going to law school, and I decided against it. And then it's like you start looking at that shit, and you're gonna have to work for Monsanto or Purdue or Cargill or fucking DoorDash. You're gonna have to work for these companies in order to make your nut and pay off your note, right? You got to pay your bills, but you also got to pay your debt for college, right? I'm sure he had some if he has any kind of education. So it's like they got you, man. Like that's
to even speak on that, to further that topic, it's hard that once you start making that much money, which fortunately it hasn't necessarily changed him in terms of his political views, classism, right? Classism is a big reason for people now, once, no matter how educated you are, because education does, skew more towards the Democratic side when it comes to just logical and critical thinking, right? Because you are educated, the more educated you are, the more critical thinking skills are developed. That's not necessarily always, nothing exists in a vacuum, but ideally, right? Because educated.
And even if it isn't critical thinking, you're more informed, you're more involved. Like I remember when I was at Berkeley, it was always they had all these statistics about like a Berkeley grad is more likely to volunteer time at the homeless shelter, more likely to get involved in these things, and like they had all these statistics. And it's like, is that because they're liberals? No, they just like are more informed about the world, so they want to help out. They want to work at NGOs.
It's education, right? Fundamental education, right? And so even now, as much as he's enjoying making $500,000 a year, he doesn't enjoy his work, right? It's not fulfilling, right? And essentially, as a lobbyist, you're pretty much just attending galas, across the country, talking to, just party affiliates, right? Hey, let's slow down on this bill, or hey, you can have a more progressive bill in 5 years. Just don't pass this one, right? And saving your company money here and there.
And a lot of these lobbyists are actually called, right, because they need experts. Like if they're going to write a bill, they need experts, and so they'll call the guy from DoorDash because they're going to write a law that's going to involve DoorDash. Let's call the DoorDash guy. It makes sense because these guys aren't smart. The guys in Senate, the guys in the House, they're not smart guys usually, and they need help. And the only expert they can reach out to are the people working for fucking DoorDash. So it's like, if you're gonna
you hit it right on the nail right on the head, right? And similar to you, right? He has a ton of criminal justice, just education overall, right? Has his master's and was ultimately thinking of going back to law school in general, right? And there's strong statistics that show in economic uncertainty and downturn, they use the attendance in law school as a barometer for the economy, right? So when you're struggling, even as a college educated individual, and you're considering going to law school, the idea behind it, using it as an indicator, is that you're going to law school, acquiring a significant amount of debt, but coming out to ultimately a 6-figure job guaranteed, right?
Unless you go work for as a public defender, or like I have a friend, he went to law school, and that's what he wanted to make that money, right? He wanted to make that money. And he did. He ended up working for some company, I forget. And now he's a public defender for children. He's the representative. Like he represents the child in like custody cases or abuse cases or CP. What do you call it? CPS cases. And so now he makes no money, right? Now he's now he's not poor, but he's like compared to his cohort, he's the poor one, right?
Yeah, he's probably making like 75K a year in a
versus
high
his friends are but his friends are making, far more than that.
Bank.
Yeah. Yeah, because
And,
they
you
all went
know,
to fancy universities.
there you go, right? And I think that's where, when we look at just even that sort of dynamic, we can circle it back to the current Democratic Party, right? I think that's the difference between the DSA and your established Dems, right there, there. That pathway right there, right? You're educated enough to understand, but you're choosing the establishment ways because it's just more lucrative, right? Versus standing on morals and principle and maybe taking, a 30, 40, 50 $50,000 a year pay cut in order to make more impactful movements on a moral and civic level, right?
Or also to feed your own soul. I mean, I'd love to think that everyone's doing it altruistically, but also just being able to look yourself in the mirror, man. I'm sorry. Like one of the reasons why I didn't go into law was because I didn't want to make moral decisions based on money. And that is very difficult. I see one of my friends in the chat right now. He's from New York, and I'm always trying to convince him to take a pay cut and go into the arts because he's in the theater scene in New York, but he's a programmer and he works in tech. He makes good money. But I'm like, dude, we only have so much time on planet Earth. Dude, try to get a paying job in the theater. People are still paying people in the theater. Yeah, it's gonna suck, but you might be happier. Maybe you'll like want to drink less because you're enjoying your life more or something.
Look, I mean, hopefully, he makes his money. And that's probably one of my best advices from my friend as well, right? I tell him all the time, hey, make your money, give yourself an exit path, right? Secure yourself financially, get your investments in order, buy your house, but eventually, stand on those morals and hopefully change the world, right? Hopefully impact the world in such a positive way that you're remembered more for what you've done than what you did in terms of work that won't be remembered at all, right? We're all cogs, especially in this machine that, once everyone's replaceable at the end of the day, and once you leave.
Yeah, that is something I've heard my whole life. Everyone's replaceable at the end of the day. Every fucking place, every place I've ever worked, they say that everyone's replaceable at the end of the day. Well, then what are we doing here? Why are we here? If everybody's replaceable, maybe we should all quit and see if they can replace us. Because this is, what do you mean? No, I'm not replaceable. And every time some business, I remember, man, when I worked in Vegas, they would say that shit because there's these massive resorts, and they would say shit like this. Like the VP would say this. Well, at the end of the day, all of us are replaceable. Then go. Then you're not working well. You're not doing a good job if you're replaceable. I'm sorry. Like then you're not in the right profession, I guess. Like you want to be irreplaceable. And
exactly. And I think, when you step away from that corporate side, you become invaluable, right? Like you become so valuable that what they don't pay you, you get back in how you're able to impact everyday people.
Totally.
Right?
And there's social status and there's these intangibles. Being noticed for doing a job well done, feeling good about what you're doing is worth far more. And also, by the way, you can actually start carving out time for your family and your friends and your community. And it's amazing how that works. No,
you're 1,000%. You're 1,000% right. So, for instance, I personally took a step back in my own career. I was a district manager for several companies. I just didn't have time. Like, yes, I was making great money, but stepping away, and I was actually honestly forced to step away for medical reasons, and the downtime I got was so valuable to me. I had a niece I have a niece, and at the time she was around 3. And I didn't realize that she's probably seen me a handful of times, regardless of the connection I have with my sister. And so, being newly disabled at that time and spending just an extreme amount of time with her. Now this is my best friend, right? This is my best friend. You know,
and your
seeing that,
ties to your
there's no
sister
doubt
are
on
probably stronger than ever now too.
Yes.
Like these are
Right.
things. Yeah, man, I that resonates with me big time because I was I was opening in restaurants and resorts, and you know, some people know that we work, you know, 12, 13, 15 hours a day and stuff, and people forget that, like, when you were restaurant management and resort management is fucking crazy hours. And my mom died during COVID, and
Sorry
and
to hear that.
yeah, it was rough, and it was the worst thing that ever happened. But also, she was one of many people I knew who were dying. I just was one of those people that knew a lot of dead people during COVID, and then I had enough saved up that when she died, I was able to leave that job. I tried to stick it out for a while. It just was not. I couldn't lead. I couldn't be a leader and make this guy rich and have this huge team with his troubles. And so I ended up leaving, and now I am so much happier and able to, and I started my YouTube channel. You know, I started like going more deeply into the things that I actually want to do, you know?
And, you know, thank you for that, right? Thank you for that, for, you know, recognizing what fulfills you, you know? And I think, you know, speaking from obviously what you've shared, you know, you become more passionate about people who even deny things like COVID, right?
Yes.
Because it
Yes.
impacted you so much. You know, I had a
Mhm.
best friend whose grandfather was so impactful to my life, who COVID took, you know, as soon as the pandemic started, right? And so
Mhm.
when I hear individuals talk about it was a hoax, I get so angry, but yet passionate that
Mhm.
they're choosing to essentially disrespect individuals who have lost people so close to them because they are refusing to educate themselves or lived in a bubble. You know, these people have never studied virology. They have no clue what it means to be vaccinated, right? They don't care if Donald Trump himself is vaccinated and has been boosted twice, right?
Yeah,
This is
he's
all
got the
public
boosters.
information.
Exactly. But Mark, I'm actually envious of them in some ways because they didn't have to experience it. I'm actually a little jealous that they were, I don't know, baking sourdough bread or whatever people were during the pandemic, and I was working and watching people die. And like I'm jealous. I wish I could be, oh, maybe it wasn't real. I don't know anybody who died. Yeah, because you were quarantined. You had a good life.
Yes.
Like that was by design. They tried to not let you know people who died. They saved your fucking friends. You should be happy. None of my friends died. Great news.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good for you. It sounds like it worked for you. Meanwhile,
No, look.
McDonald's workers were dying. McDonald's workers were open. They were dying. You were 60% more likely to die as a line cook than any other profession. More than nurses, restaurant workers were dying. And no one cares. No one cares. No one. You
Those
never
were
hear about it.
the true service members, right? The
Yeah.
individuals who were, you know, who are a part of the lower middle class, who could not afford to take off or consider themselves or their family. Where I knew individuals who were working in the service industry who legitimately had to quarantine themselves in separate rooms just out of fear to not get their family infected with COVID, right? Where they didn't see for months, you know, living in the same household, you know, they would refuse to even just acknowledge or hug or kiss, you know, their family members because they did not want them to pass from COVID because they've already seen significant amount of deaths within the family or within their social circle, right? And that's the reality that a lot of anti-vaxxers just never faced, especially during that, you know, that critical time. And when we circle back to the data, right? Right now, even in red states, and even shortly after the vaccine was released, they still died at a higher rate currently because they are unvaccinated, right? And I'll do you one better with the change in the healthcare system. You know, we had, you know, in the chat, you know, I saw a few individuals speaking about Texas. Texas has the highest rate of uninsured individuals in America. That is not by choice. If you think someone is choosing to go uninsured and risk medical debt and the livelihood of their everyday life, you are sadly mistaken. You
Yeah.
know, and when we look at the uninsured, you know, the top uninsured states, they're almost all exclusively red states, and it has to do with, you know, poor infrastructure, minimum wage being just as low as possible, right?
Yeah, it's
And
poverty
here
in
we
those things,
see,
but it's also distrust. It's
yes,
lack of education. There's a lot of people who are like, a lot of times when it comes to poverty, a lot of comes with this machismo thing. I don't need insurance. Like, I knew a guy who thought that if he drank the Sani fluid, a shot of Sani fluid, that it would kill his. This is not a joke. And he thought that because Donald Trump's on TV talking about drinking bleach, and like and the food safe bleach we have in restaurants, it's the red bucket, and he did in a little ramekin, and he shot it because you could it's not going to kill you. That's why we use it in restaurants. Because he was so macho. He's like, I'm never going to get COVID. I do my shot every time I feel bad. I do my shot of fucking Sani fluid. And it's like it's funny, but it's also like, damn, this is why. And he was a chef, and it's like, of course, he was a kitchen manager, and I'm like, of course, all you kitchen managers, all you kitchen guys are dying. You're fucking thinking that you could drink the Sani fluid and cure COVID.
You know, and to circle back to education, right? You know, a lot of these red states are welfare states, period, right? And the fact that they are welfare states doesn't allow these states to properly have a great structure when it comes to education, right? And funding, right? After school programs, things of that nature, you know, school lunches, just the basic things that, you know, we get here. Well, I get here, or was experienced here in, you know, such a blue progressive state like New York,
especially the big cities. The big cities, you kind of have to, like, even the red states and their big cities, they're got to take care of their people, because you got to have a workforce that's alive. I mean, the cities require a ton of labor, and if they're dying in the streets,
if you notice, those major cities in red states are what? Blue cities. It's almost as if when people get educated and have higher pay, they become liberals.
Yes. Well, it's funny too. I think though, with cities, also a city at the end of the day is also a testament to how, if we work together, we can build these crazy, like, if you look at a city, there's all these safety concerns and things that you have to do, and a community comes together and they build these things. They fail when it gets too top heavy, but I think that there's a culture that happens with a city where you start prioritizing the needs of the public, and that's socialism. You're going to get to be more socialist when you do that. And so culturally, I think cities are just, it's like it's baked into the cake. I have another guest coming in. Do you want to stick around for a second, Mark?
Yeah, please bring him on.
All right, Klaus wants to come in. Klaus, you're on the air. You got to turn on your mic though. Klaus, you got to turn on your mic for me, and you can. Klaus said he wants to talk about the right to work, I think. Klaus, you're on the air. Klaus, can you hear me? Uh-oh. I think Klaus might be on. Your mic is on, Klaus, but I cannot hear you. Can you hear him, Mark? No.
No, can't hear him.
No. All right. I'm gonna pop you back off, Klaus, because I can't hear you. I don't even know if you're there right now. Maybe let me know in the private chat if you're still there. Yeah, I mean, I just think that some of those things are baked into the whole culture of a city, and why people move to cities, and why minimum wage has to be higher in cities, because rent is higher, and you still need Starbucks employees. You still need people to serve coffee, so you need to raise the, and the rent's too high, so you got to somehow freeze the rent and raise the minimum wage so that you can have people serving coffee. Like, I don't.
And to piggyback off that, it's the reason, especially like, one of my main talking points in terms of on my channel, right, where I'm a co-contributor, I always highlight the difference between socialist policies that offset capitalism, right, and the inequality that comes with unchecked capitalism, and socialist as an economic structure, right? Those two things are different, even if they rhyme, right? A lot of the policies within socialism, those socialist policies can be adopted in a capitalistic economic system to offset that wealth inequality. right?
Yeah.
When we talk about universal healthcare, universal education, childcare, and we have the Nordic countries as prime examples, right? My the main host who I co-contribute on this channel for is in Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark, right? And
Yeah.
he's able to experience that firsthand, right? And it doesn't eliminate, you know, your private insurers. Ideally, they have two insurers, right? Everyone's insured by the country. And if you choose to get secondary insurance to expedite a lot of your basic needs when it comes to like dental, emergency surgery, now you go to that private market. And even then, it's so much affordable. It's around $30 to $50 a month, depending on your income, to even acquire a secondary insurance. Where here, we're paying $500-600 a month just for your most basic packages when it comes to healthcare.
Yeah, I'm about to leave the state of California and move to a place where I've paid everything off, and my biggest expense is going to be healthcare. And right now, I'm insured by the state, but like I'm gonna spend, it's gonna be like $300 something a month for the cheapest, and I don't go to the doctor, you know. So it's like, what am I doing? It's really annoying. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time with Klaus. All right, Klaus, you're back on the air. What's the deal and how you feeling?
I'm pretty good, just chilling.
All right, nice. Klaus, you said you wanted to talk about the right to work, I think, the right to a job.
Yeah, it does kind of sound a little communist maybe, but or socialist, but I think a lot of people are disenfranchised just because a lot of jobs are more in the private sector. They're not really a lot of government jobs and stuff.
Yeah.
And
sorry, keep going. Sorry, I thought I can't see you, so it's a little bit different. But go ahead, please.
Yeah,
continue.
well, I mean, I don't know. I just keep thinking about how to preserve, like, remake the like the common good, like how to make communities safer again. You know, and it's usually just people lacking money or the opportunity to make money.
Yeah, I mean it's always a problem because of money, right? I mean, it's either the lack of money or who's got the money, right? Is always going to be, and so we have to go beg for it. We have to go slave ourselves away for a corporation or something, and we're at their disposal at the end of the day, right? We have to make sure that we are able to work. We find our niche with the man, right? We try to find something about ourselves that we can present as valuable to them, so that they can extract the value from us. And I know it seems like, well, that means that we need to have more government jobs or something. And sometimes that's how it works, right? We start having huge input into like the New Deal, where we're able to build crazy shit with federal dollars. But what do you think about that? Do you think that's the idea of a right to a job would be that the government steps in and does it?
In a way, but I would specifically go into more like farm labor jobs, because you know how the saying goes, where it's like there's always more work on the farm. You know, there's always more room to create agricultural potential, and you know, with food and all those things, that's not like trading stocks. You know, it's not like an inherently inflationary job that actually just inflates the money supply, you know, or not inflates, but inflates how much money is actually worth, you know.
Right, I get you. It doesn't affect like the cost of a dollar or whatever if we're growing food for people. Obviously cash crops and livestock feed is a little bit different, but yeah, I get what you mean. I guess you said something about socialism and communism. Now, of course, socialism and communism would be a little bit different than what we're describing here, right? Like socialism and communism especially would be your labor is a gift, and you are going to contribute what you can, and you're going to take what you need. That would be like this kind of end stage utopian version of socialism and communism, that you're not having to slave away for somebody else. We all kind of vote on what kind of crops we're going to grow, and we all get to work doing it because there's always work on the farm. Just like you said, there's always work to be done. Even if even we need clothing, we need housing, the basic needs of humanity are carried out by all of us. And once those needs are met, we can start looking at these luxuries and whatnot. But but you wouldn't necessarily be affected by money at all in that scenario, because there's no really need for money. There's no need for gold, except for what gold is actually used for, like as computer components or something. But like you wouldn't allow some slaver to come in and pay you trinkets made of gold in order to spend all your time with them.
Do you mind if I chime in?
Please, Mark.
I understand what he's saying, but I do also want him to understand that, capitalism leads to upward mobility in terms of class. Not that I'm extreme capitalism, right? I do believe that we need strong social safety nets and social policies to offset that wealth inequality, to ensure the integrity of the people participating within these economic structures, right? When we talk about free healthcare, a universal healthcare, universal childcare, universal education or free education, right? And when we talk about just healthcare in general, right, we have two options that we can go with. We can go with the public option, right? The public option in terms of the state or the country being a health provider or a competitor on the market in general, competing and giving the lowest cost healthcare option to its people, bringing effectively down these corporate and private rates for insurance, because they have to compete in the market. In order to compete within the market, they now have to compete with the largest insurer, which would be the state. Or you can go the universal route, where the most basic form of healthcare is provided by the country, right? By the federal government. And if you choose to get secondary or tertiary, insurance, then you shop in the private market. But even that would be affordable because it's not necessarily a necessity, right? You're not mandated to purchase these insurances at whatever rate they give them to. But go ahead.
So I get like the nuts and bolts of this, and you're making salient points about the current situation, right? And that's I can agree with all of that, because maybe that's what it looks like, but it's, I think, unethical to let people like Brian Thompson run around killing people until Mangione gets a hold of him, and that's where we are today. And we're like, well, let's compete with these guys on let's all get together and we'll compete with the Brian Thompsons of the world. No. Why are we allowing Brian Thompson to murder our comrades, murder our brethren, murder our kids? Why are we allowing these corporations to do this? I don't see how. Then that leads back to the claim that you made that capitalism promotes upward mobility, and I disagree. I don't see how you can make that claim. I could agree with the nuts and bolts, the realpolitik, like how are we gonna get national health care. Like, it doesn't matter to me, because literally I think we could chop off all the heads of the Brian Thompsons of the world, restart over tomorrow, and it would still be better than the situation we're in right now. Even with all of the friction and horror show of flipping the entire world overnight, the entire country overnight, and single payer, it would still be better than what we have today. So
I agree, but I think it would essentially, with when I try to give a nuanced perspective, it's because of the current structure of America, right? Like, it would literally take
totally. That's what I'm saying.
Completely dismantle it. Yeah.
Your version is very much in the weeds and completely realistic, and I love it. You're totally right about all that. But where I think you're wrong is your claim in the beginning of what you said, saying that capitalism somehow promotes upward mobility. Please tell me how it does.
Well, it allows for that free market and individuals who push to be innovative through that monetary incentive to create a lot of the things or improve a lot of the things within society, right? So when we even look at some of the Nordic countries, right, they're not completely socialist, right? They do have a fundamental capitalist base, but just have those strong social policies to offset all of that, right? They have a strong welfare society, right? They have re-education when it comes to unemployment.
The beautiful welfare states of Sweden, Denmark, all the Scandinavians, right? All of Scandinavia. Just put them all in one bucket. They're all doing great, right?
They are, yes.
But you know who isn't? The people of Bangladesh, the people of Sri Lanka, the people of the global south who are being raped and pillaged in order to afford those lavish lifestyles of Scandinavia.
You're 1,000% right? In order for capitalism to exist, the way I always say it is someone has to eat shit in order for someone to eat gold.
So how is it promoting upward mobility? It's not promoting upward mobility in Sri Lanka, even
for those who are in the developed
So we're back to nationalist. We're back to National Socialism, where it's great for this sliver of white people.
Yes,
it's great for this small portion. Not even all the whites, just this group of whites. The blonde hair, blue eyes. That's what we want. They're doing great.
No, look, you're 1,000% right? I advocate because personally, I'm a social anarchist, right? I don't necessarily see a current structure that fulfills the true needs of the people, right?
Or even prioritizes it. Doesn't even prioritize the needs of the people.
My personal stance is a social anarchist, right? Because I don't necessarily see how these current structures just prioritizes their people, right? And also, if they do prioritize their people, disenfranchising others, no matter where they are on the global scale, right? And when I do speak, I try to give it from an American, nuanced perspective, because we have such a strong right-wing based individuals who have just the most basic level of understanding when it comes to economic structures and political science, right? Go ahead, Scott.
No, I totally agree with you. Like the realpolitik bend, I get, because like we've all got to wear the Kissinger hat from time to time and be like, well, this is when the rubber meets the road, what we're actually going to have to do, right? Like I get that, but Klaus comes in talking about the right to work, and I'm saying, fuck the right to work. There's always work on the farm, Klaus. You're totally right about that. There's always work, but right now you work and you have no access to upward mobility. Not really. You're never going to be in the liquid is used. You're busy chasing liquid so that you'll never have capital. Liquid is a tool that they use to keep you from never getting capital.
Correct.
That's what liquid does. The capitalists own everything. They pay you a fraction of what you're worth through liquid.
A fraction of a percent. Yep.
Yes, you get almost nothing out of your value of your labor. So imagine
what you're hire you at a rate that allows you that will force you to go seek healthcare from the state, so they don't have to provide it.
So they have to provide it, and they won't pay for it. You'll pay for it out of your paycheck somehow. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. But I guess so what do we have rights to? Now, I think the right is the basic necessities of life, that everyone should have access to all the shit that they need. And when it comes to luxury stuff, not everyone's gonna want, gold trimmed, I don't know, sports jackets or whatever the hell you can think, or fancy cars. That stuff we'll ration that shit based on whatever. But the basics everyone needs: food, shelter, clothing.
The finer things are just trinkets and dog whistles.
Yes, exactly.
To appeal to a higher class, right? In terms of giving the illusion of happiness and luxury, right? Because
most people don't want those things.
Exactly. They want the basic things, right?
They just want the basics.
They want healthcare. They want education. They want stable, affordable housing, right?
Yeah, they want a roof over their head, a place to get laid. Basically, they want a place to get laid. They want some clothing so that they have something to take off when they get laid, and they want safety. They want safety so that they can meet a woman so they can get laid. It's the basic shit. They want enough food in their bellies. That's it. And they most people want to have a kid. They don't want their kid living in the lap of luxury. No, I've never heard a parent saying, I want my kid to have the best of everything. No, they want the kid to grow up as a good human and learn how to do shit like Paul McCartney's kids. They were raised rich. They were raised on a farm. That's the dream.
Yep.
The basics.
And to piggyback off of that, if America wants, to be so nationalistic and have birth rates climb much more, you might want to provide these things and these safe havens in order for the birth rate to spurt, right? Here in America, right? And let's not even get into the fact that we have declining birth rates. And in order for, the most basic economic structure to continue to grow exponentially, we need people, right? This is where immigration comes into play, right? We need working people. And the only way to insert working individuals who aren't directly a part of your population is immigration.
Yeah, I mean, and the only reason the reason why you need immigration of that is because we're not having kids like we used to. I would have kids if I weren't working 70 hours a week and barely. Yeah, every time I've had a lot of money in my life, because there have been times in my life I had lots of money and I was working too much. I barely saw the girls I was with. And it was always a lot of girls because they were coming and going because I was busy working all the time. I couldn't forge, and then it's like, then every time I had enough time to have a real relationship with a woman, I didn't have any fucking money. So I couldn't have any kids.
It's like you're speaking from such a factual standpoint. And I think, us as men, right? I think that is what a lot of men, especially on the right, are just so frustrated with. So they don't understand that, right? This is where the incel culture comes into play, because just like you mentioned, there's been times where I have made a substantial amount of money, and the individuals, the women I were with, they didn't feel valued because I just didn't have the time, right? I had the money to take them on the nice dinners, go on nice trips, even if it was limited, but it was so limited that we didn't even get to know each other, right? We're trying to get to know each other in these social settings that demand a certain level of decorum when we don't even know who we truly are. We haven't just sat down, with our most ugly face on and just had a conversation because capitalism dictates I must get up, be this, and American capitalism dictates that I must be this strong man who provides and over provides by overworking, even if it's at the expense of my own personal life.
I have to sacrifice for her. I'm to take her out to this night. And also, when you're doing that, you attract the type of woman who's also on that path. Yeah. They're on that same. They're in that same shitty cycle. It's not just you. They're on it too. Neither of you are in a good place. Like there's apes don't mate in captivity. Apes don't mate in captivity. They don't like having babies in captivity. It's hard to get panda bears. Panda bears don't like to have babies in captivity. And we're in this, and we're all watching ourselves, and we're like, oh yeah, well the profit motive, it's natural. No, it isn't. You're looking at animals in the zoo. We're in a fucking zoo, and we're like, well, the profit motive of clearly what's really driving. No, man.
Yep.
Just if you went to go look at a bunch of bonobos at the zoo and you said this is how bonobos act, you'd be wrong. That's how bonobos act at the zoo.
Yes.
This isn't the natural state of bonobos.
You're 1,000% right. And I think, to circle back to the incel epidemic here in America, it does have to do with how capitalism or extreme capitalism has affected your everyday male in America, right? And like you said, I've had tons of money where I was able to take the lavish trips and do the fun things, or quote unquote fun things. But it was the only free time I had. And those relationships were dissolved because if that's the game you're playing, there's always going to be someone who has more money, right? Someone who's always more appealing, right? And when you don't get to know that individual, the superficial service level things become the only thing that matter, and when I've had less money, I've had more time, but now, especially in this Instagrammable or social media world, it dictates how a relationship should look in terms of monetary value. And now when you don't provide that monetary illusionment of happiness, now you have the other social dynamics that play into a relationship. You're not taking me on the trips that I want to go on. You're not taking me to the fancy restaurants that
And
I
even if
want.
you are, you're not there, right? Like my father,
Exactly.
my
Yes.
father worked his ass off when I was a kid. I barely saw the fucking guy. Like and then we moved here so he could be closer to work, and I still never saw him because he was working. He just worked more so that he could afford the nicer house. Like I grew up in LA and we lived, I grew up working class. And then when I got into high school, I moved to South Orange County and my dad had a little bit more money, and I still never saw him. He just worked more. Now we were like 15 minutes from his job. He still just worked all the goddamn time. And it's like that's not a relationship. Give me a break. Klaus, you said you wanted to say something, man. Pipe in.
Yeah, I'm listening to these complaints, and a lot of these social programs, they're not producing physical goods, so they're making money less valuable. So you're going to have to work more. You're going to never see your kids. You're going to do all these things. And the other part is, I don't care what job it is. It's always going to be prejudice, whether it's a government job or a private business. It's always going to have some level of prejudice to it. And what that does is it lifts up businesses that no one else would normally want to be a part of. You have all these really bad companies with really bad people at the top. And to give the freedom to people to actually just say, no, I don't want to work for you anymore. I'm going to go work over here until you no longer exist. And then I'll come back and make something different,
Well, first, I don't really know what you mean by prejudice, but the first thing about the goods, right? They're not producing goods. Sure they are. I mean, 73% of the income of dairies, that's all corporate subsidies. The spaceships from SpaceX, that was all corporate. That was all federal loans. The federal government. Our socialist programs created the internet. Our socialist programs created the GPS satellites in the sky. Our socialist programs created the touch screen. Basically, every component of the iPhone was created by tax dollars. So it is actually producing stuff. I mean, even things like the combustion engine. Yeah, there were capitalists working at it, but they were federal dollars going into that. We were paying for that. We were subsidized, especially stuff during the World War II. All of those innovations all came, and the bridges, like all of the engineers, all of those were paid for by federal dollars.
Of our greatest achievements, Sky, have been through programs or studies that our government subsidized or gave major funding to even start. The whole reason why we even touched the moon was because of our government providing those funds in the form of research, right? To be able to get and make the rockets and technology that allowed us to even get to the moon, right?
A lot of this goes back to education again. Go back to Benjamin Franklin saying that we need to have compulsory education in America as part of our national security, but also as civic pride. If you want to have nice shit, you got to teach people how to do shit. Like that goes back from the early days. You got to teach people how to read. It used to be America had the
right on the nail. You're hitting it right on the nail, right? Because when we have those fundamentals, that creates the proper patriotism, that creates the proper nationalism. It's not something that's just held on by some yesteryear dream that we assume was the greatest America that ever experienced, right? You become more prideful no matter where you come from, and you assume the identity of whatever country because of what they can provide to you. And the more they can provide to you, the more naturally patriotic and nationalist you are, right?
Yeah,
you become that by nature, right?
Up until the Civil War-ish, we had the highest level of literacy in the world. Like we had more literacy in the United States of America than any other country in the world, and we've lost that title. Like, shouldn't we be the most readingest motherfuckers on the planet. Like, we produce more books, we produce more writers, we have more Nobel Prize winners of literature, but we don't have as many people who can read anymore. Like, that's crazy. And when I get what you mean, like the fear of making money worth less, though, Klaus. I don't see a problem with that. Money, first of all, we shouldn't be using money to buy the basic necessities of life. That just
makes it easier.
Yep.
Yeah.
60 to 70% of the money you spend is on your basic necessities: food, housing, education, transportation. 70%.
So
right?
it's so
just
interesting.
keep that in mind.
It's so interesting you say that, because I was reading. So right now I'm reading The Conquest of Bread by Peter Kropotkin, who is like the one of the architects of anarchism theory, and he's talking about the statistics in the world for how much time people are spending at work in order to just afford a roof over their head. And he's talking about, like, 6 months out of the year, people are spending 6 months of their lives every year are being spent in order to own a roof. Not even own a roof, just have a roof over their heads. They don't actually own anything. And so I looked it up. It's worse today. It's worse. We're spending Americans are spending like 60% of their lives now earning money for and today it's a house and car, right? Because you have to have you can have a place but you still have to have a car to get to work and do the shit you need to do. So house and car now is, because back then they didn't have cars, it's over 60% now just for that. Before you've eaten, bro, you are spending more at work. 60% of your life you're giving to somebody so you can have the basic necessities. That's crazy to me.
No, the percentages come out when you factor everything in. You're looking at closer anywhere between 70 and 76% of your total net income is going to your basic necessities. Right? House, car, transportation, or just food in general, right? Like those, when you factor everything in, you're essentially working for 20% of your overall income, and even then it's an illusion to spend it on the fancier things, like going out to dinner, right?
Yeah, that's what you really want. Yeah, exactly. So you can have these small luxuries. Like the illusion is that you're going to work hard, you're going to get these luxuries, but the truth is you end up working over half your life. This gift that we have, this amazing thing that we have, that we're alive and breathing air and we're able to talk and do all these things, and we're slaving for nothing, for the basic necessities. And so when it comes to like the money, there's arguments about whether or not we should even have money, but like as long as we do, right? Imagine if you had everything paid for, Klaus, and you not paid for, you just didn't pay for food and shelter and transportation anymore. Now you can buy other shit. And now maybe there is stuff that money still has a value for. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you have to work 1 day a week at Starbucks in order to, I don't know, have a fancier car because you just want one, or you want to go on a vacation and air travel isn't free. So, maybe there is still some, but slaving away 40 to 60 hours a week for fucking nothing.
Yeah, I agree that hours are way too much nowadays. Like, isn't it that cavemen only worked like 2 hours a week, just go killing the animal?
Oh yeah, not even kill. Like they're grinding shit. They're hanging out. Like they're most of them, they weren't killing animals. Most of them were grinding corn and shit. They were doing stuff.
Yeah.
They were trying to figure out how to grow stuff.
You basically have to take anabolic steroids to actually keep up with the actual amount of hours worked, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, that's why caffeine and speed and meth and all these drugs are so, and all these psychotropes and all the drugs we're on. But what's crazy when you talk about that, I'm reading Peter Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread, and he's basing it on a 5 to 8 hours a day, which now Bro, when I started working 8 hours a day, I felt like I was on vacation. I was like, you motherfuckers are only working 8 hours? This is what it feels like? I have so much energy. I was working 12 hours a day. I felt like I was dying. I did that for years. I'm lucky to be alive. We have another guest. Her name is Smokin' Blondie. Welcome to the show, Smokin' Blondie. Are you ready? Let's go.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't tell. What's the deal and how you feeling, Smokin' Blondie? Have you been following?
Yeah. I was wanting to add that this is the whole purpose of capitalism. We're doing exactly what was intended. They want us sick, tired, lonely, not having enough energy or time to research facts so they can force feed a reality that is killing us. Capitalism's killing all of us. It doesn't rectify human life. And it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And we have a majority of people who the education system failed, because that's the point of capitalism, that don't know they're being killed and that they're willfully helping the system kill them faster. You have people my age who have, I have children. I have a 25-year-old and a 17-year-old who grew up without me, basically. I work, in the restaurant industry, where that's the choice I had to make. I didn't have any other options. Daycare was even expensive back then. One parent stayed home, but we struggled financially because of that. Now it's impossible. Everybody has to work, all hands on deck, or you don't eat. Rent in Indiana is $2,000 for a 3-bedroom, and our minimum wage is still $7.25.
That's insane. That's insane, and I'm sorry to hear that. But you are right? Like you are right. I think, in America we've justified the capitalism extremes because it wasn't at our doorstep, right? And now that capitalism has affected the globe and we live in a global financial system, it's right here at our front door, where before we were able to ignore it, right? When we look at the 40s and 50s, we were able to ignore it because it was affecting, the other countries of the world while we were eating the gold and they were eating the shit. But now it's our turn, where half our plate, if not more, is the shit part that we are forced to consume in order to continue the rabbit wheel or the hamster wheel of capitalism. Yeah.
The 40s and 50s was, a lot different, because we're at like 350% salary discrepancy between CEOs and the actual labor going in. And it's gotten to the point now with, Citizens United, where the oligarchs have bought and paid for our government. We don't have a democracy, and it's only getting worse. And I'm with Jack. Behead 913 billionaires.
913 billionaires, it's over. Or you could get all 3,500 if you can round them all up. There's 3,500 billionaires on planet Earth. There's 900 living in the United States. When it comes to the 40s and 50s, you guys, like, oligarchs were always, like, the American government was set up to have oligarchs filter the will of the people. That's why we did it our way. It's the name of our republic, right? And why black people were worth 3/5 as much as a white person. All of these things were based on oligarchy.
Wasn't that time that NASA was getting started too?
NASA was started because we decided to join forces with Nazi scientists and take out the Social Democrats, which hire a bunch of Nazi scientists and we can start building rockets to beat those damn Russians.
Money.
Yeah. Well,
to beat them.
But the thing is, what's the difference between now and then? I agree with you guys, but the other thing is that we had unions. We organized labor. Labor was valuable. The laborers had lots of power, and even though the scourge of racism was far more prevalent than it is today, even though it's bad today, whatever, I get it completely. I'm not mitigating that at all, but it was far worse in the 40s and 50s. And the way they were able to overcome it was through the labor unions, because labor was valuable.
You're hitting it right on the nail, right? So I also just make that, that evident, right, is the fact that the workers' rights, right, workers' rights, because that's what, obviously unionizing is, right? It's a form of workers' rights and collective power, right, for the worker when you unionize. And a lot of the union busting happened, in the 80s, right? 70s and 80s, late 70s and 80s, when we had our Reagans come into play, our Nixons come into play, right? Where now they lowered those tax rates for these richest corporations, and they started directly funding union busting.
That's what
right?
when government union busting started happening. It was always happening. Like there were bloody wars fought in front of coal mines because they were murdering organizers, just like Coca-Cola murdered a bunch of organizers in South America because the government didn't stand in their way, and the government decided to bust the unions. I mean, part of the reason this is happening today is that labor is not, and I honestly, this is a little conspiratorial, but I think that after COVID, when labor, do you remember labor? All of a sudden, everyone's, oh, we need people to get back to work. Oh my God. Well, we're going to pay them 5 times as much as we think they're worth. Well, that's all gone. Those days are over all of a sudden. How'd that happen? Miracle.
Funny, right?
Yeah.
It's funny to bring up another point. One of my other close friends, he is a city worker, right? Where they have some of the strongest unions. And being around, those group of individuals, surprisingly, even though their strength comes in the union, they work 20 years, they're retired, right? They're retired after that 20. They have a great pension, great healthcare subsidized through the taxpayer dollars of New York City, right? But all of them, if not most of them, I don't want to say all because nothing exists in the absolute, most of them are staunch Republicans. They are staunch Republicans. They are for the same value system that disenfranchises unions, right? Like it's mind blowing.
Well, don't ever forget, man. There were Jews who voted for Hitler. There were Hispanics that voted for Donald Trump.
Yep.
There's always going to be people who vote against there's women who vote for Republicans year in, year out, year in, year out, way before we got to this ultra national socialist MAGA situation. Like, and you could get why Republicanism, like old Republicans like John McCain and shit, some of the stuff they said even resonated with me, and I'm a fucking anarchist, sometimes libertarian Republicans sound pretty good to me, and like I could find common ground. This new thing, that's the thing. This is new. I get what you're saying. There's people who because I grew up around that. I grew up when I was in high school. I was in Orange County. There were people who were union guys voting for George W. Bush, and I'm like, what are you talking about, right? But that seems quaint. That seems quaint compared to what's happening. Project 2025 has union busting written into it when it comes to TSA. And the first thing he did was try to take out the union, illegally take out the union.
So to piggyback off of that, right? What this current administration, to circle back to just this administration in particular, what they've done so well is they have intertwined neoconservatism with neolibertarianism, right? And they pick and choose what benefits them and what face they want to show to that Republican individual who resonates with either or, right? And when you do that, you're kind of covering all the classes, right? When you appeal to neolibertarianism, you're appealing to that higher net worth, higher educated individual. And when you appeal to the neoconservative values, you're appealing to the segregationist of the world, right? The bigots of the world, right? The overall the religious factions of America, right? So he kind of covers his whole base, and it's the reason why MAGA's so diverse but so loud as well, right? Because you have your individual who's well over $1 million, who's MAGA, but then you have the $7.25 an hour individual who can't afford to put food on his table, but is still preaching MAGA, right?
They loved him on TV. They loved him on TV. They loved seeing him. They loved him on The Apprentice, and that's why the 725er, he's thinking, oh well, he's my guy. I love that guy. He's funny. That's as far as it goes, man.
I also think it has to do with, and you can break MAGA down into, different factions. But there are, just the sexist, misogynistic, racist who want to stand on, the on top of minorities because they think they'll be under them if they're not, right? But then again, there's the uninformed. So I'm in Indiana, and they're anti-union. I work part-time for Saab, which is a DoD contract. We're union. And they actually hired a professional. He's called the union liaison, who works between Saab and the union, right? The employees. He's 100% a union scab. And he's making, $200,000 a year to poison the workforce against the union. There are people who live around me, I'm in a heavy MAGA area, who think that unions are bad because they bankrupt companies. They think that if minimum wage goes up, everything they fought for, so their pay an hour, what they're contributing for health insurance, will be lost. And when you say to these people, you wouldn't lose that, you keep that, and then you go up X amount of dollars over the minimum wage hike. Nothing will be taken from you, but they're convinced when other people get made whole, they're losing something. And it's because they've been poisoned
My
for
favorite thing,
lack of,
my favorite thing about that is people that say unions are bad for workers. I love that. I love it when people say that, because I remember they're like, we're family here. Do you want to go through we're family. It's always that all of a sudden, every time someone's like, I think we should get in a union. Why? We're family. Don't you love me? That's what, then all of a sudden the corporation's like, aren't we nice to you? Come on. Why don't you appreciate us more? And that's every time they want to like pull your heartstring. I want the money, motherfucker. I want a bigger piece of the pie. I see how much money you're making and I want more of it. Klaus, you said you wanted to clarify something. What you got?
Well, I kind of like to comment a little bit on what we're talking about now too. The 725 guy, would that 725 really matter if that money went further? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it used to go further. That's
but-
why it's at 725. It used to go further, right? That's why it's at 725, because at some point, 725 was considered. I'll tell you what, Klaus, when I started working, this is so crazy. When I started working, the minimum wage was $4.25. And
me too.
And I got a union job after I got my first job paid me $5 an hour. I was like, man, I'm making so much money, and I'm making more than minimum wage. All my friends are making minimum. I'm making $5, and then I got a job. Then I got a job $4.25 plus tips. And I was like, now I'm really making money, right? Fuck. So then I got a union job, and I made $8.50. At Disneyland, $8.50, because the union said, what do you mean minimum wage? These guys are making double minimum wage. I was rich
bitches.
I was rich, bitch. And then they made the minimum wage $7.25, and people were like, we're all rich, we're all making so much money. Now 30 years have gone by and it's still $7.25. So Klaus, do you think $7.25 buys what it did 30 years ago?
Well, we need to increase the buying power, right? So not to school anybody on economics, how we do that is we produce more than we consume, right?
We already do that.
But we need to do it more than, right?
No, I mean not necessarily. We just have to make everyone pay their fair share. Why? How come? For example, have you ever seen those memes where there's like Elon Musk talking to one of his workers, and it shows how much money Elon Musk is making per minute of this conversation and how much money the worker's making per minute of the conversation? Like, the fact that those numbers are so vastly different is what's causing that inequality. There's no reason for a trillionaire or a billionaire to exist. If they could somehow extract $1 billion out of a business, that means that the worker's not getting paid enough. That's what's happening. They're being fleeced. You're getting robbed.
Not to school anybody on economics either. We are already putting out 80% unpaid labor across the board. Let's just take, for example, the CEO of McDonald's, who makes $12,900 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
The average McDonald's worker makes minimum wage, $7.25.
Yeah.
Again, I'm in Indiana. Rent average $2,000 for 3 bedrooms. We have homeless employees everywhere, right? Because who the hell can afford to make $7.25 an hour and pay rent, get food? And if you don't have kids, you now can't get food stamps. Like those McDonald's workers, and I did it for 15 years, they worked their ass off. They're worth way more than $7.25 an hour. Minimum wage is supposed to be the minimum amount you need to survive as an adult. People will throw out, oh, well, it's a starting job. No, bullshit. A starting job is babysitting or something.
If it's starting job, then close all the McDonald's. Then close 90% of the McDonald's. If it's just a starting job, they can't close them all. Close them then if it's only a starting job. If you need people to have a career at McDonald's and they're working 20 years at McDonald's, 40 hours a week, they need to be making enough money. And that's what I mean. So there was a statistic I read recently about like my grandfather's era. They worked their asses off. But guess what? Like even when my grandfather had a full-time job and my grandmother had a part-time job, now we are working 3 times as much as my grandparents' generation because all men and women, like this idea of a woman sitting at home working that's like as a mom, that's just not a real thing anymore. Like they try. I know there's people who do it, but it's rare and it's for a very short amount of time. It's not a full-time, lifelong thing anymore. They do it for like 3 years when the kid's little. Now they're a stay-at-home mom for 3 years. We're working 3 times as much, but our output is not 3 times as much. Our output is like 30% more. So where's all the money? We're all working more and we're getting less. Well, the money is it's a distribution problem like everything else in America, Klaus. It's not that we're not producing enough, it's that we're distributing it to the wrong places. Just like water.
Be that the social programs are being exploited?
To a small degree, but these are peanuts. It's like there's always going to be some, just like in corporations, there's people who are robbing the corporation. Every place I've ever worked, someone's on the take, someone's stealing. There's always somebody in organization who's stealing, doing something dishonest. So yeah, there's some corruption everywhere, but at the government level, it's very, very small because again, there's just not that much to be had. You're on mute, Mark. Mark, you're on mute.
It's peanuts in comparison to what the overall profit looks like, right? Like it's peanuts, right? So yeah, obviously,
like when I worked at Disney, I knew people who were robbing, they were stealing, and Disney's still in business, right? Like Disney knows people are stealing. People know that Disney knows people are shoplifting in the stores. Disney knows people are taking kickbacks. They know
it's baked into their numbers, right?
Yeah.
So when I ran I was a district manager for several companies and I had several stores. That theft is essentially baked into your overall profit margins, right?
Yeah.
P&L, right? Your P&L already has placed aside what that looks like. They know, right? They know.
we call it shrinkage, spoilage, and breakage. Like
Shrinkage,
it's shrinkage,
Waste.
spoilage, and breakage, and it's a line on your P&L, and you do try to mitigate it, and you're always policing it, but it's always gonna be there. It's always going to be, you're never going to get that number to zero.
Right? They incentivize it like, hey, as a manager, this is within your power to manage, right? And if you want to be a fraction of a percent profitable, we're looking at this one item line as your responsibility because the business itself is just going to run itself. But that's what
if you could bring shrinkage down by 1%, you can have one of your KPIs. Here's a bonus, or you get a pat on your back because they know that's part of it. So these social programs, of course, there's some people who are taking more than they should, but it's very, very small. It's minuscule. That's not, again, think of it like water. In California, we have a water issue all the time, right? You always hear about California and their water. 60% of our water goes to agriculture. 50% of our water goes to animal agriculture, growing stuff for animals. Now, who do they get on? But and yet my mom can't water her garden at certain times of day. It's not your mom at the fucking garden watering her flowers. It's these corporations who are taking their unfair share of our water, and now you got to take a shorter shower. That's what's happening. The minimum wage worker is going to have to take the haircut because the billionaire's taking more. That's what's happening.
When you have the boogeyman, you're like, these poor people are stealing from the food stamp program. I don't give a shit. It's food. If they're getting away with it, which is very rare, right?
And when they say stealing, you know what they're doing? When they're stealing from it, you know what they're doing? They're buying beer.
Buying
or they're
food.
they're buying shit that we all drink, we all do anyway. They're buying weed. It's okay. You can have a little weed.
You know,
But no one talks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's baked into the actual program. So when we want to look at, obviously from an educational standpoint, when we want to look at something like a program like SNAP, the maximum amount, here in my state is $186, which roughly balances out to $6 a day, $6 a day,
That's supposed to feed you.
$6 a day. And that's supposed to feed you $6 a day. And that also comes obviously with the stipulations of income requirements, right? If you are above a certain percentage of income or a certain amount, you lose it. You lose your $6 a day. So when they're talking about fraud, if you increase, when you look at certain stats, in terms of a progressive view, if they increased the cash assistant amount, you wouldn't have the need to sell your $6 a day for something like beer, something like anything else that the narrow description and items that are covered by something like SNAP covers, right?
Bro,
and that's what they won't tell you.
That's exactly it. Like I knew people, like I had a friend he has a green card. He is here legally, and he had an accident and he had to go to the hospital, and he's on Medi-Cal. It's our insurance out here. And he couldn't, so he lost his job. But then while he was recovering, he's like, man, I just want to get back to work. I think I'm okay to go back to work. I just want to work. He couldn't go back to work until everything was paid for, because if he got a job and went to work early because he felt better, after his surgery, he felt better after in a short amount of time. He wanted to work so badly, but he couldn't, because if he did, he would have to pay for his surgery. He'd have to kick in his own money, which he didn't have because he hadn't been working. So it's like, how does that make sense? Smoking
So
bunny,
a family of two here in Indiana, income minimum to get HIP, Healthy Indiana Plan, which is just a subsidy of Medicaid, but the state provides it, is $1,480 a month.
How's that going to make it? Yeah.
Nobody's going to make it. And, you talk about the cash benefits. Those cash benefits are also a fallacy. People don't talk about how it's like $200 a person. You can't have a job at all or have child support coming in or any type of income. You can't have family helping you at all. Or you can't get that.
Yeah,
And
you can't even have someone helping out with rent. I know. Yeah, you have to disclose how much.
And you have to pay it back. So let's say it's a person who's waiting on child support to kick in, doesn't have a job. When child support does come in, the government comes in and takes their money back, either out of your tax refund or out of whatever money you have coming in. That money isn't just going out and staying out. The government's taking it back.
Right. They're always clawing it back. Yeah. It's funny too, because and then we begrudge them for not even just beer and weed. It's like cable TV, like some things that we all, or their phone bill. We're like, oh, you've got a phone. Oh, you got a phone? You must be, what the fuck you mean I got a phone? Yeah, I need a phone. I can't work without a phone. What are you talking about? Like, it's what I think is really hilarious about the social program, and I'm not belittling you at all, Klaus, because it is a valid concern. Like, are we wasting money? Well, I first of all, I would say the goal of government is to promote public good, right? It's not to make a profit. It's not to be super duper efficient.
Yep.
Do we want it to be efficient? Yeah, but really it should be efficient at facilitating upward mobility, at facilitating the public benefit, facilitating humanity. That's what I mean. This is proto, Americanism, like Henry David Thoreau shit. Like, I'm not
Why we
making this
pay
up. This is,
taxes.
yeah, that's why we pay
taxes.
taxes, is so that we get something back, right? That's why we pay.
Representation.
That's right. And also, if I give you money, I want something in return, and I'm not getting shit out of a war in Iran, right? Like, I'm paying for that. Like, if you want to talk about corruption, they haven't passed an audit in 20 years, fucking Pentagon.
Yes.
They lose money every year. No one wants to talk about that ever. We want to talk
One
about
of
the
our biggest
welfare
line
queen.
items.
Yes.
One of our
the
biggest line
$1 trillion
items is
a year.
defense. It's defense.
Yes,
Defense.
It's $1 trillion a year, and I can't get health care.
When we look at how much money we put into our overall defense, right? Our Navy ranks 1, 2, and 3 in the world. In the world. 1, 2, and 3. There is not another country that even comes close to the amount of money we spend just on our Navy, not even just overall defense.
Yes,
the next
that's true.
country comes in at 4th place because we own 1 through 3.
At any given time, we have about 3 million people, in the armed services. 3 million. And then we have to pay for their health care and everything else. Why wouldn't we just have, that's the dumbest way to do it. Why do you have to be in the military to get a home loan? Why do you have to be in the military to get health care? Like, it's crazy.
That's by design. That is by design.
Yeah,
so
of course it is.
To circle back to healthcare, right? So in order to have healthcare, the main ways they want to revert that now, back with the big beautiful bill, right? Were through an employer or through the military. Those were your only two options to acquire healthcare, right? And that's promoted a robust military, right?
And not just that, it's not monolithic, right? Like, the military is the military industrial complex. There are lots of people making billions of dollars and exploiting workers because of the military, building tanks and jets and engines and even Saab. And like
Saab,
they're all building military, even Ball. Like, we think of Ball, the mason jar guys. No, they're also an aerospace industry, and they make all the aluminum products for these jets. Like that explosion that happened in Garden Grove that made national news, that was leaking all that toxic air in south of LA. They make the canopy laminate for fighter jets. That's what that was. It was fighter jet laminate. Like, this is a huge impact on all of us in ways that we can't even measure, and it's all paid for by us.
And our defense, right? This is where that money to our defense line budget is going to, right? And it's propagating a lot of these companies that otherwise wouldn't see the profit margin to even compete within our market, right? They're getting these essential subsidies or just flat out payments from the government, right, to stay afloat with no intrinsic value other than what they basically provide. But their corporate greed allows for them to undercut your average worker. Their workers getting way less while they're getting small subsidies and payouts from our defense, our government, essentially.
Yeah, they're double dipping, right? They're double dipping because we're using government contracts and subsidies for the corporations themselves, and then and buying jets, but also in bailouts and everything else, and loans, tons of loans from the government. But then also they're paying their people shit, and then they have all these externalities like explosions and leaks and all this, and then we're paying again on that. And if they're not paying their people enough, then we're paying again on that. Look, we're gonna pay them for their food stamps. I mean, it's fucking it's nonsense. It's a shell game, and most of the money's being siphoned off to the rich. And what I think is laughable, the most laughable thing of all, is that we have such a shitty welfare system here. We have such shitty ways of actually getting the basic needs to people, like the food stamps you guys talked about. And we're so afraid that the immigrant's going to come in and take advantage of this incredible system. They're going to be a leech on our system. What? What system are they taking advantage of? They can't join the military, and they have no documentation. The best they can hope for is that if they get a head wound, they might end up in the hospital and we'll put a Band-Aid on them and send them on their way. We won't let them die. That's about it.
But we won't even speak on the fact that, you know, a lot of these immigrants, and particularly illegal immigrants, are inherently being taxed, right, through just even something as simple as sales tax that they won't see the benefits from.
And withholding.
Right? They will not see
We,
exactly.
so we also have the I-10 number that is specifically given to them to report their income. And as soon as you put an I-10 number on a tax return, all the credits, refundable credits, disappears as an option in every tax program. No child tax credit, even if their kids are citizens, okay?
Yep.
No earned income credit, even if their children are citizens. No college credit, no tuition credit. They don't get any of that. So they're paying in way more taxes than your average American taxpayer or documented. Also, every year, $66 billion is paid into Social Security and Medicare by individuals who cannot collect on that, because the government knows every quarter where every single Social Security number is being used geographically, and they know you can't work in Cali and in Indiana. They could stop it. They choose not to
because they
wanna
take the
siphon
money.
that money. Yes.
Yeah.
And
they'll never collect.
Exactly.
And the
Social
person's
Security-
number they're working on can't collect it because the government's already red flagged that income and know they didn't earn it.
And when we speak on just the deficit, when they, you know, cover Social Security, we could easily have it funded if we just lift the cap. If we lift the income cap,
That's the worst thing.
Please.
The cap.
Yeah.
Smoking Blondie, what does it cap at? It's something crazy. When I read that Elon Musk, 168,000. So Elon Musk stops paying for Social Security like the first 5 minutes of every year, and that
it's the truth though.
But it's crazy. It's like 5 minutes. It's under an hour. I forget exactly what it was, but it's like from like on January 1st, he's done paying for his Social Security. But me, I pay
exactly
my whole life.
Or how about the people who are self-employed, Sky? Like you and I? We pay 15.9% in self-employment tax, which is our Medicare and Social Security. We don't have an employer matching us. So when I got a motherfucker telling me it's an entitlement program, bitch, I paid all that in. I want my money.
I'm entitled to it. You took my money and I want it back.
And social
By
service.
design, though. It's by design. It's by design. It's by design, right? Because they want you to believe that we shouldn't be funding these entitlement programs, right? They want you to get upset because the ultimate goal is to have you work till you die.
Well, yeah, that's the bet of Social Security is that at 68 now, at 68, you will either still be working or dead. Like that's the bet.
Sky, I think we're 72. I think our age limit now for you and I is 72 to get our full payout.
I think it's wishful thinking I'll ever get it.
Well, that's why I tell people take it as soon as you can. You don't know when you're going to die. Take it early. Take that cut. Take it early. Take every dollar you can and make it work for you. Because I'm going to tell you what. They're going to keep taking. And when you're a civil servant, you don't pay your Social Security or Medicare in. We pay it for you.
You know what's crazy?
All the police, we pay theirs. And they still want to say it's entitlement.
We subsidize them. We subsidize them. Go ahead.
COVID was the boomer flu. I wonder, like Social Security must be doing banger numbers now. Like Social Security should be in the green since all those people died, right? Like all those boomers died. Like it should be okay now. Why am I still so worried about my Social Security? Like I'm never going to see it, and I'm offended as a self-employed person that they're hunting me down for money now because I didn't pay my taxes yet.
Well, we'll take care of that, but
how do we make these corporations responsible for how they treat us, other than the right to a job?
Cut their heads off.
Other than the right to a job, it's a good okay.
That would be a passive way to do it, is what I'm saying.
Passive? Never mind.
I think maybe it's not as passive as you'd like, but I think unions are the way we do it. You have to organize. We have to. I don't know if this is totally passive, but there's a couple things. Okay, first, right now, general strikes are illegal in America. General strikes are illegal. It's why I think it's 2028, a lot of union contracts, because unions actually still do work together, even though it's illegal for them to work together, they still do. And
Yeah,
a lot of collective bargaining agreements expire on May 1st, 2028, I want to say. And
it's not really a strike though. If you have somewhere else to go, you have that right to that specific job. You know what I mean?
Not in the contract. Our contract for IMI, when Boeing went on a strike, because we're in the same union, we couldn't even do a lunch walkout for 30 minutes.
Right, you can't
In
do
support.
something. Right, and so because of sometimes you see big ones like with you see the strikes that are famous are like teachers unions and entertainment unions, and they're kind of like, because they're big unions, you never see it though. You never hear of a Las Vegas strike. Minor ones have happened, but they won't strike all at once. Imagine all of Las Vegas shutting down. That's what a general strike would look like. All the unions from each hotel. It's all the same union, but they're unable to do a general strike. It's against the law.
Yeah. We're not going to be able to cut the military funding. So the only thing we can, as civilians, can affect would be the corporations and how they treat us.
But Klaus, what do you mean we can't shut? What do you mean? What are all the drones
Unless
for?
you're-
What are all the
unless you're
drones and
putting some
automation?
men, obviously, but yeah.
What are all these AI data centers and everything for? We're cutting funding. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
We're going to cut people. You think we're still going to have 3 million people in our military? Those days are coming to an end. We see how successful the Iron Dome is over in Israel. We want one. We're calling it Donald Trump's calling it the Golden Dome, and he wants Space Force to do it and shit. These are real, very real things that are going to happen.
Scott, have you covered the NDAA Act? Have you covered that?
No. Go ahead, talk about it.
Systems can be
So
taken off
that's
PMPs.
the national.
That's true.
That's
Klaus,
the
but-
national defense. That's the National Defense Act that
Yeah.
would intrinsically tie us to Israel in terms of information and funding.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that. How they want to make it like a new NATO. Basically, it's going to be its own. Our militaries will be the same now. Why support Israel? It'll just be the same. It'll just be the same military.
And the reason they're pushing for it is because they don't want to continuously seek a lot of the funding that they have to on a year-by-year basis, right? And now with this current administration, with the overwhelming support they have for Israel, they want to take advantage of that, right? With the majority of both House and Senate being Republican, right? And when we look at the bill, because I've been covering it on my other channel, right, on my channel, where the overwhelming Republicans overwhelmingly support it. Like, it is almost exclusively overwhelmingly supported by Republicans, right? And to circle back to that, more recently, the Pentagon released information saying that one of our biggest national security threats in terms of spying is Israel, right?
Yes.
So, like, which one is it, right? Are we going to support them, and intertwine them into our national defense, while they've been proven by our own Pentagon to be one of the largest individuals in terms of espionage, espionage on our country and being a national threat, but somehow we're pushing forward with this bill, in particular section 228 of the bill states that we will share our intelligence with Israel, just blatantly. There is no classification when it comes to what we share for them or share
Right, they
with
basically
them.
want to remove whatever illusion of a partition exists. Basically, they're trying to make it. But to Klaus's point, I think that we can. It's happened before where we have cut government spending on the military. It's happened before where we've held them to audits. It just hasn't happened for a long time, and partly it's because of AIPAC owns both parties. Partly it's because of Boeing owning both parties. These companies they're not exclusive, man. They love Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah.
If you had an actual movement of like the DSA. I think what normally happens when social democrats start talking is they start getting murdered by Nazis. Just wait for it to happen. You start talking about redistributing wealth and cutting out the billionaires, they usually kill us. That's like, I'm not big enough to get killed, but don't worry. If I once I get to 2 million subscribers, like, don't be surprised if I get black bagged. You know,
those pesky red triangles.
I mean, there's a reason. Yes, exactly. There's a reason why Martin Luther King Jr. is no longer with us. You know what I mean? Like, it is not because he talked about racism. It's because he talked about wealth inequality, and there's a reason why these things happen. But they do happen.
Could it be though that they already know how to run the system properly, but what they're doing is they're just making desperate military age men to go die in wars?
Yes,
it's money.
No, yeah, Klaus. But Klaus, I think there's a lot to that. Not only desperate military age men. Look, here's the thing: to the billionaires, since feudalism, our children, working class children, and poor children are grist for the mill. As a boy, you're either a laborer or a cannon fodder. As a girl, you're either a sex slave or a secretary. These are what this is why Epstein Island sold boys and girls. That's how they see you. There's a reason why Arkansas just lowered the age of people allowed to work in slaughterhouses to the age of 13. They want that every time. And if you go back to the 40s and 50s, like we were talking about, or a little earlier, child labor was normal. It was normal for a child to be in a factory. So you're right. College, the fact that it's 18, do you know why we're allowed to vote at 18? It used to be 21. It's because those damn hippies got in the street and said, fuck you, I can't vote, but you're telling me I got to go die in a war? And so now it's 18 and you call it military age. That's crazy. Even that, no shade on you, but the fact that that's what we call it is crazy. So yes, it's a way to cull the herd. It's a way to buy and sell us in order to play their little games. The Rothschilds are just as guilty as the Kushners. Like, they were on that boat together when they found Kushner Island. The Rothschilds and the Kushners were together, Ivanka and they were all together on that boat and bragging about how they're hanging out with the Rothschilds.
War is good for business.
Famous old family that's been buying and selling children since the 1800s. Like, so yeah, you're right. It's they know the system works, just like what Mark was saying. That's by design. They don't want you thinking about how to make a better tomorrow. They don't want you to be 18 years old with a gun in your hand and knowing how to use it and thinking about why the fuck does this guy have $1 trillion? They don't want you doing that. They want you over in Iraq killing Muslims. They want you over in Iran killing Muslims because they're different. There's always a scapegoat.
It allows for our military industrial complex to kind of spark the economy as well, right? They have to now start creating, the finer minute parts of a lot of these missiles or intrinsic things that come along with fighting the war, right? So it's another vehicle that the government gets to kind of pump money into to stimulate the market that they're trying to propagate.
You say market. It's not the market, though. It's those same guys. The guys who are sitting on the board of Boeing are the same people I'm talking. They're the same people who are at Epstein Island. They're the same people who are...
it's like the Epstein class for a reason, right? It's the Epstein class for a reason.
But we say it's to spin the economy or to upgrade the market, but it's not. The money still goes to the Cargill family. The money still goes to the Rothschilds and the Trumps of the world. It's never going back to you and me.
Oh,
Klaus,
no, never.
Klaus,
never.
You were about to say something, Klaus. I saw your.
Yeah, but who do we get to put in power to implement the stuff that we need?
A democratic socialist.
Yeah. Okay. So exactly. So Mark says democratic socialist.
I voted for me too.
Yeah. Smoking Blondie says us, right? Yeah. As an anarchist, I say the people.
There you go.
I mean, the people should be in charge, and we should. It might be.
I would think it would be more of an independent faction than the Republican or Democrat.
Well, that's why social democrats are so sexy right now.
Yeah. You have to understand that two-party system is propagated by the funds, right? right? When even, you know, even with this current DSA movement, they have been outspent, even with gaining traction in a lot of their primaries. They won just based off of the popular vote, right? By being popular, by talking points for the working class, and a lot of the policies that they promote. It was even within the Democratic Party, they were outspent by their opponents in the millions.
Not only that, but
Right.
also they got shit on every day in the news. Zoran
Yeah.
Mamdani was shit on every day by Hakeem Jeffries
Yep.
and the like, and their own party was shitting on him. And I'll tell you what else. You said something about policy. Also realistic promises. I'll be totally straight. I thought Zoran Mamdani was being a little optimistic when he said free buses, and he hasn't delivered on that yet. But I thought he was going to be optimistic, a little optimistic when he talked about childcare for all. He got it. He said he was a little optimistic for freezing the rent. He did it. He said he was optimistic. He wants to fill 1,000 potholes. He's doing it. It's like halfway there. And like,
he's the man. To speak on, you know, obviously I'm in New York, right? So I see it firsthand. I was a Zoran supporter, you know, first and foremost, right? Advocating for him on any level, you know, to the point where I would get into like verbal arguments with individuals about just policy, right? And what that means for the people. But you know, what he's been able to do is a lot of, so the nuances between, you know, New York City and New York State, you know, a lot of the promises he made was a bit difficult to even do, because it takes you would have to work with the governor, right? And Kathy Hochul here, our governor, is an establishment Dem through and through, right? But she was forced to capitulate because she is currently up for election, right? Renew election. And New York in particular, we have 8 million people, but essentially New York City is made up of 8 million people. New York State is made up of 11 million. But historically, New York City, the way we vote, will decide who the governor is, right?
Yeah,
That's
because
how
there's
much
8 million of you. Yeah, that makes
Exactly.
yeah, of course.
And
The governor's
the
going to
way
have
we
to do
vote.
what you say.
Yes,
Yeah.
the way we vote, right? So we have an overwhelmingly impact on that voting because we vote in general, right? When we look at, you know, the outer New York City area, when we look at New York State, that 11 million is in a lot of rural areas who don't necessarily utilize their right to vote, right?
Yeah,
So
but
they don't normally vote.
But Mark, that's like we're getting more insider baseball than we need to, right? Like when it comes to Zoran Mamdani, he made realistic promises that seemed unrealistic to me because I was used to hearing people like Donald Trump promise 50% reduction in gas prices. Didn't happen. 30% reduction. Yeah,
1,600.
Yeah. That was with prescription
Medicine,
prescription going down 1,000%. They're going to pay me to take medicine. But he said 50% reduction in gas prices, 30% reduction in my energy bills. He said no new wars. He said that inflation would be gone. In fact, we would have deflation, and my grocery bills were going to go down. And he said my health insurance will come back. He's going to get rid of Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, and he's going to give me something better and cheaper. He did none of that.
Yes. And so, see, like what you're saying is, you know, to circle back to what we spoke on earlier, a lot of his rhetoric was populist views on the right and populist views on the left to appeal to that working class individual with no actual promises made, right? They have yet to come up with a comprehensive
Well, he made them. He didn't
healthcare
keep
plan.
any of them. Yes.
Exactly.
And so I shut down the border. You just shut down you just shut down shit. I've been to the border. It's the same fucking border.
I have this argument every time. I'm like, the border is not closed. You have not shut down the border.
And it's
They're
never
just
been
not reporting
open.
on the numbers.
The only thing they've done is screw people who were here legally for the asylum seeking, like which is their human right that we signed the human rights agreement with the UN. That's your right as a human being on planet Earth, is to seek asylum by crossing any border on planet Earth. And we now are not keeping our end of that. That's all he's done. That's all he's done.
And the Supreme Court, The Supreme Court has justified it, right? They've given him more of that executive power in terms of consolidating it to give him the decision as to who is allowed to seek asylum and how,
and where they have to wait. That's the other big part. And so now what they have to do, because children cannot be left unaccompanied, so now we're taking the kids and putting the adults on the other side of the border to wait out the asylum process. How is that not breaking any fucking human rights laws? Like that is what we're doing. That no border has been shut. It's just more brutal and more evil than before. It's still, and it was always bad. It was bad under Biden too. It's just a bad situation.
To circle back onto that topic, right? If they truly wanted to impact immigration, they would have ICE's presence and the Border Patrol's presence heavy in red states like Texas and Florida, right? When we look at the illegal population, you can combine New York and California, California ranks 1, New York ranks 3rd, Texas ranks 2nd, Florida ranks 4th. When you combine the both blue states and both red states, Texas and Florida outnumbers the amount of illegals when it comes to both California and New York. And they don't want to impact their economy negatively if they even started and concentrated Border Patrol and ICE in Texas and Florida, right? When they're going to Minnesota, it is for show, right? It is for show because the amount of illegals you are going to come into contact with per capita is a whole lot less than
but
you're
they're
going
black.
to do in Texas and
They're
Florida.
black. They're black in Minnesota. That's why they're black in Minnesota. They're Somalians and they're Somali. And so that's the only reason they wanted to go there, because they knew where they were. They were working there. They were asylum seekers. They imported 17,000 Somalis to work at the chicken slaughterhouses there. And guess what? And while they're waiting for their asylum cases to go through, they're having kids, they're starting communities. Some of them are even getting into Congress because it's taken so long to process them. So it's like, but here's the thing: policing the border is the most inefficient part of our government. It has never worked. It costs a lot of money. It's never going to work. You could solve immigration like this. All you would have to do is open free trade in Mexico and create a middle class there overnight with factory jobs in there, because the South Americans don't want to come here. They'd rather speak Spanish and make a living wage in Mexico. Number 2 is put the CEO of Walmart in jail the next time he hires an illegal. Put the CEO of McDonald's in jail the second we find out he hires one illegal. Just put them in jail.
You see, to hire an illegal or anyone who is illegal, right? That's a felony, right? To cross the border is a misdemeanor.
Yeah, it's the first time it's a civil misdemeanor. The second time it's a felony, but it's
And again, they know every quarter where every illegal immigrant has been hired.
Of course they do. Do you know, I worked in the restaurant business, and it's like we hire, and you know what else we do? Because these corporations, they don't want to, now they've gotten wise too. They'll hire a third party, and that third party will come and clean the hotels at night, and they are hiring the illegal immigrant, and they're hiring the undocumented worker. But all the time, every year, an INS or a CBP or an ICE agent would come to my business, and they'd be like, so with a clipboard, no gun, a clipboard, and say, hey, this social security match, Jose over here, he's got the wrong social security number. Can you produce evidence that it's his? Hey, Jose, where'd Jose go? That's how that went. And then they went to Jose's, and then they would go to Jose's house and pick him up, or they would try to but they didn't.
So Wabash National has the largest government contract for trailers in the country. Wabash National is based here in Lafayette, Indiana. Okay. Yeah, you'll see every trailer out there on the road.
Yeah, I know the logo very well. Yeah.
Okay. So they have a separate office inside of Wabash that handles the calls coming in about reporting illegals. And they will, I know for a fact, right? I'm not going to say how, but they will call up people and say, hey, your name came up on the list. Don't come back to work for a year.
Wow.
They could have been there 17 years. They could have been there 5 years, right? So then person won't come back for a year. When they come back, they have to start all over again.
Yeah, with a new social security number. Yeah.
With the pay at the starting rate, no matter how long they had been there. And they will do this over and over and over again. It's happening so much that they have a dedicated 4-person office inside Wabash that does nothing but handle hiding their illegals.
Man, I'm telling you, we used to do this all the time. You would keep all these records of all these numbers, and then the INS or now ICE would come by, and it's just so easy for them. And they don't need. But you know what? As a manager, I never was in trouble. I never even thought I would be in trouble.
Yep.
I never even thought I would. It's not my job to police the borders and all this. Why aren't you guys doing? It's your job. It doesn't
You're not
work.
an investigator.
Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to do anything about it, they would build a middle class in Mexico. They would be it's so easy too. Mexico's our neighbor. Make them rich. We can make Germany and Israel rich, but we can't make Mexico rich. How does that make Mexico rich?
What you're describing is a form of soft power, right? Providing, these work programs in Mexico, right, essentially gives us more influence and positive influence within Mexico, right? It's not like they're going to forget. They're going to, oh, you know what? America's great for helping support us through these work programs, right? Funding for these work programs. And that also helps our immigration problem, right? That incentivizes their own government, the Mexican government, to stop them before they even reach our border, right? And so when we talk about progressive solutions, that is one of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, our foreign policy is creating a refugee crisis. We have the reason why we got so many Vietnamese people in America is because we bombed the shit out of Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. The reason why we have them living here is because they came here as refugees due to our foreign policy. The reason why Mexicans and South Americans are coming here is because we've overthrown their governments. We've poisoned their waters, and our oil companies have gone there and poisoned their rivers and streams. We have created crises, and now where are they going to go?
Sky, it's by design now, because now look at the right populist movement happening all throughout Latin America.
That's it.
Right?
Yes, the right populism is happening in all over America because of Latin America, because of Bukele and them, right? Because when you have chaos, a strong-armed dictator can really get in there, right? That's why Napoleon rose to power in France after the revolution.
So to even give you a better example, Colombia just had its elections and has elected a far-right candidate, right? That far-right candidate was the lawyer for Maduro, right? The Venezuelan president. Right, and look how it goes.
Yes,
the one that we kidnapped. Right, this man who Trump endorsed. Trump endorsed this Colombian far right president, right, or candidate who's now soon to be president. He was the lawyer for Maduro, the president of Venezuela, who we claim was this socialist crazy man who we had to get out of power and steal Venezuela's or manage. Quote,
we're not stealing. We're going to manage their
oil
oil reserves. Yeah, but it's not all bad news. I mean, Jair Bolsonaro, that Donald Trump had orchestrated an extraction, is now in jail. It's not all bad news in Latin America.
Look, and then when you speak about the former Honduran president, who was caught in a massive drug deal, right? One of the
4,000 tons of cocaine. Yeah, saying that he was shoving. He was personally shoving cocaine down the noses of Americans. Yeah, I mean,
and now he's pardoned, right? He's pardoned by who? Which administration pardoned him? This current administration. So when we speak about some sort of law and order rhetoric that he's presented and continues to present, when we speak about that, how about we start at that, right? How about we recognize, him pardoning the former president who is a known drug lord?
It's an obsession with law and order, but it's not actually a law and order. They're the law, and you better stay in order. That's what law and order means. If you're a rich white person, you are the law.
Yeah.
You can't. Donald Trump can't even be prosecuted anymore. Donald Trump can't even be investigated by the IRS, and he can't be prosecuted for any of his crimes committed while president. Like,
and guess who brokered that deal? Todd Blanche, his former criminal attorney. This is his former personal.
His sex crimes attorney. He wasn't just his personal attorney.
You're right. You're right. No, you are right.
Cohn was his personal attorney. This was
Eugene
his
Carroll.
sex crimes. Yes. This was his sex crimes attorney. Eugene Carroll and Stormy Daniels.
Yes. When we look at that and we don't see the hypocrisy or the blatant corruption and can't call it out, this is why we call MAGA a cult, right?
I mean, look right now. Look at this. Trump can absolutely be investigated by IRS. Stop lying.
No,
That's
he cannot.
No, he cannot.
No, he can't.
Don't. When you were silent on Biden, I had a show on YouTube, William Talent, and you can go fuck yourself because I've hated Joe Biden since I was like 9 years old. It's all on the record. I have hated Joe Biden since I was a little boy, and I saw him taking shits on Anita Hill. So Clarence Thomas. Both of them can go into the wood chipper as far as I'm concerned, and I don't think it was kosher the way he handled those pardons. And even if you don't think it was okay for Biden to do it, then you shouldn't be okay with Donald Trump doing it. Where's your consistency?
On a more egregious level, right? On a much more egregious level, you should not be okay with Trump doing it if you weren't okay. Drug lord, yeah.
The cartel, the head of the cartel, what's his name? Orlando Ortiz, right? The former Honduran president.
Yeah.
4,000 tons of cocaine. Yes.
Tons. 400
tons of it.
Tons of cocaine. Do you understand what the metric measurement of a ton is?
Yeah. And
you clearly don't.
But no, but killing civilians off the coast of Venezuela, that's gonna keep it the fucking bullshit.
Oh, right, because
we know all the best coke.
Yeah, we know the best coke. Yes.
All the best coke comes from Venezuela. We all know that.
Yes, exactly. Venezuela not known for cocaine.
I mean,
the fact that we were murdering civilians with extrajudiciously, which is again a war crime, double tapping boats and shit.
Double tapping, yep.
While at the same time pardoning the president of Honduras. What are we doing? But it wasn't about cocaine. It was about oil. It wasn't about nukes. It was about oil.
Sky, they have no idea. This is what I mean about education, right? They have no idea about geography. Where is Honduras on a map in comparison to Venezuela? And do you think that small boat has the logistical capabilities of reaching anywhere near American shore? It can't. It literally cannot. Right? It cannot even get a fraction of a way to any point that's connected to America, right?
First of all, it's not illegal to be riding around in international waters with cocaine. Okay, like,
international waters.
Yeah, even if they had cocaine, which, by the way, I live in America where we have a thing called the burden of evidence, and there's been zero evidence for these folks. They have no habeas corpus, no right to defend themselves, and we murdered them. They were civilians. They weren't soldiers. Did they have cocaine? Yes or no? I don't know. And if they did, by the way, they were anti-cartel because the cartel doesn't do business in Venezuela. It's so stupid. If it was small potato shit. We were just murdering people off the coast of Venezuela to be tough guys.
We don't murder drug dealers. We just lock them up for life.
Right. Exactly. We don't murder. There's no death penalty for drug dealing. And also, even if there were, you'd have to prove it first.
Yes, there has been burden of proof, right?
Yeah. There's zero evidence that has been presented in any court of law or in court of public opinion that shows that they had cocaine. Have I seen it? You know, in New York, in LA, in Indiana, in any city in America, when they go into a house and murder a bunch of people, what they'll normally do is they'll put the guns and the money and the drugs on the table and be like, look at that. Yeah, we murdered. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we murdered a whole family, but look at all this drugs and all the guns they had. They didn't even do that. They
Fuck
didn't
those
even do,
kids.
They didn't do the barest of minimums.
But the hypocrisy is, and the irony is that if you have enough of it, you can get a pardon.
Oh yeah,
you can get a pardon.
You do it enough. If
You have
do
a
it
couple
enough,
grand.
you're free to go.
You have a kilo, you're gonna get arrested and put in prison for life. But if you have 400 metric tons of it, you'll get a pardon.
And wait, there's another thing happening. If you have 400 tons of it and no oil, because that's you have to just not have oil, basically, because it's never been about drugs. It's never been about cocaine. The thing in Iran is not about nuclear weapons. It's never been about that. In Iraq, it wasn't about liberating the people of Kuwait. It's always about the oil.
He pardoned dead red pirate from the Silk Road, man. Like he started the largest drug dealing organization ever, and he was pardoned for like what, $3 million is what his mom paid for the pardon.
Well, he got off cheaper than CZ did, who I think gave $1 billion in crypto to the Trump organization, and he got a pardon. The guy from Binance, yeah, from Binance, yeah. CZ.
Well, and the guy from the Silk Road, he paid for a hit. Like they did a whole reenactment of this dude supposedly, having his brains blew out that he had paid for, and he's out walking the street again. Like, of course, he's a white dude, kid, rich, So
that's because his mother was heavily into supporting Trump on the local level, right?
Oh yeah, she gave a lot of money.
And she donated around, and not even that much. She donated around $1 million. It wasn't even that much, right? But yeah, right. In comparison to what her son made, which was like hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
Yeah. And they never found all that money, so
exactly. So clearly he's well off. But she donated $1 million, but also it's the work that she did on the ground, right? The boot work that she was able to do to garner support on a political level. Right, which essentially turned out to voters, right, for Trump and support for Trump. That is the reason why he got Albright. I'm not sure his first name, but Albright.
And yeah, it's similar to like what Addison, the Addison guy, Sheldon Addison's widow, also gave millions of dollars, and then got all Marian Addison, yeah.
Yep.
She got all these kickbacks and everything. It's funny because I keep on saying this, don't speak on pardons when you gave up that privilege. We weren't silent. No one was silent. It was in the news for weeks. Everyone from Adam Schiff had to get on the news and tell everybody how he felt about getting a pardon. Everyone had to go and speak about their pardons. It was all a big deal. No one was silent. Even the Democrats.
I didn't hear you say it, though, Sky. So you obviously supported it.
Well, not even that, right? Like, let's not have some sort of false equivalency. Not all pardons are equal, right? If we're looking at someone like the former president of Honduras, are we calling that equal to anything that Biden pardoned? Because I don't. I see that as
also Biden
pardoned any murderers.
Also, when people talk about Biden, they often he didn't pardon the murderers, but what he did do, and this is what gets tied up with Biden. Biden commuted death sentences for federal people held in for federal murder. He also released Leonard Peltier. Did not pardon Leonard Peltier, but released him. He's a very old man now. He let him go back to the reservation, where he may or may not have killed 2 federal officers. 50 fucking years ago or something. I forget when did he do it, but allegedly. I think Leonard Peltier is innocent and he should be free. So I don't think federal officers should have been anywhere near that reservation anyway. So I don't know how they got killed is none of my business, to be honest. Like how they got killed, they shouldn't have been there. What were they doing there? Now they're dead. I don't know. I think Leonard Peltier is innocent, but this whole thing where Biden pardoned, most of those people that they talk about, he didn't even pardon. He commuted their sentences. Right. He took them off of death row. They're still in jail. They didn't go free. People he pardoned murderers. No, He
He
commuted sentences. He got them. He basically just took them off the death penalty. He didn't pardon them. He gave them a, what do you call it? Clemency, right? Or not? Yeah.
No, commuted.
Yeah. He commuted. Yeah, whatever. Commute. Yeah.
Also, guys, just to interrupt, hit the like button. It helps spread the message, helps spread the live, right? And obviously, if you can share it as well. I'm sure Sky, obviously, he does it out of passion, but that passion continues with the growth of the channel.
Indeed, you're
He
absolutely
needs
right.
coffee.
I need coffee's expensive. It went up 50%. Klaus, what do you think? Do you think that you're still on this right to a job thing? What do you think, Klaus? You want to chime in?
I think we need the right policy to get the right people in. You know, like Trump, he has his immigration policy and all that stuff. I think the right policy baseline would be the right to a job.
But
to get the right people in.
I don't know. It's interesting, this whole right to a job that you keep on going back to. I guess, like, why do you think that we don't have a right to a job? Doesn't everyone have a right to a job?
No, because we're hired because someone hires us. It's not given that we're hired already. You know what I mean? So there is always prejudice on some level there.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not eating if you ain't got a job in America, really. I mean, you could subsist, I suppose.
Well,
Indiana's a right to is not a right to work state. So in Indiana, you can be fired just because they don't like you, and tough shit.
Well,
Yeah,
right
even in some of the bluest states, even in New York, right? You the right to work is the right to fire at that, because that's what I like to call it. The right to get rid of someone is up to the employer for any reason, right? They don't need to give you ample time. There's no 2-week notice, right? We do it as a formality when we leave a job in terms of giving a 2-week notice. But a lot of these corporations tomorrow, if they want to fire you for any reason at all, and it doesn't have to be performance based, you're gone. You're gone.
Yeah, and what they do is they have you sign NDAs, and they'll give you a severance in order to make sure that you don't. That's how you get that. But in places like New York and California, where we are right to work and right to fire, we have also the right to sue for whatever reason we want. And so you can still sue for wrongful termination. You can still sue for retaliation. But whether or not you're going to collect is suspect. But they have the right to fire you for any reason at any time. They just have to have a reason. So
we don't even have malpractice lawsuits in Indiana. Like you.
Wow.
You can't even fire for you can't even sue for malpractice. We sure the hell ain't gonna be able to sue for being wrongfully terminated.
Indiana's so that's you and your Mike Pence country, man. That's such a crazy world out there. It's so crazy out there in Indiana. I've only been to Indiana. I've been to Indiana twice, and man, it's beautiful. But like
it's beautiful, and I'm lucky to be in a very blue area, right, because of Purdue. But and then Lake County, which is touching Chicago, a little bit of Marion around Indianapolis, and the rest is so red, and it's disgusting. Now we did go for Obama in both his years, which was shocking. So I know there's still hope here to fix something. But we're starving to death. Like, it's bad. We've got homeless people everywhere, even through the winter, and we have rough winters. It's bad here.
Everything's going to keep looking bad, right? But luckily, we've seen it in other countries. We've seen it in this country too. When things get bad, organizations tend to prop up, and you start having mutual aid. People start reaching out to their neighbors. I wish that what we need to actually do, and this is something that they don't want us to do, it's a revolutionary act to start meeting your neighbors, start knowing them, and can I borrow sugar? Do you need a pound of flour? These things, building these communities and partaking in a community garden and all these, it seems so light. But showing up for each other consistently over long periods of time is how we keep shit from this. How we keep the government from turning on us. How we keep from relying on them too heavily. How we stop having how we have to stop. It's how we can actually live without having working 70 hours a week. How we can have a right to work for each other. But we have to do it all the time. And what tends to happen is we don't do it until it's looking as bad as it is in Indiana. Or like I live in a pretty ritzy part of this country. I dislike it. But every time I go to LA where I grew up, it's looking bad, man. It's bad. It's not. It looks okay right now because of the World Cup and shit. But I don't know what they, they crack some skulls and I don't know. They do
definitely
something.
did.
Yeah.
They arrested and relocated a bunch of people, I'm sure.
Well, they moved them to they moved them to the valley, or they moved them to
Yeah.
It's not that hard to move homeless people, but to actually it's not that hard to solve the problem either. But yeah, when you want to crack skulls, like they did in Washington, D.C. When they did that in Washington, D.C., where they went out with billy clubs and beat the shit out of the people in the tents, it was 4 times more expensive than it would have been to put them all in apartments and pay like full price rent. It was more expensive to beat the shit out of them and move them than it was to just put them all in apartments.
And then they'll tie it directly into, law enforcement, right? They rather pay out a $200K a year salary and instead of solving the issue, right? Instead of solving the issue, and like you said, right?
But Klaus,
sorry, Klaus.
Yeah, those apartments, those people, the homeless going in, they rarely keep them up well, though. They tend to destroy those apartments in a lot of cases.
That's often a
they're used to being outside and all that, and just throwing everything away.
Most homeless people aren't. That's kind of a myth. So you do see some of that happening, but they basically put them in places that are already run down, and usually if you go to a homeless shelter, go visit one, Klaus. They're clean. They're pretty well maintained, and people are having to clean up after themselves. Or go into a hostel in Europe. It's basically the same idea. Go to a flop house. I stayed in a flop house in Mexico where you had to clean up yourself and everything. These places, actually, people do take care of their shit.
It's tied to mental health, right? Like it's tied to mental health as well, right? Like let's not pretend that someone who is in the right of mind won't clean up after themselves. A lot of these individuals, and right back into healthcare and all these other things, when they're on the street, for years on end, do you think that they're getting the proper mental health addressed? They're not, right? So when we want to place them in, back into society, right, they don't have that mental capacity, right? So it starts with something as basic as healthcare, right? Free, accessible healthcare, even on the mental health level, right? Because here in America, we see mental health as a crime, right? We treat it as such. Right. We incarcerate these individuals as if that's going to change what they need medically. Go ahead.
It's not just mental health. Like mental health is obviously a huge part of it.
It's a part of it.
But it's I think a massive part of it, especially what Klaus is talking about when things get but it's mental health. It's just health as far as drug addiction abuse, those types of issues. It's access to clean water. I mean, you can't clean yourself if you don't have access to toilets and showers and these types of things. It's also nutrition. Nutrition is a huge part of it. So what ends up happening is you could go talk to a homeless person. Their stories are all very similar. It's usually a mother or a brother or a dad or somebody died, something horrible happened to them, something bad, or their house burned down, some kind of catastrophic thing happened in their lives. Now they're trying to make things work, but now they can't clean themselves. So they're walking around stinky and feeling bad, feeling shitty, and they can't get a job. They can't take care of themselves. They're turning to alcohol more and more. They can't get the right food because they can't really afford to eat. So they're eating chips or whatever things they can get. And so now they're hangry all the time. They're upset. You are gonna develop mental health issues.
I can give you a prime example, right? So I'll use, myself as an example, right? I have spent time in a shelter, right? This was shortly after major bowel removal surgery, ostomy bag, right? Waiting for a long time in order to apply or even get my case notice by disability, and even then it was rejected several times.
So that's your catastrophic event.
Yes. And I mean, that's just one of them, right? Before that happened, about 5 years before that, I lost my twin brother, right? He had asthma attack, didn't have his rescue inhaler, and ended up passing away. you know, at the age of 25. So when we speak about those things, right, those are the social issues, right, which I still suffer mentally from: anxiety, PTSD, the whole,
of course,
right. And so, you know, if you don't, you know, if that's not addressed, and I did that all, you know, all by myself. It doesn't mean I didn't have a familiar structure, but I didn't have a familiar structure enough to support me financially while I was going through that, right? Which left me, ended up, you know, I had no choice, right, but to enter the New York City shelter system, right? And so when you experience that, you get a proper lens or a lens correction as to what it means to be homeless. A lot of these individuals do work, right? They have a catastrophic event that happens, and now, you know, they're now placed out of a market, right? Because they were holding on to that apartment that they lived in for 10 years, but their pay raise didn't keep up with inflation. And now, because of this catastrophic event, now they're removed from that affordable, that semi-affordable place, because they probably were paying 65% of their income just to even stay there, probably more, right? And now they're priced out of a market and forced into a shelter system. And there's no, especially for men in America, you know, and I don't want to disregard women as well, but there is no help, right? There's no one saying, right, they want you to tie your shoes up and lift yourself up by the bootstrap and get to work, right? And so, but yeah, you know, and I say all that to say, you know, those are all factors that play into homelessness, right, in America, right? So if you think that, you know, my primary concern was my mental health in terms of anxiety and PTSD, it was the last on my list, right? It was trying to maintain an ostomy bag, just even trying to go to basic appointments to try to keep up, right? And then trying to figure out my housing issue. The last thing on my mind was my mental health, right? Even though that was one of the things that plagued me every single day, right? So I can imagine.
What's that, Klaus?
Was making money on your mind during that time?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That was the last thing on my mind, right? Because physically I couldn't, and mentally I couldn't, right? So
when you got a colostomy bag, it's kind of hard to think about getting a job. It's kind of hard to think about doing a lot of the things that you would normally do.
You're just trying to maintain that colostomy bag so it doesn't get infected.
You're laid low, right? Because you could die if that thing gets infected.
Yes, septic is a thing.
Yes, a lot of people die of that shit. At post-surgery stuff, they die. Well, they got patched up, and then we cut them loose, and then they die.
That's another thing, right? So I got forced out of the hospital because my insurance capped and would no longer pay for me to stay in the hospital, even with every single doctor advocating and sending, you know, advocating for me to be able to stay there in an extended stay, right? Because of my condition, right? I had liquid nutrition. I had zero. It's called MPO. So nothing. I was not able to digest anything, right? I was getting liquid nutrition, carrying a bag for 12 hours a day to get infused with lipids and vitamins, right? With you know, tons of swelling because I wasn't able to consume protein to absorb a lot of the liquids that I was consuming.
The craziest thing is, Mark, is as extreme as that all sounds, I think it's really common. And I don't think that women have it. Women have WIC. I don't think women have it easier because a lot of times they got a kid in tow. They also got to worry about men just bounce. And they're just, you know, like a lot of these things. But the truth is most Americans are one paycheck away. One paycheck away. And they'll say, well, you don't have financial literacy. Sure I do. I'm trying to save up 6 months worth of rent and I can't do it. I can't
make more money.
I can't save anything because you're fleecing me. You're taking my money and you're not giving me anything in return. That's what's upsetting. That if you want me to save money, then let me keep more of it. No, we got to fund the healthcare in Israel.
But even on an economic level, right? If you were to keep more of it, especially from the lower class to lower middle class, you stimulate the economy because you are going to spend. You have to spend.
100%. Yes.
You spend more when you make less.
Well,
right?
Yeah, that's the whole embarrassing thing about what happened during COVID. Like all of the stimulus went to corporations. Like everyone got a check, right? But that was like $1,000, something stupid. But the corporations got it because they know what to do with our money. And all the economists agree. If you just give the people the money, they know what to do with it. They'll do with it what they can. They'll buy the shit they need, and the economy will go. If you give it to the corporations, they will buy back their own stock.
They will hoard it for profit. Yep.
Yes. That's what they did.
They will hoard it for
hoarded their wealth.
profit.
That's right.
Yes. You know, and there's countless studies. You know, that show that when you provide, and it's also why programs like SNAP are actually a benefit, right? So they're a benefit to both American agriculture because they directly provide.
It's administered through the USDA.
And then guess what? With those restrictions, they now have to go into a supermarket, stimulating your local state businesses. Your local state-run businesses, right? You're going into that supermarket that is, regardless of where you are in America, right? Whatever state you are in, they're going to support that private business owner by using SNAP, right? Even with those restrictions, they can only use it at certain locations. They're using that and stimulating. So not only does it go back into the market, so you're essentially giving Americans SNAP or nutritional, income in order for them to stimulate your local private businesses.
Yeah, what's crazy is they think that SNAP is a subsidy for the person, and it really isn't. It's a subsidy for Cargill and all of these companies growing the food. That's who's being subsidized by that. Klaus, I'm sorry, Smoking, go ahead.
Also, they talk about people, bitching about what they're going to buy. They're going to convenience stores. They're buying, first of all, that food is shit anyways, and it's convenient because most people don't have cars in the inner city, and that's where they go. But the government approves who can and cannot accept EBT.
Yes.
The government knows 7-Eleven is being,
Yeah, and only certain items too. You can't, like, there's things that you can't even buy with EBT. Like, it's 7-Eleven.
No cooked food.
Yes, no hot food. Hot food is excluded in a lot of places.
But you could still buy Slim Jims and potato chips.
Right? But then they want to ban that, right? Then they want to ban that. They want to say, we want you to eat healthy. You're not choosing the healthy option.
You don't deserve candy.
Yeah, it's like that's all they have at 7-Eleven. I think the only thing they have at 7-Eleven that is like fresh produce is like apples and bananas, right? They usually have some old apples and bananas. You can't live on that, but sure, I guess EBT should be able to. You should be choosing the banana, fair enough, but over the potato chips, it's far cheaper. I was at this. I filled up my car with gas yesterday. I drive as seldom as possible, and I went over there and I went to the gas station. And potato chips are like $7 now.
Yeah,
$7 for
a bag of Doritos is like $7, right? But what they want is they want you to use GLP-1 drugs to manage your health, right? Instead of having comprehensive health care.
But health insurance won't cover those.
Yeah. Well, now they're saying that Trump Care will cover it, right? Trump
now it will, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks.
No, the Trump RX. If you sign up, you can get GLP-1s at a
that's their
lower
answer
rate.
To poor eating, right?
Yeah.
Poor incentivized eating through low funded SNAP, right? Like that's their hey, you know what? Eat shitty and die sooner, but before you die, you might live a little bit longer if you take this GLP-1 drug.
Yeah, but look at John Fetterman's on. Maybe that's why John Fetterman's a Republican now. He's getting that GLP-1.
Because he had a stroke. He's a Republican because he had a stroke.
No, he's hardcore. He's hardcore on the GLP-1 though. He's looking. He
definitely is.
Yeah, he's
he
looking
definitely
thinner.
is.
He brags about it. He's open about his GLP-1. But I wonder, maybe he got it on that Trump RX program. That's why he's always kissing the ring.
He's got good health insurance. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he got that
True. Subsidized by the taxpayers.
Yeah, we are. You're right. We are paying for him. I don't know. Maybe he just loves the GLP-1 deal. Klaus, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah. Wouldn't it be better if those less fortunate, those that really need help, wouldn't it be better if they got charity from the middle class instead of the government?
Isn't that what it is? That's what the government's the administrator. They are getting it through the middle class. That's who's we fund
the most taxes.
Right.
Yeah, but
it's our money. When you say government, that's us. That's our money. Every dollar the government has came from us.
Yeah, but the
Charity is not
government-
needed when we pay
government's-
taxes, right? And what I would implore you to do is, change your mindset in terms of accountability when it comes to government spending, right?
The
When we
government
hold them
does
accountable, now you can hope that you can have that money redirected towards programs that help SNAP, that help these programs for the individuals who are in financial constraints, right? I get what you're saying, but if you think that someone in the middle class has to pay more in terms of a charity in order to support the lower class instead of taxing the richest individuals at a fraction of a percent, that money that we would get from taxing them just even on 2% level would be able to provide some of the basic care and need, even in terms of education, for everyone in the middle class and lower class.
And there is no middle class, by the way, either. So,
well, it's been
Well, I mean, put it more like those that can work and those that can't. You know what I mean? Have the ability to.
That's Social Security and Social Security disability. That's what Social Security is for, right?
Well, Klaus, I think that I get what you're saying, but that is kind of what we're already doing. Like the people who can work contribute more, and the rich are let off the hook, even though the unbelievable 2%. That is what the big proposal from the evil social democrats. They're talking about a 2% from the wealthiest people, which they wouldn't even notice being gone. But you would fund all these amazing things. But that's what we're doing. We pay into the system, and what's supposed to happen is that the government then administers that system, and because they have the resources and they're just they're bigger than we are. That's what they're supposed to do. We get together, we can solve some of these big problems together. It's just not happening.
You don't hear us. We're not bitching about how much we're paying in taxes. None of us in here right now has said anything about how much we're paying in taxes. But Elon Musk threatening to sue people, talking about raising his taxes. Who gets subsidies? He gets refunds. We're paying more.
Loans.
More in taxes than Musk, Bezos, the Waltons. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. We pay more in taxes than they do,
and we get less. That's my problem.
Exactly.
So I don't mind paying it if I get something back.
There you go.
Yep.
I don't know why I can't believe more people aren't upset about this. I guess it's because they've trained a lot of us to really, love the military. We have to worship we mythologize the military as this, they're standing up for our freedom. And without them, we'd be speaking German right now. And this myth though, it keeps everyone paying their taxes and saying, yeah, but look at the jets we have, I guess.
And also, the thing is, to give the viewers more context, right? When, Smoking Blondie says we pay more in taxes, we pay more in taxes percentage-wise than a lot of these millionaires, billionaires, and soon to be trillionaires, right? Percentage-wise, we pay more, right? And they avoid capital gains, right? And so what they do essentially is they take out loans against their stocks to not be able to take those stocks out and cash them out to pay capital gains tax, right? So it is and
they know that also because of their business, their loans are going to be ultra low interest and their returns
3%, no more than 3%, right?
Yeah. While all of us losers are paying 6%. So even there, we're paying more.
Off of their interest alone, right? They can pay their interest off. That's all they do, right? They strive to just pay the interest off, right? That 3%, right? Because the loan is never paid off, right? It is almost in perpetuity until they die, right?
The loan funds their lifestyle, right? And and then the interest is counted as a loss, so they could get a tax break on that too.
Yes. So the rhetoric is buy, borrow, die, right? And by that method, they avoid the capital gains tax that they would normally pay if they were to cash out their stocks, right? Because why would I pay a tax of 40% when I can just take out the loan and pay the 3% and continue my lifestyle that way, right? And then when they die, guess who has to figure it out? We do. right? Or their inheritance, right? Which they'll avoid by placing it into trust and, you know, all the other loopholes that avoids inheritance tax as well, not even just capital gains tax, right? So
well, they also stopped taxing inventory. So corporations, it used to be that they would let their inventories go really low at the end of the year. So when income tax came, they didn't have to pay, tax on that. And when they lifted that, all of these people, they incorporate shell corporation after shell corporation, and then they stock up on inventory, whatever that industry is, and they store their money into that capital. None of us have capital like they, you know what I'm saying? So capitalism is winning. It's doing what it's supposed to do.
Unhinged TDS talks about the couple $1 billion he had to pay. He was Elon Musk. The one time he was forced to realize his stock options in a couple companies, and he had to. It was a lot more than a couple billion. It was the most any single payer had ever paid in the history of America, and it just goes to show. I think people are learning the wrong lesson from that. The lesson there to me is that this asshole is not paying his fair share, and he should be paying that much every goddamn year. There's no reason he shouldn't always be. That they forced him. I forget what business dealing he was doing, but
I'll tell you. The reason why is because the courts forced him to buy what? What did he have to buy? Twitter.
Oh, because
Twitter is what he had to buy.
He had to,
right?
He was
because
forced to buy
he
Twitter
manipulated
because
the value of it. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, because he also made a public offering. He made an offer on it.
At 420.
He was legally held to, and then he tried to back out. And they're like, no, that's against the law. You're going to go to jail if you don't do that shit.
And it was taken to the Delaware court, which obviously, for those who don't know, Delaware is one of the most tax-friendly states.
Yeah, they love tax
and
shelters.
And they deal mostly with a lot of corporations are housed, or at least their LLCs are housed in Delaware. So a Delaware court, which is normally friendly towards these corporations, even them were forced to say, hey, look, this was market manipulation at its finest. You have to pay the agreed upon price, which you publicly stated. And that's essentially how he acquired Twitter. With that said, he now utilizes that as a platform for the right and could indirectly be blamed or mentioned when we talk about the influence on this past election that had Trump.
Wait, Mark, wait. Because of Twitter and his distribution of child pornography, AI child pornography, he's no longer allowed in the country of France because he'll be arrested. Benjamin Netanyahu and fucking Elon Musk are no longer allowed in France because they'll be arrested. One for genocide, the other one for child porn. Like, forget about the manipulation of middle-class America and believing that Donald Trump's a great guy. The dude distributes child pornography. It's his company. It's a private company. He owns it. Like, this is madness.
He's the CEO of that company. Most owners aren't even the CEO. And so even to circle back to a person like a Musk, he's the CEO on a lot of the boards, all of the boards of his companies, because his intrinsic value is his face value, right? His popular value in terms of what he can bring to the company in terms
his
of notoriety.
Cachet. Right. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Because effectively, you could hire way more effective CEOs, but it's the reason why his companies almost exclusively run at a negative, right? They are not profitable. Twitter's not profitable. Tesla's not profitable, right? Starlink's not profitable. SpaceX not profitable, right? They're just not profitable. When you look at when you look at their actual paperwork, because now these are public trading companies, right? We have access
not making
to
money.
their finances.
Yeah,
they're not making money.
They're
and
not
these
paying
are the same
dividends.
companies.
Yes,
they're not. Right? These are the same companies that we subsidize. We subsidize Tesla. We subsidize SpaceX.
Yeah.
Right? And they're using this to keep them afloat while he promotes his next grift and finds out where his, and mind you, he's the one who is closest to being a trillionaire. Make it make sense.
He was a trillionaire for a second. For a second, he was a trillionaire.
He got it back.
Now he has $900 billion,
It's
right?
so insane to me. It's so insane.
Insane values of money. This man could spend. He can spend tens of millions of dollars a day for the rest of his life and still be a billionaire, still be in the top three most wealthy billionaires in the world. He topples the next billionaire by almost triple his net worth. The number 2 billionaire is worth $200 billion. Musk is worth $900+ billion. And for those who don't understand, the difference between a million and a billion is $1 billion.
You know, it's funny you say that because he's the CEO of multiple companies, but Bezos isn't even the CEO of
That's
Amazon
what I
anymore.
mean.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because
Klaus, sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
I want to let Klaus give a Klaus. You had something to say?
Yeah, it reminds me of the California election that happened recently, where they say there was so many votes and it came from just people that were homeless or whatever.
Who said that? Homeless? They're
like-
mail-in votes. You mean?
Yeah, the
mail-in. Yeah. They weren't homeless. They just we vote by mail a lot here. Like I vote by mail just because I don't want to wait in line. I can vote by mail.
Well, what I mean to say is like we need the votes that'll get the people in the right position, right? So we need a policy that can get the person there.
I get what you're saying. I don't know that I have faith in that anymore, Klaus. I don't know that I have faith in this idea that we're going to vote our way out of this. I know that I get a little enthused that the DSAs, people like Mark and stuff, I get a little enthused that there's some people out there making some waves and putting some interesting policy ideas out there and kind of talking about these things into the public. They're moving the Overton window a little bit, I think. But this idea that we're going to vote our way out, I don't think so. Not when you've got people like Elon Musk saying, I'll give you $1 million if you vote for Trump and sign up 10 of your friends. Like, and he says that it's illegal. He should be in jail for that. He hasn't even been indicted. Nothing. How are we going to vote? There's no way to overcome something like that. It's kind of like, dude, like they weren't going to get past Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI without chopping some heads off. And I just don't, because they're not going to let us. They won't let us do that, dude. If voting changed anything, it'd be illegal. It changes a little bit, a tiny, none of these big things. No matter how much you vote in your life, Klaus, they're never going to put bankers in jail. People
you just need to bankrupt them, I would say.
Well, but you can't. People put Barack Obama.
They have all the money.
They have all the money.
We can if we had a job or a company that is literally owned by the people.
Oh, now you're talking. Now that is a yes, dude. Now you're talking. That's talking. Now you're
collective ownership.
That's collective ownership or seizing the means of production. Yeah, you're absolutely right. What happens though right now, as far as voting, I remember Barack Obama selling hope and change out there on the campaign trail during the aftermath of the housing crisis. And you know how many realtors went to jail? 0. You know how many bankers went to jail? 0. You know what we did instead? We took money from the middle class. Barack Obama, God, the Messiah of the working class, took money from the working class and gave it to the banks. The second the banks were yeah, we couldn't bankrupt them. We bailed them out. They were too big to fail. And the banks were just the tip of the fucking iceberg. Not only that, they consolidated banks. So now there are fewer banks. Like
fewer competition,
yet less competition. It's like they and what did they do with that money? The way they consolidated is they bought other companies. The ones that got bailed out bought the credit unions. They bought their own stock back because their stock was in the toilet. And then as soon as they got that bailout, they bought that stock and all the stock went up and they made a bunch of billionaires again. Like, it's impossible to vote your way out. The best we can do is Barack Obama.
The thing is, though, like, my idea, though, really isn't new. FDR tried to get the right to a job.
He was a democratic socialist. He was a social democrat.
He timed out, though, before he could get that implemented.
Well, he did a lot. I mean, he did. I'm moving into the reason why the neighborhood that I'm moving into in New Mexico is so great was because in 1936 FDR had the workers WPA, I forget what it stands for, but yeah, it basically put a bunch of money into workers and craftsmen, because all these craftsmen and everything, they were out of money, they were out of work, and he said, all right, well, we're going to start building shit. We're going to build the Golden Gate Bridge. We're going to build, all these engineers are out of work, we'll hire them, we'll do it.
Infrastructure and state jobs, right?
Interstate highway system, all those things. And he wasn't alone. The whole world was doing shit like that. They were starting to build interstate highway systems, transnational railroads, all sorts of stuff was going on.
And they also had a lot of a much higher tax rate on these corporations, right?
And it was 96% for like movie stars and shit. They were paying 96% in taxes.
None of them left.
Yeah, no one left. Amazing.
Shocking, right?
Nobody left. Amazing. Yeah, at 96%. At one point, Humphrey Bogart in the 1940s was paying 98% of his money. Humphrey Bogart. And he didn't stop being an actor. He didn't leave America.
There you go. And when we highlight, these tax rates, just keep in mind for the viewers that it's a progressive scale. Progressive scale. The more you make, the more you get taxed, right? In terms of percentage.
The
right?
highest percentage, the higher percentage. Yeah.
Exactly.
The way I like to say it, it's not the more you make, it's the more you have benefited from our system, the more you pay into our system at the percentage of your benefit. Everyone is benefiting from our system through the form of your paycheck. Our American system. That's how we do it. That's how we reward you for your labor, is through liquid capital. And if we do that, those who are benefiting the most, they make the most money, so they pay the highest percent. Those who are benefiting the least, the guy on the bum on the corner who's got nothing, he pays nothing. The guy who's in the penthouse, he pays 98%.
I would give up my career for a flat tax.
Flat? You like the flat tax? Nah.
I do. So that way the system can't be manipulated, because that's the main problem, right?
Flat tax benefits the billionaires.
It does, right? And what you want to advocate for,
when you can't take deductions and itemization type returns. So when Trump passed his huge tax bill in 2018, he eliminated pretty much by raising the itemized deduction amount. So each person had to make $12,000 before any itemization started to take effect, which meant state and local taxes, property taxes, union dues, uniform, stuff like that, raised for a married couple to $24,000 before the first dollar started to count. So people like in California, who have the largest tax rate for local and state taxes, no longer got to deduct those
in New
from
York
their
too.
income.
Yeah, because there were even Republicans
that
that were pissed off
sliding
about
scale, right? And it doesn't even expire till 2028.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm willing to talk about because here's the thing: the salt deductions. I don't know, like flat tax. The thing
that would all disappear if we went to a flat tax in the Scandinavian countries. Flat tax.
But Scandinavian countries have
35%.
Hold on, but Scandinavian countries are not, again, it's not in a vacuum. Scandinavian countries also have strict controls about what you're allowed to pay a CEO. They have strict controls about. I mean, there's lots of stuff going on.
There's laws in place that promote the healthiness of a flat tax. Here in America, it would help the bigger corporations, right? It sounds great on paper, but if you're looking, what you should be advocating for is more of a progressive taxation system, where the lower you make, as that sliding scale goes down, you pay less, and as that goes up, you pay more.
If you can't eat up that income, that 30% on 10 grand versus 30% on $1 million, when you can't write anything off, the guy making 10 grand never had anything to write off to begin with. But the person at $1 million had a shit ton of stuff to take advantage of in the tax code to write off.
But you're talking about the tax loopholes, and every politician talks about closing those. So, but I would totally be okay with the flat tax if we kill all the billionaires first, right? First, we got to make sure.
Well, that's always part of my plan.
First, we had to get it so that it's illegal to make over $999,999,000.99. Once you get to that, your head automatically comes off. before that, fine. We'll do after that.
Even if your head doesn't come off, right? Tax that individual at a 96, 97, 99% rate, right? So the benefit they're seeing is like 1% after that 99, million.
Well, and we would get to that if we got rid of, because the flat tax would have no loopholes, right? There'd be no way to sidestep or divert. I'm not talking corporations. I'm talking person.
Those corporations would always find ways to avert that tax through, S corps or corporations in general, right? When
but you guys are trying to repair the ship while it's sinking. Yeah, I don't know. Like you guys are like, we can tear down the master's house with the master's tools. I don't know, like thinking that capitalism's somehow gonna work out if we could just get it just right. I don't see that happening, guys.
No, I agree. The capitalism inherently creates greed. Greed inherently, creates wealth inequality.
Right. It creates hoarding. Again, if it's a flat tax, then the person making $1 million can hoard more as over time. You still get aristocracies and bullshit. The person making $1,000, he's paying 30%. He can't afford to save shit because he's getting taxed the same amount as essentially we already have a flat tax, right? It's like because we in most states we haven't even updated the tax brackets since 1970. That's how fucking crazy it is.
The effect. I see people come in with affected tax rate where they're not paying anything.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of ways to get out of it if you're rich.
So I could go on forever, but I'm not going to nerd out on taxes. So.
And I cannot because I want to. I'm gonna kick all you guys out of the studio. I'm gonna go play guitar, and the news reaction section of this is over. Mark, would you tell us everybody your channel one more time?
So it's gonna be V Media, VMEEDIA, V Media. That's we obviously speak politics. We try to be as progressive as possible, and the main channel host, he is from Denmark. He lives in Copenhagen. We do a lot of comparative analysis when it comes to the tax system, politics in Copenhagen or Denmark in particular in comparison to America as a whole. He's initially from DC, moved to Copenhagen in his early 30s. And now that's where we are currently, but it is V Media with 2 E's. I'm actually getting ready to hop off here and eventually hop on there. There we go. That's it. Right there.
Yeah. So go ahead and try to subscribe to V Media, please. Smoking Blondie as well. You are.
My name's Smoking Blondie. Go check out my music.
Yeah.
And guys, please hit the like button. Sky, going forward, I'll try to contribute as much as I can to your channel as well.
I love it. Yeah. Well, email me. We'll get you on as a guest. Skyjack. It's just Skyjack at morningsky.live.
Shout out too.
What's that?
Skyjack.
I got a shout out too.
Yeah, of course, Klaus. It's Skyjack at morningsky.live is my my email.
No, I have a petition online on change.org for the right to a job.
Awesome.
It is a little rudimentary, but it's there.
Sky, could you write it? Could you write it in the chat so I can just copy it and I'll send you email from there.
For sure. Hey, I tell you what, I'll do you one better, Klaus. Why don't you do me a favor and put the link in my community tab on YouTube so I can promote it for you.
For sure.
That way people can go straight to it. Okay.
Cool.
And I'll do the same on my channel. I'll definitely be able to. I'll shout you out, Sky. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Smoking Blondie, Klaus in the chat. Hit the like. Sky is a very great progressive anarchist, right? Initially, I identify as a social anarchist myself, so I understand the mindset. I do try to speak within the lines of our current economics. I try to be as
realistic.
Realistic, progressive as possible, even if I disagree with a lot of the functions of our system, because I do want, as a progressive, I do try to be as much of an educator as possible, right? Because I would hope that better, do better in terms of just voting and representation, and thank you guys. Thank you, Sky.
Thank you guys. Righteous. All right, definitely. Talk to you guys later. Thank you, everybody. All right, that is the end of the show. I'll be doing the guitar section of the show. We're gonna hang out. If you want to have some chill vibes, me playing guitar and hanging out a little bit, awesome. And I'll see you in just a second. We're gonna throw you to a little Zwischenzug, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really do appreciate you. That's the end of this portion of the show. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Thanks for supporting the channel. Please like and subscribe and all of that. You're amazing.
All right. Where's my mic? All right. All right, here we go. I'm working on it. One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
Dong. Get up and down, get down with Skyjack Morgan. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. How you guys doing today? I figured we'd hang out and do a little guitar work, hang out. That was a fun show. What'd you think? Did you have a good time? Yeah. I thought that was a fun show. I thought I had a good time. Did you have a good time? Great discussion. I thought it was fun. Smoking Blondie. It's always good to see her on there, right? It's always good to see Smoking Blondie. For sure. Too much socialist propaganda. Well, you know. There's a lot of socialist propaganda these days, huh? Socialist propaganda. Can you raise both hands and clap 'em? Can you raise both hands and clap 'em? All right, let's try this again. I forgot my. Can you raise both your hands and clap 'em? Can you say, sure, I'll always try? Can you make friends among the people and the animals? Basically, everything is easy. Give it a try. See, I'm right. If a mouse can be special, well, so can you. My name is Mickey Mouse, and to my right is Minnie Mouse. And we own a little place in Disneyland, California. Let's have a party and be happy. Can we invite our closest friends? We can ask Donald Duck and Pluto and all the gang. My name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Minnie Mouse. We own a little place in Disneyland, California. Well, you should try to smile, dear. Get your fish, a goldfish mouse. Oh, my name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Minnie Mouse. To my we own a little place in Disneyland, California. Did you raise both your hands and clap 'em? Did you say, sure, I'll always try? 'Cause you look hesitant and wary, or am I wrong? You can go off and be a loner. Maybe you can't believe a mouse, but when you feel the need, come back. I'll be here for you, and 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 you. I'll be here for you. My name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Mickey Mouse. We own a little place at Disneyland, California. My name is Mickey Mouse. My right is Minnie Mouse, that's my girl. We own a little place in Disneyland, California. That was a little song by Sparks called Mickey Mouse. We will have rampant pandemics, empty shelves in society, crushing toilet paper shortages. Socialism is going to happen. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared of no socialism, okay, buddy boy? Don't be scared. You'll be all right. Thank you, Michael Best. I appreciate that. That was my... Listen to the girl as she takes on half the world, moving up and so light in a honey dripping beehive. Beehive. It's good, so good, it's so good, so good. Walking back to you is the hardest thing that I can do. I can do for you, for you. I'll be your plastic toy. I'll be your plastic toy for you. Eating up the scum is the hardest thing for me to do. Just like honey, 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 just like honey. Just like honey, just like honey, just like honey, just like honey, just like honey. That was a song called Just Like Honey by the Jesus and Mary Chain. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I appreciate you. My voice is a little shot because of my voice is a little shot from being on the stream for so long. Welcome to the show, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. Thank you, Johnny Vegan. Said I appreciate it. Drink cold tea. I should drink cold tea. I have some cold tea. I should drink it, but I just need to hydrate. My voice is a little husky. Oh, there's a crack in the mirror. There we go. Oh, there's a crack in a mirror and a blood stain on the bed. Oh, there's a crack in the mirror and a blood stain on the bed. There's a crack in the mirror and a blood stain on the bed. Oh, you're a vampire, baby, I'm the walking dead. Oh, you're a vampire, baby, I'm the walking dead. I got the ways in me, New Orleans are going down by the river where it's warm and green. I'm gonna have a drink, walk around, and well, I got a lot to think about, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a rocking chair by the window by the hall. I hear something there in the shadow down the hall. Oh, you're a vampire, now I ain't nothing at all. Oh, you're a vampire, now I am nothing at all. I got the ways in me, New Orleans, the ways in me, New Orleans. I'm going down by the river where it's warm and it's green. I'm gonna have me a drink, walk around, and now I got a lot to think about. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
thank you, Smoking Blondie. The song is spooky. Yeah, it's a nice little Halloween song, really. I really like that somebody recommended that song. It's been so long since I've heard it. Smoking Blondie, Jonestown, just like Jonestown. It's just like Jonestown in here. I'll see if I can remember that. I don't know the melody, I don't think. I'll see if I can do it. Jonestown. I'll play any song. I'll play any song. There's a snake in my boot. There's a snake in my boot. Concrete Blonde, Jonestown. It's giving me all these songs by Jonestown Massacre. The Brian. I don't know why it's not giving it to me. I can't find it. I got Joey. Was it called Jonestown? Love is the only weapon with which I got to fight. I got a hell of a lot of weapons to fight. Martin Luther King died for love. Kennedy died talking about something he couldn't even understand, some kind of generalized love, and he never even backed it up. He stopped out. Ruth, love is the only weapon with which I got to fight. I got a hell of a lot of weapons to fight. I got my guns. I got my dynamite. I got a hell of a lot to fight. Man, I remember hearing that speech. God, Jonestown Concrete Blonde. I can't find it. Let me see if I can find it on the different... I wonder if I can get it to auto scroll. Let's see if I can do it. Here we go. I've never done this before on the internet like this. Sheep are running scared tonight. The cows are coming home. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can get this done. The sheeps are running scared. Sheeps are running scared tonight. They cling together as terrified, just afraid to be alone. The bees are buzzing around the queen, waiting for a word. I don't know, I can't. It looks like Jonestown again. All right, let me see if I can do this. It's all these power chords that I don't really like to play when I'm doing acoustic. So I'm trying to figure out how I can do it without the power chords. And so I want to see if I can do it in open chords. Let's see if I can do it. The sheeps are running scared tonight. The cows are coming home.
They cling together, terrified, afraid to be alone. The bees are buzzing around the queen, waiting for a word. They are seen, collectively absurd. They're looking for Jesus. They're looking for more. Just what are they looking up here to me for? They're looking for someone. They're looking for Christ. They're looking for some human sacrifice. It looks like Jonestown again. It looks like Jonestown. It looks like Jonestown again. It looks like Jonestown. They don't know who to run to. They don't know where to go. Unless you tell them what to think. They don't know what they know. Repeating commercials, something they have heard from someone that someone else, somebody good with words. I think they're looking for the answer. They're looking for more. Just what are they looking up here to me for? They're looking for Jesus. They're looking for Christ. Answer. They're looking for more. They're looking up here to me for. What are you looking up here to me for? They're looking for Jesus. They're praying for Christ. They're looking for human sacrifice. It looks like Jonestown. It looks like Jonestown again. It looks like Jonestown. It looks like Jonestown again. It's a pretty, because I think it's like it's a pretty simple song. I appreciate you rendering that song, but it's all power chords, like it's a fast song. I tried to play it the way, like an acoustic version of it. I hope you liked it. Cause it feels like Jonestown in here. I think she does it more heavy rock, that song, if I remember right. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Smokin' Blondie. Thank you, Chai Pixie. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. Thank you. I thought that was a fun song to play. Thank you. What makes Trump corrupt, and why is the liberal morons never had an issue with the... Dude, what is it with you guys? So you love Obama. Pete Dathlete loves Obama. Pete Dathlete thinks Obama's fantastic, loves it. Obama forcing everyone to get health care to pay a fine for Biden, forcing everyone to take a job and lose their job. Take the job or lose their job. Did Obama do that? Did Biden do that? I thought Donald Trump was the one who did Operation Light Speed, Operation Warp Speed. What are you talking about? Pete Dathlete, what are you talking about? You don't make any sense. You don't make any sense, Pete Dathlete.
Yeah, please, not forced health care. Don't force me to get health insurance. It's funny. It's funny. I like that. Last night when I walked into your house, I noticed that the couch had moved and I wanted to ask you about it. You were talking when you finished. I opened up my mouth and you called me out for being bad at listening. So I wrote this song to tell you just how well I can listen. That I think that you are really cute. And I thought that maybe we could wait to tell you like I thought of. And I thought that maybe I would wait to tell you that I like you, but I don't really have that much to lose. Maybe like sorbet. Our ice cream is made of alternatives. I'm kind of alternative myself. I'm a bit of a scientist myself there, Peter. Last night when I walked into your house, I noticed that the couch had moved and I wanted to ask you about it. But you were talking when you finished. I opened up my mouth and you called me out for being bad at listening. So I wrote this song to tell you just how well that I can listen, and I think that you are really cute. And I thought that maybe I would wait to tell you that, but I don't really have that much to lose. I could learn your favorite song and play it on my guitar and probably sing it all wrong, but it might catch your attention. I don't know your favorite song, but it's probably by Mars Volta. 'Cause you said you really liked them when we talked and I listened. Yeah, I listened. So this morning when I woke up in my bed, I made a list of all the things that you told me last night. I had inside my head like that yellow is your favorite color, 'cause it's a happy color, and you could have been sad as long as you can remember. And the way your kitchen looked made me feel so upset, because it was a mess, and that's the way things look when you're depressed. And you sat across the room on that rocking chair you said you hate, 'cause it's so loud, and I wish that you sat next to me on the couch. And I'm scared that this list is too long, that I can't fit all these things into a song and still keep your attention. So I'm trying hard to mention all some important things that I feel will really demonstrate
how well I listen. Like how you said with tears in your eyes that you wish that being grateful was enough to keep you from feeling sad all the time, and that your favorite flowers are impatience, and that when you love somebody you wait patiently for them, and that your favorite movie is The Shawshank Redemption, and serenity means listening to the water at Tuck Glen, and how you make poor decisions with the people that you choose to date. And you probably think I'm crazy for this, and I'll tell you I don't give a shit, but you would probably, but that would be a lie, because I care what you think about me, and I really desperately want to be your next poor decision. Your next poor decision. And I could learn your favorite song and play it on my guitar, and I'll probably sing it all wrong, and it might catch your affection. And I don't know your favorite song, but it might be by Mars Volta, cause you said that you really liked them when we talked, and I listened. Yeah, I listened. You pay you pay 500 euros and get what you need, but what else are they taking in return would be my dental and vision is bad, all healthcare. That makes sense, but the dentists of the world dentists of America don't want to take it. My partner had to have all of his teeth pulled because of drugs. Holy shit. It ain't worth it, man. One time when I was a kid, man, I did some drugs, and it was like, I remember one time my other friend, he's like, don't eat speed, and he went like this, and all of these teeth were missing. And I was like, holy shit, he's like, yep, that happened all because of speed. And I was like, oh no, don't eat speed, bro. Don't eat speed. One, two, three, My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna and intend to see me walking out that door? Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking together, cause we don't know how. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. You think you got it, oh, you think you got it, but got it, just don't get it till there's nothing at all. Get together, oh, we get together, but then separate's always better when there's feelings involved. If they say that nothing is forever, what makes it, what makes love the exception. Why so in denial when you know we're not happy? Oh. cold. No, what's cool and cool? Ice cold. I can't hear you. Say what's cooler than being cool? Ice cold, yeah. All right, 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 all right. All right, okay, now ladies. Yeah. We're gonna break it down in just a few seconds. Don't have me break this down for nothing. Now I wanna see all y'all on your baddest behavior. Lend me some sugar. I am your neighbor. All right, here we go. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Shake it. 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 Give me some sugar. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Now all you Beyoncés and Lucy Lou's and baby dolls, get on the floor. You know what to do. Oh, you know what to do. You know what to do. You know what to. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Oh, God. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Man, I don't know why, but I am so hungry for a burrito right now. I don't know why that's happening to me right now. I just thought I'd share that. Just thought I'd share that to you. Thank you. No worries, mate. Appreciate you. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I don't know, my voice just feels so wrecked right now. I don't really feel like I'm singing very well. That's okay. I feel like my voice is a little fucked at the moment. Hold on, so. Oh, fuck. Eating. Man. Here we go. I forgot that there was like a potluck I was supposed to go to. This is the moment that you know that you told her that you loved her, but you don't. Touched her skin, then you think that she is beautiful, but she doesn't mean a thing to me. Yeah, she is beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. Spent 2 weeks, it's California sun cascading down my face. There was a girl with light brown streaks, and she was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me. Yeah, she was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me. I wanted to believe in all the words and all I was speaking as we moved together in the dark. And all the friends that I was telling, and all the playful misspellings, and every bite I gave you left a mark. Tiny vessels oozed into your neck and formed the bruises that you said that you didn't ever want to fade. But then they did, and so did I that day. All I see are dark gray clouds in the distance, moving closer with every hour. So when you ask what was wrong, I say you're damn right there is, but we can't talk about it now. No, we can't talk about it now. One last touch and then you'll go, and you'll pretend that it meant something so much more. But it was vile, it was cheap, and you are beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, you are beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, you know you're beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. The establishment blues Rodriguez, you know it, but it's not all good. Leonard Skinner, Today's Gone. Oh, I can try it. Today's Gone. Leonard Skinner, Today's Gone. Thank you. And thank you. I don't know what No Worries Me. This is not a song, is an outburst. Or the Establishment Blues Rodriguez, if you know it. But it's all good. I'll figure it out. I'll play any song. I'll play any song. I'll try to learn any song. Like this Leonard Skinner song. I don't know if I know it. Leonard Skinner. I don't know if I know it. That's what's kind of fun about doing this, is like I get to learn old songs and try to do It's more fun if I don't know the song, I think, because then we can just have like an interpretation of the song. It's kind of fun. I think it's more fun not knowing the song, to be honest. Train roll on down the line. Won't you please take me far away? Now I feel the wind blow outside my door. It means I'm leaving my woman now. Yeah, you good country. My voice is country. Country. It's Leonard Skinner, so I was trying to put that country on there. Trying to put that country. Country, that's it. You get it. You get it. Yes. This is not a song, it's an outburst. Let me see if I can find that by Rodriguez. That's the fun. I like playing songs I've never heard before. I think that's really fun. Yeah, so I've never heard this song before. Yeah, I'll try it out. Not so private playlist. Yeah, I don't like Nazis, man. Get out the fuck out. I don't like Nazis. What are you gonna do? Public gets a rape, get the voting. Weatherman complaining, predicted sun it's raining, and everybody's protesting. Boyfriend keeps suggesting you're not like all the rest. Garbage ain't collected, women ain't protected, politicians using people they're abusing, and the mafia's getting bigger like pollution in the river, and you find me and this is where it's at, and you tell me that this is where it's at. Woke I this morning with an ache in my head, splashed on my clothes as I spilled out of bed. I opened the window to listen to the news, but all I heard was the establishment blues. Gun sales are soaring, housewives find life boring, divorce is the only answer, smoking causes cancer. The system's gonna fall soon to an angry young tune, and that's a concrete cold fact. The Pope digs population, freedom from taxation. Teeny bops are uptight, drinking at a stoplight. The mini skirt is flirting, I can't stop so I'm hurting. Spinster sells her hopeless chest. Adultery plays the kitchen, bigot cops non-fiction. Little man's getting shafted, sons and money's drafted. Living time of peace, new war in the Middle East. Can you pass the Rorschach test? I said, can you pass the Rorschach test? Tassel, it's an educated guess. Well, frankly, I couldn't care less. Something like that, right? Was it something similar?
I really like that. You'll love the album. I want to try to play it again, actually, because it's the first time I never even heard the song before. I'm reading the lyrics. I'm cracking up with the lyrics as I'm reading it. I really like it. Rodriguez, this is a song. This is not a song. It's an outburst or the establishment blues. Yeah, I'm going to play it again just for funsies. I'll check it out. It says the album. What's the album called? And thank you for the $20. I need a burrito. I'm thinking about buying a burrito today. I usually just eat like peanut butter, but I forgot to bake bread last night. I kind of just want a burrito, man. And a burrito costs like $20 now over at Chipotle. I think it costs like $20 now over at Chipotle. I just want a burrito for some reason.
The mayor hides the crime rate. Councilwoman hesitate. Public gets irate, but forget the vote date. Weatherman complaining. Predicted sun and it's raining. Everyone's protesting. My girlfriend keeps suggesting that you're not like all the rest. Garbage ain't collected. Women ain't protected. Politicians using people they're abusing. Mafia's getting bigger like pollution in the river. And you tell me that this is where it's at. Woke this morning with an egg in my head. Splashed on my clothes and spilled out on my bed as I opened the window to listen to the news. All I heard was the establishment blues. Gun sales are soaring. Women's housewives find life boring. Divorce the only answer. Smoking causes cancer. The system's gonna fall soon to an angry punk rock tune. That's the concrete cold fact. The Pope digs population, freedom from taxation. Teeny pops are uptight, drinking at a stoplight. Miss Mini Skirt is flirting, and I just can't stop hurting. Spinster sells her hopeless chest. Yeah, the spinster sells her hopeless chest. Adultery plays the kitchen. Bigot cops non-fiction. Little man gets shafted. Sons and monies drafted out, living by a timepiece. War again in the Middle East. And can you pass the Rorschach test? It's a hassle. It's an educated guess. Well, frankly, I couldn't care less. I got you burrito. You got me a burrito. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. No worries, mate. Appreciate that. Thank you for the burrito. 20 Australian dollars. I think will buy me a burrito. I think it'll just get me it'll get me in the door at least. It'll get me in the doors. Thank you. No worries, mate. That was a fun song to play. I really liked it. Is Rodriguez an Australian? That was fun.
No, dude, he's awesome. Some Australians are awesome. No, is he Australian? No, he's awesome. Some Australians are awesome. Oh, you think he's an immigrant to my country? Rodriguez, maybe. You got a fast car. I want a ticket to go anywhere. To go anywhere. Maybe I'll make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero and nothing to lose. And maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working at the convenience store. Managed to save a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border into the city. Fuck. I feel like I couldn't fucking... I played this song differently last time. What did I do last time? I'm fucking this up somehow. I think because I did this last time. I played this differently last time. Pissing me off. It's pissing me off. I think I did this differently last time. I think I did this one. You got a fast car. I think I played it here too. You got a fast car. I want to take it to go anywhere. Maybe I'll hit a deal. Maybe we get to anywhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, nothing to lose. Maybe I'll make something. Me, myself, and nothing to prove. You got a fast car, and I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working at the convenience store. Managed to save a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. And you and I can both get jobs and finally see what it means to be living. Oh, all we gotta do is get jobs. 'Cause a job will help me have personal worth. You see, my old man's got a problem. He lives with the bottle, that's the way it is. He says his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. My mama went off and left him. She went away with the life that he could give and said somebody's gotta take care of him. And so I quit school, that's the what I did. Oh. You got a fast car, but it's not fast enough to fly away. We gotta make a decision. We leave tonight or live and die this way. And I don't wanna live and die this way. I don't wanna live and die this way.
car, speed so fast I felt I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice around my shoulder. I had the feeling I belonged, and I had a feeling I could be someone. Yeah, be someone. Be someone. You had a fast car. We go cruising to entertain ourselves. You still ain't got a job. And I work in the market as a checkout boy. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted, and we'll move out of the shelter. Buy a big house, we both can live in the suburbs. Speed so fast I felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling I belonged, and I had a feeling I could be someone. Be someone. Be someone. You got a fast car. I got a job that pays all our bills. You stay out drinking late at the bar. See more of your friends than you do of your kids. I'd always hope for better. Thought maybe together you and me could fight it, but I got no plans and I ain't going nowhere. So take your fast car and keep on driving. So fast, felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I feeling like I belonged, and I had a feeling like I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car, but is it fast enough you could fly away? You gotta make a decision. You'll leave tonight or die this way. You got a fast car? I kind of like how my version, my little cover is getting better. I think it's getting better. It's kind of a fun little, I'm trying to sing it kind of like folk punk rock, you know? I've got a job making minimum, you got a fast car. I got a job making minimum wage. Somehow it pays all our bills. Ooh. They found a way to kill me and I still burning with stinging sweat. Seems if every path leads me to nowhere wrong. Wife and kids, household pet, army greens was no safe bet.
Actually, Democrats ran off. What the fuck, dude? It's so funny to me. People come on my shit, tell me about how Democrats don't. Democrats, it's okay Donald Trump is a rapist because Democrats. I don't like Democrats either. Well, it's okay though because Democrats. It's okay because the Democrats. What about the Democrats? Don't you know about the Democrats? No one has to face consequences, Republicans or Democrats, so they will keep stealing from us. That's right, that's why we have to chop off heads. Pox on both their houses in the middle of the night.
I know you wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. And I heard there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. Having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee, oh, Santa Monica, oh, I swear it's calling me. And we'll make my mama proud, we'll make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene, yeah, she sees her baby boy, I know she's gonna scream. Oh, she's gonna scream. God. Oh, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Mama, I'm just having fun on the stage. In my heels, it's where I belong. Down at the Pink Pony Club, I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing now in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I'm up and the jars are on the floor. Lovers in the bathroom and a line outside the door. Yeah. Black lights and a mirror disco ball. Every night's another reason why I left it all. Think my wicked dreams are here from Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, yeah, you've been good to me. Won't make my mama proud, it's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby boy, I know she's gonna scream. Oh God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh mama, I'm just having fun on the stage in my heel. Now it's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing now in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Don't think I've left you all behind. I still love you, Tennessee. Yeah, you're always on my mind. And mama, oh, every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, drama. I'm just having fun on the stage with my heels. It's where I belong. Down, down, down. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing out in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Happiness hit her like a train on the track, coming towards her, stuck until no turning back. Hit her on the corner, she hit her on the corner, she hit on the bed, she killed it with kisses and fed from every bottle she sank with a drink, she washed it away down the kitchen sink. How's that song? I don't remember how it goes. Oh, happiness hit her like a train on the track, coming towards her, no turning back. Here in a corner, she hit on her bed, she killed it with kisses, and from her she fled. Every bubble she sank, every bubble she sank with a drink, she washed it away down the kitchen sink. The dark days are over, the dark days are horses are coming, so you better run. I think it's so much time between those things. Oh, happiness hit her like a train on the track, coming towards us, still no turning back. She hit her in a corner, she hit under the bed, she killed with kisses, and from it she fled with every bubble she saved with a drink and washed it way down with the kitchen sink. The dog days are over, the dog days are done. The horses are coming, so you better run. Fast for your mother, run fast for your mother, run fast for your father. Run for your children, for your sisters and your brother. Leave all you love and your lying behind. You can't carry it with you if you want to survive. And the dark days are over, the dark days are done. Can't you hear the horses come? And here they come. And I never wanted anything from you except everything you have left after that too. Happiness hit her like a bullet in the back, struck from great height by someone who knows better than that. dog days are over. Dog days are over. Can you hear the horses? 'Cause you know where they go. I can't remember last time I did like run fast, run fast. Run fast for your mother, fast for your father. Run for your children and your sisters and your brother. Leave all your love and your longing behind, and you can carry it with you if you wanna survive. I said the dog days are over. The dog days are done. Can you hear the horses? 'Cause out here they go. The dog days are over. The dog days are done. The horses are coming, so you better run. Something like that. Thank you. Anyway, Rooftops by Lost Prophets. I don't know that song. Albert Sullivan. Only members get free requests. Members get free requests. Inner City Blues by Rodriguez. Oh, man. Inner City Blues by Marvin Gaye. Going down a dirty inner city side road, I plodded. Madness passed me by, she smiled, I nodded. Looked up as the sky began to cry. Looked up as the sky began to cry, He's got this weird, oh, because it's up here. He's got a weird power, like a random power chord. Looked up to the sky, began to cry, and shouted. Meet a girl from Dearborn, early 6 o'clock this morning, cold fat. Asked about her back, suburbia, such a track won't go back. Papa won't allow no new ideas round here. And now he sees the news, but the picture's not too clear. Mama, Papa, stop, treasure what you got. Soon you may be caught without it. Curfew set for 8. Will it ever be all be straight? No, I doubt it. 7 jealous fools playing by her rules. Can't believe her. He feels so in between, can't break the scene. It would grieve her. And that's the reason why, that's the reason why he must cry. He'll never ever leave her. Crooked children, yellow chalk, riding on the concrete walk. Their king died, drinking from a Judas cup, looking down but seeing up, sweet red wine. Because Papa won't allow new ideas around here. Now you hear the music, but the words don't sound too clear. Mama, Papa, stop. Treasure what you got. Soon you may get caught without it. Curfew set for 8. Will it ever all be straight? I doubt it. Going down a dusty Georgia side road. I wonder. The wind splashed in my face. I could smell a trace of thunder. That's a fun song too. I like that song. Yeah, I mean, I never heard the song before, but yeah. Shy Pixie, which song were you talking about? He said in the version I said there was an album version and a live version, and that people argue about which is better. So I just picked the album version because I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter to me, right? All right, thanks everybody. I appreciate you, and I hope that you guys have a great day. Something weird just happened. All right, that's the show. Oh my God. We're gonna do a quick members only, and we'll do it right now. It was awesome. Thanks. No worries, man. We'll do a quick members only. Poor Marvin Gaye. Chai Pixie, you did great today. Thank you, Chai Pixie. I appreciate you. I'm so hungry right now. I'm really hungry right now. It's been a long stream, 6.5 hours. We are going to call it quits now. I hope you have a great day. Morning Sky. I'll see you tomorrow for just guitar hanging out. We're not going to talk politics tomorrow. All right, thanks everybody. Il Jimmy Nam Carborundum. If you remember, I'll see you on the other side, okay? Godspeed, Rebels. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.